Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Ghost in the Machine in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 60, E the Black Flower, Part 2. Chara's fingers tightened around the hilt of the Morning Star. The sword's mere touch scalded them, their synthetic flesh sizzling and smoking. The power buzzing in their circuits was but a mere fraction of the power that dwelt in the sword, but if they just swung the blade, all of that latent energy, the energy of 7 powerful souls, would be at their fingertips. Of what importance was their skin compared to such a thing? It was a shame that 2B and 9s would be the first of many androids to die, but they had made their decision. Chara would be merciful. They would make those 2's deaths painless. Everything went white, a deafening roar filled Chara's ears. Is this it? Is this the power of God? The pain hit Chara before the thought could finish crossing their mind, and they staggered backward as a hail of bullets riddled their body. They ground their teeth to turn their focus away from the pain and conjured Karn Wen into their hand. The amber sparks were still swirling around the sable blade as 2B's and 9S's swords drew near. Chara fended off the 2 androids' strikes, letting out a frustrated growl as they tried to put some distance between themselves and their foes. It was fruitless, though 2B and 9s were relentless, and with their pods aiding them, they stuck to Chara like glue. Such determination. Do you truly wish to make this mountain our people's tomb? Chara asked. If all you wanted to do was break the barrier, 9s replied, we'd have let you. But no. You had to run your mouth about all this genocidal bullshit, you megalomaniacal lunatic. All you had to do was shut up and you'd have gotten your way. Chara laughed. Of course. There was always a price to pay for crossing the Rubicon. But they really did despise hiding their true thoughts and feelings, and if 2B and 9s weren't on their side, well, soon they wouldn't have a side to be on anymore. It was just a matter of pushing them back long enough to do one little thing. Would you believe me, they asked, narrowly dodging 2B's lashing blade, if I told you I've decided not to exterminate androids and machines now? And that now we can break the barrier and all stand in a circle singing Kumbaya? No, 2B said. No, 9s said. Figures, Chara muttered. A forest of white light spears burst from the ground, narrowly missing their legs. A spray of churned soil spattered their face. 2B's white sword ground against Karn Wen. Chara was pinned down, but stayed calm. It was only a minor setback, not the end. Karn Wen enshrouded them in a cloak of temporarily intangibility, allowing them to slip to the other side of the spears, fencing them in before they resolidified. As soon as their feet touched solid ground again, they went on alert. Who would come after them next? 2B? 9s? A searing beam of white-hot light burst from Pod 153 and tore off Chara's remaining arm at the elbow, incinerating the joint, skin, servos, and all, and leaving their forearm to fall limply to the ground. Tiny tongues of flames licked at the ragged, shorn-off hem of their blackened sleeve. And that was it. Chara was now thoroughly disarmed, literally. This couldn't be it. They couldn't have come back from the dead for the second time for this. Smug glee was written all over 9S's face as he glanced at 2B. You wanna do the honors, or? The 2 androids leveled their blades at Chara, both pods hovering at their sides, aimed and primed to fire on command. But 2B looked more than a little uneasy compared to 9s, who obviously relished the chance to do away with Chara for good. This had been too easy and she knew it. Chara gritted their teeth. These detestable androids, how could those 2 overpower them so easily, so quickly? Wasn't the Morning Star supposed to give them power? If they had fists, they would be clenched with rage. They could almost feel phantom fingernails digging into phantom palms as their teeth ground together. And then they felt the dark power of the Morning Star flood their body. They arched their back and threw back their head as a jolt of electricity tore up and down their spine. From the severed stumps of their shoulder and elbow burst 2 new arms forged seemingly of solid shadow, channels of thin lines of scarlet light, straight and angular and patterned like the traces on a circuit board, hovered over their new skin. The pain was such that it felt like their blood had turned to boiling acid, but by the time Chara's scream had torn through the air and echoed through the cavern, all of the pain had faded away, and they wiggled their fingers, black as the void and capped with ebony claws, in equal parts amazement and disbelief. The sword had come to their aid. It wanted to be drawn, to have its full power unleashed upon the world at long last. Chara grinned as they flexed their new arms, a new part of them that was truly theirs and not merely those of a purloined puppet. They felt stronger than ever. The shock on the androids' faces was delightful to behold. But nevertheless, the two of them wasted no time in charging at Chara. This time, Chara could draw both Karn Wenin and the sword of Gujian at once, the short black and copper blades grinding against their bronze and white counterparts. Yellow and orange sparks like cast-offs from a disturbed fire swirled through the air. The attacks Chara weathered were fearsome, and like before, they struggled to put any distance between themselves and their foes long enough to take the Morning Star from its sheath in their chest. Attacking from both sides to keep Chara's hands busy, a good strategy, but how long could 2B and 9s keep it up for? It was just like the story of the little girl and the wolf. You must outrun me every day, little girl, but I need only outrun you once. Besides, the power flowing through them from the Morning Star and the 7 black boxes it had devoured was growing in intensity. Second by second, the sword was becoming more integrated with their body. It's pointless. Chara snarled. Do you think you can outlast me? Mere androids. With a swipe of Karn Wenin, they phased through 9s as he brought his sword down on them, the bronze blade of the cruel oath cut through empty air as Chara reappeared behind the scanner. 9s was slower, weaker, and less skilled in combat than 2B. Obviously, it would be easiest to eliminate him first. Which shall I use to kill him? Chara mused, a bloodthirsty hunger surging through their mind as they gazed on 9S's unprotected back. Karn Wenin or the sword of Gujian? A burst of gunfire from Pod 042 forced Chara to table that question for now. They hastily ducked to avoid the bullets, letting them fly harmlessly over their head. Alerted to Chara's presence, 9s whirled around, the cruel oath's blade whistling through the air. Chara phased through 9s again, only to find 2B rushing forward to meet them when they rematerialized. They caught the ivory blade of the virtuous contract between the blades of both of their daggers, twisted the sword out of 2B's grip, tossed it aside, and aimed a kick at 2B's midsection. 2B caught their leg with both hands, flipped Chara over, and drove them into the ground with such force that even the soft and churned-up soil, littered with mangled bits of flowers, felt like concrete. The Joyous materialized in 2B's hand, its steely blade shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors in the muted sunlight filtering through the thin skin of the barrier overhead. Chara saw red. That was their sword, and 2B would pay for stealing it. 2B flipped the sword to an ice-pick grip, her standard execution move. Chara noted and brought the shimmering blade down, aiming to run a second, far less beneficial sword through Chara's torso. Panicking yet again, Chara used Karn Wenin and phased beneath the ground. It was a last resort move, they'd never done it before. Phasing past a solid object was nothing to fear, but phasing into one? They'd never been stupid enough to try it. Chara merely had to have faith that the power of the Morning Star would preserve them. Everything went black. A crushing pressure enveloped Chara, pressing against every inch of their body. They couldn't move, nor breathe, entombed as they once had been when their soul had returned to their original body. They lay beneath the dirt like a living corpse. It had worked, but Chara attributed that to the soft and almost porous nature of the soil and counted their blessings they had not been fighting atop a solid rock or metal surface. Taking a few seconds to collect themselves, Chara strained their arms and legs against the weight of the ground pressing down on them, wriggling until they could at last phase back up to the surface, their daggers flashing in the air as they reappeared. 2B was waiting for them. She hadn't budged an inch. Chara phased past her blade as it plunged into where they had been but a moment ago, but 2B was ready for them and whirled around, summoning the virtuous contract to her free hand. They forced an opening, knocking 2B's hands aside and exposing her vulnerable chest. They wondered, the sword of Gujian had pierced 2B once, so would a second wound successfully invoke its curse, even though first blood had been drawn 50 days ago? The full limitations of their own weapons was still unknown, even to them. To think Chara had once considered both 2B and 9s to be potential allies. To think they had thought those two were like them. But 2B and 9s were nothing like them, nothing like the bright future Chara had been forced to snuff out. It had been possible, once, for androids to transcend their sin and become beings worthy of life, but all of those ones were dead now. Not a virtuous one remained among them. Chara was prepared to strike. Only for a surge of static to run through their body, deadening their eye and ears as their body save for their shadowy arms locked in place. The after effects of the hack faded just in time for 2B to skewer Chara on both of her swords, running the joyous and virtuous contract through their abdomen. A torrent of blood sprayed from their back. Chara gasped and choked on the agony, hurt just as much by indignation as the wound. No, they were supposed to be above this kind of pain now. Why, they asked her, gasping through a haze of pain. Do you know what will happen if the barrier breaks before the surface is cleansed? Androids, machines, all they know is violence. Don't you know what those things will do to people like Mother? 2B's glare carried with it a fury as cold and intense as the steely grey blue of her eyes. As she drove the swords up to their hilts into Chara's stomach, Chara saw in those eyes just how much she despised them. Why are you defending people whose hands were only ever meant to wield swords, whose fingers were never meant for anything more than to pull triggers? Fighting through the pain, Chara tried to grab the hilt of the Morning Star, but struggled to move even their magical shadow puppet fingers. Why are you condemning the only people in the world who had ever shown you love to misery and death when they could have the whole earth to themselves, free from the corrupting bloodlust of our pathetic creators and contemporaries? Can't you imagine a world without those detestable androids who built us solely so we could suffer for their benefit? 2B faltered for a split second, but her glare refroze. She gave each sword a savage twist, multiplying the anguish surging through Chara's torso tenfold. Chara thought back to the blue aura they'd seen folding around 2B like wings, like the wings of the Deltarune, when she had stood up to their attack 2 months ago. How they had wondered back then whether the angel could have been her all along, and whether that angel was meant to be a liberator or destroyer. 2B was the true angel. And those cold, fierce grey-blue eyes, were the eyes of a destroyer. And Chara, the fallen angel, was all that stood in her way. Summoning Karnwenan, Chara phased through the blades skewering them and reappeared behind 2B. Nines was already closing in on them, 2B already turning to face them once again. They could feel the Morning Star pour more of itself into their body, filling the gaps in their chassis. The world around them seemed to be slowing down. Karnwenan's black blade slid across the bronze blade of the cruel oath, and as Chara dragged 9's arm aside by his sword, they swung the sword of Gujian in an upward arc. If Nines couldn't appreciate the gift Chara had given him, the gift of a whole and pristine body, then Chara would gladly take it back. Starting with his pretty face. Nines reeled backward, crying out in anguish, clutching at the deep laceration running up his left cheek all the way up to his forehead, blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers and running down his wrist, more rolling down his chin and dripping down his neck. Chara noted with ferocious satisfaction that they'd pierced his eye. And more. At the same instant Chara had used the sword of Gujian to rend 9's face, they'd buried Karnwenan in his abdomen. They gave the blade a savage twist as they yanked it free. 9's. 2B left Chara with no time to revel in their little victory. She was upon them in an instant, her blades moving in a flurry around her so quickly that it was nearly impossible for Chara's eyes to catch up. Both pods trailed behind her, filling the air with a spray of bullets with such ferocity that it was as if they wanted revenge. Chara found themselves pushed farther and farther back under the onslaught, the sound of metal ringing against metal echoing through the air, a cacophonous symphony of steel. Beneath the ringing clangs, 2B's hoarse and frenzied screams of rage were almost inaudible. Her ferocity had increased tenfold, and Chara was starting to feel a numbness in their shadowy arms as the reverberations from the clashing blades ran up them. They saw a white crack form in the matte black surface of their forearm. A blocky black mist seeped from it like a cloud of dead pixels. The crack widened, showing that beneath the thin shadow was nothing but empty space, but despite that, scarlet blood still seeped from the cut. Desperate to keep up or turn the tide for once, they had to turn the tide in their favor. Chara pried for an opening, a gap in 2B's enraged offense, a chink in her armor. They found one. 2B, Chara gasped, panting for breath as they struggled to keep up with her. Don't you want to see if Nines is all right? Don't you want to run over to him? He's bleeding like a stuck pig over there. Shut up. He'll die if you don't help him. Oh, but you can't stop attacking me, can you? If you give me even a few seconds, I'll be able to draw Morning Star, and then I'll win. Shut up. Isn't Nines more important to you than all those worthless androids on the surface? Run to him, 2B. I know you want to. 2B let out a wordless snarl. If you let him bleed to death just to stop me from killing the people who made you, the people who enslaved you, Chara hissed, who will be responsible for his death? How many times will that be? 2B drew back her swords to deliver a killing blow, enraged. I'll kill you. With 2B compromised and her movements sloppy, Chara managed to get behind her, leaving themselves with a fraction of a second to attack before she could turn around to face them, and drove the sword of Gujian up to its hilt through her thigh. They tore the blade free, artfully flourishing it, letting the blood staining the blade fly off in a speckled arc through the air. Letting out a ragged, barely suppressed howl of pain, 2B clutched at the wound as it stained her pants. Chara wasn't surprised that the dagger hadn't frozen her. It had been a long shot, after all, but no matter. The battle was won, anyway. Chara dismissed Karn Wenin, laying their shadowy hand on the hilt of the Morning Star. Pod 042, 2B spat through gritted teeth, wire. A glowing wire shot from Pod 042 and latched onto Chara's hand, ripping it away from the sword embedded in their chest before they could get a firm grasp on the hilt. Pod 153. 2B lunged at Chara, grabbing the black pod by the arm. Blade. Pod 153 projected a blade of energy, humming and crackling as it swung through the air. Chara grinned. A head-on attack? In her condition? 2B's rage was overriding her sense of judgment. Where was that cool, collected executioner's demeanor? For a split second, Chara saw them again. The wings. And then 2B vanished. Chara had simply blinked, and she was behind them. Chara couldn't turn around quickly enough. The energy blade announced its presence with a hair-raising, sinister purr and cut deeply across their back, severing their spine and destroying their nervous system's connection with everything below their waist. The side of 2B's boot slammed into the side of Chara's head. The force of the impact sent them flying. They heard and felt something crack. Their legs folded like they were made of soggy cardboard. The cavern spun around Chara as they fell. How? How had 2B? How had she replicated Karn Wenin's powers? Another millisecond, another blink of an eye, and 2B was back in front of them. Her left hand latched onto Chara's shoulder, the right curled into a fist and drove itself into their stomach. It knocked more than the wind out of Chara, it knocked out everything else, too. Blood and oil and a tiny sample of just about every different kind of synthetic fluid running through Chara's body spewed from their mouth, hot and vile tasting, burning their lips and trickling out their nostrils and down their chin. She hit them again. And again. And again. When 2B finally threw Chara to the ground, they considered it an act of mercy on her part. Then she summoned the virtuous contract and joy use and drove them through Chara's palms, pinning them to the ground. Chara barely even had the energy to scream from the agony of their crucifixion. 2B stood over them, looming even as her shoulders shook and her hands trembled with barely restrained rage, the aperture in the ceiling of the cavern framing her head like a halo and darkening her colossus-like form into a silhouette. Yet even though 2B's face was bathed in shadow, Chara could feel her eyes boring into theirs, and could sense the utter loathing in her glare. Pod, she told Pod 042, patting its silvery hull with surprising tenderness, UN 153, look after Nines. Affirmative. The pod nodded, it and its counterpart drifted off. Chara, 2B's voice was low and hoarse. Before I kill you, I want to tell you something. Chara coughed and gagged on their own spit. They glanced at the swords running through their palms. Luminescent blood leaked from the cracked and splintered shadow skin, writhing and bubbling as if boiling, the red channels of light hovering around their forearms, encasing them like intangible armor, flickered and dimmed. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be the end. 2B tore at the hem of her nightshirt, exposing her midriff, and wrapped the strip of cloth over the wound on her thigh. You talk about the perfect world you want to create. A world without Yorha, or machines, or androids, or even the memory of humans. You want to destroy the past. A fresh start. Chara nodded. 2B laughed. Look at what you've done. You say that we androids can do nothing but kill, and that you've transcended that, but what have you done since you came here? You say you want monsters to thrive, but you've put them under your heel instead. You say you despise Yorha, but you even started putting your own soldiers in their armor. I won't let you create the future, because despite everything you say, all you'll do is commit the same sins you've endlessly railed against. Each word pounded like a nail through Chara's skull. 2B was. She was. You're right. The people who created Yoarha used us and abused us, 2B said. But there are millions of people up there who had nothing to do with that, people who deserve to live as much as you or I do. If you're so hell-bent on snuffing out their lives, then your dream dies here. I'll rip that sword out of your chest, and use it to break the barrier myself. You're a coward, Chara growled. Their blood boiled almost as if it were a defense mechanism against even so much as entertaining the notion that 2B's words might have contained a single kernel of truth. They would not let it end like this, lectured by someone who had no right to lecture them. What had 2B ever done but turn away from justice? But Chara had made the ultimate sacrifice for the good of their people more than once. They struggled to tear themselves free, almost as if by sheer force of will. They felt a hint of sensation in their legs. They couldn't help but hope that, in its generosity, the Morning Star was repairing them. Whether it was rage galvanizing them or the power of the Morning Star flowing into them, Chara felt their legs return to them, feeling mostly pain, unwelcome in any other circumstances flowing through them. With a hateful scream, they tore their hands free and shot up to their feet, blood spraying from their torn-apart stigmata before slowing to a trickle. Chara threw themselves at 2B. You're a coward. Do you think the people you love will be safe on the surface? Their blades ground against 2B's hastily drawn sword, sparks flying through the air. Do you think the other androids won't exterminate them on sight? They'd be carrying out the will of humanity, after all. Have you forgotten that it was humanity who imprisoned monsters in this mountain and left them to rot? And you know that we androids were built to serve our human masters. 2B's defense faltered. The battle was shifting in Chara's favor. Their powers were growing stronger. Second by second, they were surpassing her, the executioner, the ultimate combat android. It won't be like that, you'll say, Chara continued before 2B could get a word in edgewise. If androids or machines try to hurt them, I'll protect them. I'll keep them safe. Well, 2B, when have you ever managed to protect anyone? 2B swiped Chara's legs out from under them with a well-timed kick, then drove her heel into their stomach, tossing them into the air. 2B, think about it for a moment. If anything, I'm doing androids a favor by erasing them. Chara gasped as they hit the ground. By sending them to hell, I'll reunite them with their precious humanity. They pulled themselves to their feet and launched themselves back toward 2B, daggers bared. And if you are willing to choose them over the people who took you in and treated you like one of their own, then you and Nines can join them. Swatting Chara's daggers aside, 2B grabbed the hilt of the Morning Star and yanked on it. Chara felt the blade slide out just a centimeter at most and was racked by a searing agony. They screamed out, bit their tongue, felt hot blood fill their mouth. It was like dying, like the shadow substance running through this mangled body was being torn away, like their chassis was being ripped out of their body, like every conduit of blood and coolant in every circuit was being yanked out like a single thread unraveling a sweater. 2B screamed and reeled away, clutching at her hand. The skin on her palm had been charred black. Chara was likewise shaken, their own throat ragged and dry from screaming. A crushing sense of doom clouded their mind. If drawing the sword would destroy their body, then... no. There was nothing else that could be done. They would have to sacrifice themselves. And they would do it willingly and happily, just as they had been prepared to die to save Asriel. Anything for their people. Anything for their family, what little was left of it. Anything for Mother. The Morning Star was commissioned, Chara explained as they panted for breath, by King Ascari's father. He believed wholeheartedly in the extermination of humans before they could do the same by us. But when he took the sword at its full strength, its power was too much for him. He was utterly and completely destroyed, and Ascari, who had in that single fateful moment become king, sealed the sword away, fearing its power. So, no, Chara told 2B as she cradled her hand, you cannot take this sword and use it to destroy the barrier. Nobody has the strength of will to command its power but me. The hopes and dreams of everybody in this mountain rest solely on my shoulders, and I alone will use the power of the Morning Star to make my will manifest in the world. The new world, the world free of us and the legacy of our ancestors. You know, no matter what you do, 2B said, I can just reset and undo it. Nothing you do will be permanent. Chara smirked through the residual, ebbing waves of pain. She was finally going for the nuclear option. But they had thought they had sensed time double back on itself for a few seconds earlier this morning. Perhaps 2B now knew how to control her determination and use her ability to reset as intended, yet she hadn't used it to reverse Asriel's death. Either she was a far worse person than Chara had thought, or you can't do it of your own free will, can you? Chara asked. That is, of course, the most charitable explanation. The other. Kalidbulg appeared in their hands, its golden blade radiant in the sunbeams, and Chara threw themselves at 2B with renewed vigor. A single face filled their mind's eye. Is that you felt nothing? The massive blade swung through the air with a deep, wind-swept howl, carrying the wind in its wake. When you looked upon my brother's lifeless corpse. The shockwave from the mighty sword tore a furrow through the ground as it rolled across the cavern, splitting the stone walls and forming a crack in the ceiling. Rocky debris showered from the ceiling as the crack split across the aperture, widening it, bathing the cavern in more sunlight. The barrier, clinging to the mountain like a skin, cast a frosty sheen in front of the wide expanse of the blue, cloud-speckled sky. 2B narrowly avoided the rolling shockwave, stumbling as the ground beneath her feet quaked and quivered. She felt a sharp pain, looking down at her left hand, the same hand she'd burned on the hilt of the Morning Star. She saw a spurt of blood flying through the air from what remained of her pinky finger terminated halfway up the first knuckle. To think I empathized with you. Chara snarled, swinging the sword again, tearing another chunk from the cavern. To think, when I was part of you, when I could see into your heart, I thought I saw something worth respecting. I thought you were like me, a vanguard of the glorious future, harboring a secret fantasy of justice against our oppressive creators, but all you are is a slave to violence, just as unworthy to live as any other wretched automaton. They looked truly fearsome now. The black veins from the flower had spread across their skin, which had gone from pale to ashen gray. Their arms and legs had been replaced with limbs of fragmented matte black shadow, a network of red lights wrapping around their body like scaffolding. Gaps in the skin showed that beneath it was emptiness, like a hollow ceramic sculpture. Underneath their white and violet robes, visible through the tattered and blood-stained holes, was a shifting mass of darkness, as if Chara's body, 13B's body, was being subsumed and slowly replaced by the Morning Star. 2B saw Chara's head turn and a wicked smile form on their distorted face. Following their gaze, she saw Nines lying on the ground, the pods clustered together around him and tending to his wounds. They were going after 9 seconds. Reset, 2B. I dare you. See if you can muster that determination, Chara spat, preparing for another strike, when you've lost your beloved. Show me how selfish you really are. The blade swung, the flash of sunlight on the golden blade nearly blinding. 2B froze time to close the distance between herself and Nines. A ringing in her ears, chromatic aberration plaguing her sight, her head pounded with her pulse and the whir of her black box. In the world of the frozen time, the ripples in the air from Kalidbulg's oncoming shockwave hung utterly still, bending light and distorting the world around them like curved and uneven glass. That power was still semi-involuntary and happened when it wanted to, not when she wanted it to, but 2B felt as though she was closer to understanding it, and thus, closer to mastering it. She thought it might have something to do with why she couldn't reset. 2B grabbed Nines by his collar, feeling the oncoming end of this momentary pause looming over her like the sword of Damocles, pulled him out from under the pods, and tossed him away. His body flew in an arc, limbs flapping like a ragdoll's, before freezing. She scooped up pod 042, yanking it out of its stasis, and ran after 9 seconds. She glanced behind herself, realizing too late that she didn't have time to go back for pod 153, which still hovered frozen in the path of the shockwave. Time resumed, the shockwave blew past 2B's back, the rushing gust of wind buffeting her. Nines hit the ground none too gently and ended up in a crumpled heap. But at least he was still in one piece. I'll take it all away from you. Everything you love, everyone you care about. Chara screamed, their sword tearing through the air again and again. 2B wrapped her arm around Nines and hoisted him over her shoulder, dodging Chara's strikes. Pod 042 hovered at her side as she ran across the cavern, firing off laser blasts as often as it could. I'll torture you. I'll cripple you. Chara howled. I'll cut off your hands, and then your arms at the elbows and your legs at the knees. But I'll leave your ears and eyes so you can see and hear the world you tried to stop me from creating. I'll make you live for eternity alone, with no companionship but your endless regret. One of Pod 042's attacks found its mark, tearing a hole in Chara's shoulder. Before their severed arm could fall to the ground, a new shoulder forged of shadow formed in its place. The ground exploded beneath 2B, throwing her and Nines into the air. She lost his grip on him. As soon as she hit the ground, she pulled herself up, casting a frenzied glance across the cavern to see where Nines had fallen. Chara already had him in their sights and was readying another strike, raising Kalidbulg above their head. An amateur move that left their torso completely exposed. Chara was strong and their weapons had so many lethal gimmicks, but their techniques lacked finesse. And that always made the difference in the end. Pod 042 fired on Chara, its laser cutting through their unguarded chest. They stumbled backward, the sword nearly falling from their grasp. The morning star hung in the empty space left around where it had been sheathed, flooding the emptiness with roiling shadow and flashes of red light. 2B caught up with Chara, catching them off guard and striking them with such force that it tore Kalidbulg from their hand and sent the massive golden blade spinning through the air. Chara drew the sword of Gujian. Get out of my way, they snarled, evidently hoping to use the blade's unique properties to scare 2B into retreating. 2B called their bluff and charged them again. The blade flashed. And 2B realized that they hadn't been bluffing. If it struck her, she would be frozen in time for a matter of minutes, during which Chara could do whatever they wanted, and there was a chance she wouldn't ever come back. Would that trigger a reset? 2B didn't even know anymore. The blade nicked her cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Chara grinned triumphantly. 2B wished she could reset. She wished she could undo so much that had been done, to protect her family, to protect her friends. If only. Time froze again. And 2B understood. She knew now what this power was. Her determination begged to be used, and she stubbornly refused time after time. All this time, it had been building up inside her, this inexplicable gift from the barrier, yet even when her instincts or her subconscious wanted to reset, she'd stopped herself whether out of cowardice or trauma, 2B couldn't say. But her determination, which had grown in strength and intensity for those 9 months she'd spent living in peace unbeknownst to her, leaked out nevertheless. What, after all, was stopping time, but trying to reverse it and stopping halfway? The curse of the Sword of Gujian froze 2B's timeline while allowing the world to continue. 2B's determination froze the world's timeline while allowing hers to continue. The two forces met and annihilated each other. Everything, time around 2B and time within 2B, froze at once, and after an unnoticed and undetectable period of seconds, time resumed within and without. The smug, triumphant smile on Chara's face vanished as soon as 2B's fist, utterly undeterred, crumpled their nose into their face. Chara reeled backward, blood spurting from their nose, the gray skin of their face bruised. Trying to regain their footing, they turned tail and ran, calling Kalidbulg to their side and swinging it again. The knife-like pain running through the back of 2B's mind twisted, growing in intensity. 2B drew the Joyuse and parried the strike, the shockwave buffeting her and throwing her backward. Her arms and legs ached from the assault, but this had been a far weaker shockwave than any other, far from strong enough to tear through her chassis as it once had. Was Chara growing weaker? The two of them continued to duel, blades clashing and grinding against each other. 2B's arms began to grow heavy, her head pounded, the aching spots of her body throbbing, her servos squealing beneath her skin in protest. Chara slipped past 2B, once again targeting Nines as he lay motionless on the ground. 2B froze time again and collapsed to the ground in agony, her head in so much pain that it felt as though she'd cracked her skull in two, hardly able to see straight, let alone think. It seemed she'd overused her time stop that power had been causing her worsening headache. One thought ran through the pain. I only have 5 seconds. 4. 3. She didn't have time to writhe in the dirt. With a determined growl, 2B pulled herself up in what little time she had left and closed the gap between herself and her foe. 2B approached Chara, bearing her sword. The snarl on Chara's face was statuesque, the hatred they felt toward her frozen in grotesquerie, their eye had turned jet black save for a ring of sparkling red light. Time resumed. 2b. Wallow in Ur. The virtuous contract, its white blade already liberally stained with blood, severed their neck. Chara collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut, their sword falling from their hand, the red scaffolding wrapped around their limbs flickering and dying like a fire's last embers, their head rolling across the ground. 2b felt the tension drain from her body, and with it, her strength. She fell to the ground beside Chara, sinking into the churned-up soil as if the earth was trying to devour her. The sky stared down at her. Beautiful pale blue, speckled with cottony wisps of sparse clouds crawling from the horizon on a zephyr wind. So close, and yet with the barrier still clinging to the mountain, so far away. She turned her head and glanced at Chara's headless body. The morning star still protruded from their chest, what little of it was left. Had Chara been right about the morning star? Could nobody but them wield it? Was the kingdom now doomed to wallow in this mountain forever with no way out? Chara's heart had sat between two extremes, torn between a noble goal and an all-consuming hatred. Despite everything, now that it was over, 2b began to feel sorry for them. The two of them hadn't been so different. They had both wanted a life of peace and tranquility with the people they loved. But those same desires had a darker side. 2b had fought too hard to preserve her own pleasure, allowing friends to suffer and die because she feared to master or even use her determination, and Chara. Their desires had led them to a darker place than 2b could ever imagine, a hatred, a thirst for the vengeance they had confused for justice, spurring them on to erase the lives of millions of people they had never even met out of sheer principle. Neither of them, then, had gotten what they wanted. But at least 2b still had Nines. If nothing else, there was that. Analysis: Unit 13B's critical systems are no longer active, Pod 042 said. Proposal: Unit 2B should state her intentions. 2B sat up, gingerly laying a hand on the throbbing wound in her thigh, gritting her teeth as she tried to will away her headache. She couldn't. Nines, is he all right? Statement: Unit 9 is in stable condition, but has suffered severe damage to his optical sensors and fuel filter. None of the damage is irreparable. With the correct treatment, he is expected to make a full recovery. 2B sighed in relief and cast a glance over at his body. Pod 153 hovered over it, but... Observation: Pod 153 will require assistance in administering treatment to Unit 9S. The poor pod's manipulator arms, both its two primary arms and smaller secondary arms, had been shorn off, sparks still flying from exposed wiring poking out from its stumps. A long crack ran through its black chassis, a scar left from barely escaping one of Chara's attacks. 2B pulled herself up to her feet, leaning on her pod for support, and staggered over to Nines. Blood stained half his face, his left eye was split in two, the shattered halves of the lens staring blankly out from its socket. His unmarred right eyelid cracked open, revealing an unbroken eye with an alert glimmer in its pale blue iris. "Well, that was easier than I thought," he mumbled, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth at the sight of 2B's face. "Look at us. We're only a little fucked up." 2B knelt beside him and propped him up, letting him rest his head against her shoulder. Letting out a relieved smile, she wiped some of the blood from his cheek. Her thumb didn't make much of a difference, but it left a little patch of clear skin in its wake. Nines took 2B's burned hand, examining the charred skin on her palm. "You did it again, huh? Gotta take better care of yourself, Tubbs." Reminded of the sword, 2B glanced over at Chara's corpse, the hollow in her stomach growing deeper. "Oh, Pod." Nines caressed Pod 153's cracked hull with concern, noticing its sorry state. "Pod 153, are you okay?" Sparks flew from the severed remnants of the pod's arms. Response: This support unit has lost major elements of functionality and is now incapable of performing key tasks associated with tactical support. However, I am okay. We'll fix you up, Nines assured the pod, poking one of the sparking loose wires dangling from its undercarriage and recoiling in shock. "Good as new. Trust me." Pod 153 bobbed happily in the air. Response: I have the utmost trust in Unit 9S. You know, we haven't gotten a good view of the sky like this in months, Nines said, sighing as he craned his neck and raised his head. I hadn't really realized I'd missed it. At least we can see it. But, if no one else can wield that sword, we'll be trapped down here. Forever. That might not be such a bad thing. I'm sure things will work out okay down here, Nines assured her. It's cruel, in a way. Anyone who comes here, 2B mused, will see the outside world right there, just out of reach, taunting them with something they can never have. Maybe we'll find someone who can use that sword. Nines gave 2B's wrist a gentle, reassuring squeeze. You know, it's funny, if Chara just hadn't ranted so much at us about genocide, they'd have succeeded, and nobody could have stopped them. They could have even just said all they wanted to do was break the barrier and we'd have just let them. They just couldn't help themselves. Back when I first met them, Nines said, they told me what they were. C-13, they were a model designed for sabotage and infiltration. Any android group who threatened the plan to fabricate the lunar colony was taken down from the inside by models like them. Those androids, ones who wanted to move past their own programming, were C-13's targets. And their victims, 2B said. It was no wonder Chara had been so obsessed with eliminating the stagnant androids they had once served. They had become a true believer of their victims' causes. Falling into this mountain and witnessing the long-forgotten crimes of the human race could only have exacerbated the hatred they felt toward their masters. Nines nodded. I kinda get why Chara couldn't keep their mouths shut. All that time having to hide who they were, lurk in the shadows, stay invisible, must have really chafed against their ego. 2B felt hot tears well up in her eyes, blurring her sight, her throat tightened. In the distance, Asriel's body still lay amid the patch of wild golden flowers where Chara's original body had been buried so long ago, completely undisturbed in its repose. 2B? What's wrong? Nines asked, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. I don't know, so many thoughts were rolling through her head that she couldn't keep them all straight. Had she done the right thing by stopping Chara? Would things have been better their way? Should she reset and undo all of the death and suffering that had occurred this morning? Could she? Was she crying for Undine, for Alphys, for Toriel, for Asriel, or even for Chara? 2B buried her face in 9S's shoulder. He tightened his grip on her shoulder and combed his fingers through her hair. The feeling of his fingertips against her scalp did more than soothe her distress. Her migraine, too, faded away into a far gentler, almost numb pulsing sensation. It's been a long day, Nines said, his own voice quivering, and it's not even that far past noon. Kman. Let's go home. His own cheek was streaked with tears that sparkled in the sunlight. Once her tears had run their course, 2B pulled herself to her feet. Yeah. Let's go home. And then the air seemed to freeze. 2B felt an overwhelming pressure in the back of her mind, a foreboding shadow of doom pressing against and dampening the tumultuous swarm of her thoughts. Her programming, her instincts, came to the forefront, yet she found herself paralyzed. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Chara's headless body pull itself to its knees and fumble blindly for its head. Its movements were halting and jerky, like a marionette struggling against its strings. Nines turned to face Chara, following 2B's astonished gaze. Oh, come on, he moaned as Chara affixed their head back onto their neck, taking a few seconds to straighten it. The network of scarlet wires that hovered over their gray flesh and black shadow skin flickered back to life. Despite how insubstantial their body seemed in its current state, it seemed to burn itself into the fabric of time and space. The opalescent jewel in the morning star's crossguard, embedded in Chara's chest, pulsed with a sinister glow. Chara stood tall, as alive as ever. They opened their eyes and began to laugh. You've done me a favor, 2B, they said, their arms outstretched. You've given me more than enough time to rest and regain my strength. With every passing second, I can feel the morning star lending me more and more of its energy. The cavern trembled, the detritus and debris lining the ground began to vibrate and floated into the air where they hung, suspended as if time had frozen. The wind began to howl as it churned around the cavern, tugging at 2B's and 9S's clothes and hair as it grew in strength into a vortex with Chara or whatever they had become at the center. The air above Chara's head seemed to crack, light of every color spilling out from the scar in the shape of a rough and splintered ring hovering above them like an ethereal crown. It was as if space itself was breaking apart around the nexus of such incredible energy. In one of Chara's outstretched hands, one of their daggers, the black blade Karn Wenin floated, a golden halo encircling its hilt. Every movement they made was slow and deliberate. "What the hell," Nines breathed, "is this?" "Do you feel," Chara asked 2B, "a shift in this world's axis?" What?" They pointed a finger at Nines. "You there? Let's see if 2B has the willpower to bring you back." "Back from WH." Chara lobbed the floating dagger at Nines. 2B tackled him to the ground as Karn Wenin sailed overhead, the air boiled in its wake. As 2B pulled Nines back up, the dagger changed course, traveling in a wide arc through the air. 2B and Nines scrambled out of the dagger's path. "2B," Nines whispered in her ear as the two of them fled, his words coming out in a rushing torrent as he struggled to force the ideas from his head as quickly as possible. "I think I know what to do. When I hacked Chara, I could see these 7 nodes in hacking space flowing into their central power regulator. The bandwidth of the data transfer from those nodes was increasing by the second. If you can draw this thing away from me, I can hack into them and..." Before Nines could even scream, the ebon blade tore itself through his torso, bursting out of his chest in a cloud of vaporized metals and synthetic flesh and a shower of melted and mangled shrapnel, leaving a hole where his black box should have been. His remaining eye widened before turning gray and glassy. He slumped over, his hand slipping from 2B's shoulder and dragging across her back before he hit the ground. 2B didn't even have the energy to scream or shout. She watched him fall in shock, every thought process running through her head halted. In the blink of an eye, he was. No. Not again. Never again. I told myself, never again, but. Guided by pure instinct and unbridled anger, 2B charged at Chara, the only thought running through her head a repeated refrain of vengeance at all costs and by any means. "Must I do everything myself?" Chara asked, conjuring their other dagger and tossing it into the air. 2B dodged it, but found the floating weapon doggedly pursuing her as if it had a mind of her own. No matter how hard she tried to shake it off, no matter how much Ordnance Pod 042 threw at it, it kept following her. The muscles in her legs burned as she pushed herself onward. Maybe if she could trick the dagger into hitting Chara. She ran straight at Chara, screaming out in anger and anguish at the fiend, as the dagger caught up to her and sank into her back, instantly destroying her black box. "What the hell," Nines breathed, "is this?" "Do you feel," Chara asked 2B, "a shift in this world's axis?" 2B was dumbstruck. The cavern spun around her as her insides grappled with a sudden overwhelming sense of vertigo-like nausea. Nines was standing beside her like nothing had happened. Had she just? She'd died and reset. But Chara had set the checkpoint. Chara nodded and smiled. "This sword," they said, "with the power of 7 black boxes, is the center of the universe. Time and space revolve around it in their eternal, infinite dance. Once the sword unites completely with my body, I will become as a god, and the universe itself will be at my beck and call." They began to walk toward the 2 androids, the splintered halo hanging above them traveling with them and widening, a rainbow of colors flashing within it. The debris suspended in the air fell upwards into it as if sucked up by a strong vacuum, forming an ice-searing accretion disk. Their feet lifted off the ground and they began to hover in the air. 2B shivered. All of her strength had left her, it took everything she had just to remain standing. The will to fight, the will to resist, had dwindled to nothing within her, leaving only a primal, indescribable fear within her, a fear that wormed its way through her mind from the deepest, darkest depths of her psyche beyond her circuitry, beyond her programming, a fear that struck from the core of her very soul. She and Nines collapsed to their knees as Chara drew nearer to the two of them. It took all of the strength 2B had left to thread her trembling fingers between 9's, clasping his shaking hand in hers. 2B, Nines whispered, just as consumed with terror as she was, his voice quivering as he choked out his words, "What do we do?" 2B tried to collect her thoughts under the crushing bleakness. "They're not all powerful yet," she rationalized. We still have a chance if we..." A bolt of aquamarine lightning struck Chara in the chest, the loud roar of a thunderclap deafening as it reverberated through the cavern. They stumbled backward, and another one hit them, and another, electrical feedback dancing across Chara's body. They gritted their teeth, a pained hiss escaping from their lips, as a cluster of giant skulls, angular and toothsome, like those of ferocious predator animals, materialized around them. The skulls opened their mouths, their mandibles unfurling and splitting down the middle, light growing in intensity within their gaping maws. Chara tried to pull themselves away, but a nearly invisible network of threads, glowing yellow-green when the light hit them just right, jerked their limbs against their wishes and held them in place. Beams of light burst from the skull's jaws and hit Chara from all directions, burning through the shadows comprising their body. Chara fell to the ground, billowing plumes of smoke rising from their ragged and beaten body, and struggled to their feet. There were gaps in their skin now, massive holes exposing the roiling, shifting void within. Within seconds, new shadow skin, streaked with lines of scarlet light, appeared over the old. 2B felt a firm, strong hand fall on her shoulder, and just like that, all of her fear, all of her hopelessness, all of her terror and despair evaporated like mist in strong sunlight. "Get up, 2B. It's not like you to kneel." Undyne looked down at her and grinned. Her mobile armor had been refitted, charred, and blackened but still usable, and electricity crawled over her body. "And it's really selfish of you to try and keep this fight to yourself." "You." "Undyne." 2B gasped. She looked back over her shoulder. Standing behind her were Sans and Gabrietta as well. Papyrus and Sixo sat in the back of Emil's cart. Undyne yanked 2B onto her feet. "You know I deserve to beat the shit out of that asshole more than anyone else, but I'm okay with sharing. You know, if you don't think you've gotten to throw enough punches yet." Chara's eye widened, their ashen complexion growing even paler. "Undyne," they gasped, shocked. "Didn't I kill you?" "Didn't." Undyne leveled her heat saber, 2B's heat saber, now connected to her mobile armor, at Chara. "Whether you're Chara or 13B, I've come back from death to do battle with you all the same. Every fragment of this battered soul screams out at me to defeat you with all of its might. I won't rest until I've crushed you to dust." Lightning crackled around Undyne's armor as her wings flared to life, spitting aquamarine bolts of energy from their emitters. A similar cyan glow, ragged and searing, engulfed the heat saber. A pang of worry struck 2B. How did Undyne have this much energy to spare? At this rate, she was going to burn herself out in a matter of minutes. Celestial Justice, full saber, taking off. "Undyne, no!" 2B shouted out as Undyne sped past her. Chara drew Calitbulg, a widening grin of pleasure splitting their face from ear to ear, as if they relished the life they were about to take. All 2B could do was watch in horror as Undyne rocketed off toward her death. Considering her state, she'd burn herself out in seconds if Chara didn't kill her first, and Chara certainly seemed more than capable of that in this state. In a split second, it was over. Chara spread out their arms, their two daggers materializing in their open hands as the red lattice engulfing their arms grew to form skeletal wings. Undyne roared ahead, aquamarine energy spewing from her mobile armor. And then it all stopped. Both of them halted in midair, crackling wisps of blue lightning and red fire freezing solid in a tapestry of light. 2B reached up to her forehead, expecting to feel the onset of a migraine, but felt nothing. She glanced backward almost instinctively and saw Sans leaning against a statue, still Gabrietta. He winked and gave her a thumbs up. He could stop time, too? Him, of all people? 2B's mind reached back into the depths of her memories, far away back to her encounter with Sans in the golden hallway before her first reset. How he had somehow snapped her battered sword in half without so much as taking a step toward her. Of course he could stop time. 2B had half a mind to march over to him and slap his bony head right off his neck, but instead used the opportunity to catch up with Undyne. She collided with the captain just as time resumed, sending Undyne veering off course. The twin daggers conjured in Chara's hands flew through the air, missing their target and veering through the air. "What the hell, 2B?" Undyne snarled, skidding to a halt. "You have no business fighting here," 2B told her, drawing the virtuous contract. "You should spend the time you have left with Alphys." "Ah, gee, I really appreciate your gratitude," Undyne retorted, rolling her eye. Still floating in the air, Chara waved their arm and conjured Calitbulg in a shimmering shower of sparks. The golden blade, longer than they were tall, hovered just as the daggers did, an amber gold halo orbiting its hilt. At last, "Captain," Chara called out to Undyne, you show your true colors, a traitor to our people, just as our father was. With a flourish of their arm, Chara sent Kalidbulg forward. It took 2B's and Undyne's combined strength to parry the blade. 2B and Undyne both dug in their heels and gritted their teeth as the golden blade ground against their own swords, struggling to hold it back. You could have had everything, Chara said. You could have been a goddess, my goddess, our goddess. Our freedom was in your hands and you gave it up for her. For these violent, senseless automatons. Undyne gritted her teeth. For her, she asked. No. This, she said, straining harder against the sword and pushing it back, is for my father. 2B heard a shrill whistle cut through the air. The daggers were coming around for a second pass. They're using their knives as homing missiles, she warned Undyne, pulling her out of their path once more and letting Kalidbulg, no longer held in place, swing over their heads. These daggers were nimble and agile, flitting out of the path of Pod 042's ordnance, but through sheer luck, 2B managed to knock one of them off course with her own blade, sending it flying through the air in an aimless trajectory. The two daggers returned to Chara, orbiting them like satellites as they cast a baleful glare at Undyne. Father! They crossed their arms. Kalidbulg floated at their side like a familiar. I don't recall having anything to do with your parents. Weren't you an orphan? Undyne didn't need much else to be goaded into action. She charged at Chara, her enraged scream tearing through the air. The beaten and battered captain threw herself at Chara from every vantage point, but the orbiting blades, all moving independently and seemingly of their own free will, made for a nearly impenetrable shield. 2B struggled to keep up with Undyne. He was more of a father to me, Undyne snarled, than he ever was to you. I'd never have done what you did to him. A few more floating skulls formed around Chara, firing searing beams of white-hot light and tearing holes in the walls of the caverns. Chara dodged the blasts with grace and ease, their blades tearing through the bony weapons and dismantling them one by one. Then justice means so little to you, they sneered, that you can't cut down whoever stands in its way. Justice isn't a word you deserve to use. Gabrieta's threads latched onto one of the two remaining skulls before Chara could destroy it, yanking it just out of reach of Kalidbulg's arc so it could fire its laser undeterred. Picking up on the same idea, 2B leaped at the other skull, grabbed it with both hands, and dashed backward out of range of another swing of the mighty sword, clutching the skull to her chest as it unleashed its torrent of light. The recoil was fiercer than any ranged weapon 2B had ever used. It put every tool in her pod's arsenal to shame and then some. She slammed into the far wall of the cavern, her vision going gray and bleeding colors on the edges as her processors shuddered under the impact. You demand loyalty, but who have you ever given it to? Undyne shouted, still struggling to get through Chara's defenses, her blazing sword burning the air in its wake. Chara's daggers cut through the wind, homing in on 2B as she slid down the rough and uneven cavern wall to the ground. The blades danced as Pod 042 fired on them, filling the air with a haze of bullets. In spite of herself, 2B couldn't help but be reminded of one of Alfie's silly robot cartoons. As the blades weaved in between the stream of bullets, 2B saw something glimmer between them. And then Nines slid in front of her, his fists clenched around the slightest hints of a glittering, yellow-green thread. I've got this, 2B. Nines, what are you doing? Shielding her with his body, it was unthinkable. How could Nines do such a thing? Nines yanked on the thread, pulling the daggers down to the ground. The daggers bounced and flew at him. 2B grabbed his shoulders, ready to throw him out of the way. Justice is a commitment to the people you love. Undyne shouted, her spear tearing a bloody gash across Chara's cheek. You make a mockery of that word when you use it to justify the things you've done. Nines grabbed both daggers as soon as they came within arm's reach, struggling against them as their tips hovered less than a centimeter away from his chest. 2B wrapped her arms around his waist to brace him as he wrestled with the deadly blades. Pod 153 let out a chime. Weapon IFF codes successfully overridden. Karn Wenin and the Sword of Gujian are now registered to Unit 9 SSNFCS. On cue, the daggers ceased their struggles. 2B was almost dumbfounded, but still managed to say something. But scanners can't have two weapons registered at once. Yeah. Remember how I said I reverted all the changes to my programming after you rescued me? Nines laughed sheepishly. I might have fibbed a little. 2B resolved to get mad at Nines for that after this whole bloody affair was over and done with. Nines sheathed the daggers. "Let's see," he said, conjuring the cruel oath and letting it hover in his hand, "how Chara likes a taste of their own medicine." The sword shot out of 9's hand like a bullet from a gun, flying straight and true, and buried itself in Chara's back while they were occupied with Undyne. "I didn't know you could do that," 2B gasped. "I didn't either, until about 5 seconds ago." Nine snapped his fingers and the cruel oath vanished, loosing a spray of blood from Chara's perforated side as the blade reappeared in front of him. 9's attack was exactly the opening Undyne needed to get through Chara's defenses, what little remained of them. Her crackling heat saber tore through the air with an ear-splitting roar. "You're the one who's obsessed with climbing to the top of the world." Chara flew through the air, blood spraying from the gash cut across their chest. Still carried on her forward momentum, Undyne snatched Chara out of the air, her boots leaving furrows in the ground as she skidded to a halt. "So I'll bury you under this mountain." Undyne suplexed Chara, burying them in the disturbed soil. The jagged halo that hung over Chara's head, flashing in concentric rings of every color, cut through the dirt. The wind and the detritus carried on it still swirled around it, churning up the soil. Not content to stop there, Undyne drove her elbow into Chara's stomach. The force of the impact formed a crater in the ground as a wave of electrical current rolled through the air. 2B felt her sensors fuzz up, blanketing her eyes and ears with static, and gritted her teeth as she tried to will away the pins and needles filling her arms and legs. At least with her internal components restored, the effects of the electromagnetic blast were nowhere near as debilitating. Undyne stood up, dirt and grime plastered to her sweat-soaked scales, her scarlet hair whipping in the vortex of wind still swirling around the cavern. Her ragged wings of light sputtered and flagged like candlelight buffeted by a gust of air, but remained bright. She raised her heat saber, engulfing the blade in a torrent of roiling, crackling energy. "I'd ask if you had any last words," she spat, "but I think I know what they would be, you sanctimonious little shit." The Noctisque halo rose out of the dirt and reoriented itself, and Chara's body rose with it, their limbs dangling limply at their sides like those of a marionette, as if from the halo descended the strings animating their body. "I know what kind of guy Ascari was," Undyne growled. "Even after what you did to him, he wouldn't approve of me killing you. But I know him well enough, that I also know, that when I see him again, he'll forgive me." 2B nudged Nines aside and ran toward Chara. The sinister aura they had radiated, the one that had reduced 2B to a shivering wreck before Undyne had showed up to break their spell, had returned. "Undyne," she shouted out. "She doesn't know that they're growing stronger by the second. She doesn't know that they're just biding their time until the sword is fully integrated with their body. Just finish them." Undyne brought down her sword. But was too slow. There was a flash of gold and Undyne flew backward, skidding across the ground. Blood sprayed in a torrent from her severed shoulder and perforated torso as her arm, with the heat saber attached and residual traces of lightning still crackling around the blade, sailed through the air. The wings of light streaming from her back flickered and died. "Damn it!" 2B stopped time again and threw herself past Chara toward Undyne. The captain's blood froze in an arc in midair. 2B ran through the frozen scarlet curtain as time resumed. Her head pounded, she felt something warm trickle across her lip. Undyne continued to fall. And then came to a stop yet again. Wordlessly and mentally thanking Sans for the assist, 2B caught and steadied Undyne. Time resumed as a cluster of new skull blasters formed around Chara, keeping them occupied. The flow of blood from Undyne's wounds slowed to a trickle, but 2B still saw plenty to worry about as she held the captain upright. The blood was turning into dust almost as soon as it left her body. Soon, there'd be nothing left of her but her armor. "Undyne, you're..." 2B's hand fell on Undyne's cheek, brushing away dust and grime. A cluster of scales came with it, crumbling beneath her fingertips and leaving a smooth, silvery patch of skin behind. "I'll be fine." Undyne pulled herself away from 2B, teetering on unsteady legs. Dust trickled from her earfin and from the tied-back mane of scarlet hair pouring down her back. "I've still got both legs. I'll kick the bastard to death before I go. That, and," she picked up her own severed arm. "Still got a sword." 2B couldn't believe Undyne was still willing to fight at this point. Monsters were fragile, so much more fragile than androids, and yet this one was beyond anything 2B had been able to imagine. "You're going to die." "I died this morning." Undyne's wings blazed to life. "What's the point of hanging onto this world if I don't do all I can to save it?" "But Alphys, I've said goodbye to her already." A sheath of blue-green light enveloped both Undyne's severed arm and her blade, forming a massive, wickedly spined lightning spear around them, the last embers of her magic all channeled into a single weapon. "This is the right way to die, 2B. Locked in battle like the ancient heroes." 2B was at a loss for words. Though her first meeting with Undyne had been acrimonious to say the least, the two of them had become close friends, and 2B had been well aware that Undyne harbored more feelings for her than just friendship as well. She wished all that didn't have to end like this. "You're wrong," she wanted to say. "If there is one, the right way to die," she wanted to say, "is peacefully, surrounded by the people you love." In the distance, Chara dispatched the last of the skull blasters. The halo above their head was growing in size, drawing larger chunks of debris into its glowing accretion disk. The strengthening wind tugged at 2B's hair and clothes. Taking her cue, Undyne took off toward Chara, and 2B had no choice but to follow. 2B. 9S's voice rang inside her head, echoing among her own frenzied thoughts. "I've hacked into you to install a new program. It's rerouted around your self-destruct function. It's based on the Berserker mode older Yoarha models had. It'll dramatically increase your strength. And, well, it'll wear you out a lot faster. But if we don't kill Chara soon, that won't matter anyway." "Right," 2B growled, gritting her teeth. Triggering self-destruct. Normally, Yoarha units needed a combat visor to see the readouts on their HUD. But for something so drastic as self-destructing, the warning messages fed directly into their visual processor. 2B's vision was clouded with flashing red warning signs as every muscle in her body began to tense up. Alert. BM, FC. Engaged. All of 2B's aches and pains were driven from her body in a single rush of combat fervor, every stinging wound, every battered and strained muscle clinging to her chassis. Even her thoughts, the turmoil, the worry, and melancholy running through her mind, vanished as pure combat instincts took hold. There were no emotions here but a blissful haze, no thought but of the simplest route her weapons could take to their target. With her enhanced speed and strength, 2B even managed to catch up with Undyne as her spear clashed against Khalidbulg's golden blade. 2B stopped time and slipped behind Chara as they reeled backward from the force of Undyne's blow. A red haze wrapped around her body, leaving a trail of fleeting after-images in her wake. The frozen time expired after just a few seconds, not the full 5, but it was more than enough for 2B to get the drop on Chara, drive her swords deep into the shadow matter comprising their body, and rip them free. Chara reeled backward, their body's shadowy makeup struggling to replenish itself as quickly as 2B's and Undyne's relentless attacks could diminish it. "I've never met a more perfect pair of cowards and traitors than you two," Chara snarled as they struggled to parry both Undyne's massive spear and 2B's flashing swords. "Undyne, is this how you want to end your life? Condemning your people, our people, to eternal damnation? Better to be free down here than under your heel up there." Undyne powered on her beam shield, absorbing the shockwave from Khalidbulg in its entirety, and fired the freshly charged beam cannon at Chara, hitting them with the full force of their own attack. The crackling beam of energy tore through their midsection and flew into the ruins, tearing apart the wall and collapsing the arched doorway that led into that labyrinthine abandoned city. Chara winced and gritted their teeth as their shadowy body rebuilt itself. "Do you know what you're saying?" "I won't ever forgive you," said Undyne, "not just for what you did to Ascari, not just for what you did to my friends, not just for what you did for me," she punctuated each statement with a jab of her massive spear. "But for what you did to our kingdom." "What I did? Look at what you're doing. You're all going to die. Suffocating. Like rats in a tomb." 2B didn't have much energy to waste on speaking, but spared 2 words for Chara as she swung the Joyus, Chara's own precious sword, down on them. "Shut up." The blade tore through Chara's left arm, the black shadow substance comprising their thin skin crumbled away, leaving only the red lattice marking where their forearm once had been. Undeterred, Chara fought on, wielding Khalidbulg single-handedly. "You're choosing androids, the descendants of your enemy, over your own people, they ran their sword through Undyne's unprotected midsection, tearing through the already blood-stained bandages circling her waist. Will history judge you kindly when the dust of your loved ones lies at your feet? I think not. Undyne gritted her teeth, blood dripping from between her yellowed fangs and running down her chin. Her turquoise pupil blazed within her jet-black eye. When you were a child, Chara said, didn't you dream of one day breaking the barrier? Didn't you dream of being everybody's hero? Look at you now, Undyne, you've thrown aside your idealism, and for what? Friendship? Ha! You. 2B aimed a kick at Chara's forearm, breaking their grip on Khalidbolg. Her next kick bore into the side of their head with more than enough force to crack their skull like an eggshell. Blood spurted from a fissure running up their forehead as they staggered backward. Their body was falling apart, large patches of their skin was missing and there was nothing beneath it. Not much farther to go. Are you all right? She asked Undyne as Chara reeled back. Undyne let out a non-committal growl. Let's finish this quickly. One last strike and put your back into it. Undyne attacked from the right, 2B attacked from the left. Both of them knew each other's capabilities well by now, their knowledge honed by months of sparring together, although they didn't have much experience, admittedly, in fighting side by side. While Chara made up their mind over whether to block the sword they knew was coming from their right or the spear they knew was coming from their left, 2B and Undyne both dropped to the ground, slid, and kicked upward, their boots both catching Chara squarely on the chin. The concentric rings pulsing over their head flickered and vanished as their body, what little remained of it, went limp. Chara slammed into the barrier, sending a kaleidoscope of colors rippling through the aperture, and hit the ground. They lay spread eagle, completely motionless. Seconds passed by. 2B and Undyne watched the body like a hawk until they could be sure it was over. Almost as if on cue, Chara staggered to their feet, teetering and stumbling, and laid their hand on the Morning Star's hilt. A triumphant smile spread across their cracked and broken face. No! 2B shouted out. At that exact moment, B-mode ran out, the euphoric haze filling her body and mind vanishing as quickly as it had come and letting all of the pain that had been suppressed flood 2B's body at once. She collapsed to the ground, her limbs leaden, her muscles throbbing, her chassis feeling friendlier than it ever had before. 2B lifted her head, squinting as her throbbing headache grew stronger. Chara was nearly diminished, so many chunks were missing from their body that it seemed as though the red lattice work wrapped around them was the only thing giving them substance. And yet, this couldn't be the end. Not after all this. Not after so much struggle. A coppery blade, their very own sword of Gujian, dug into Chara's side. They screamed and let go of the Morning Star, their hand falling to where the other sword had embedded itself. Before they could yank it out, a plume of soil burst from the ground in front of them. In its wake, Nines appeared out of thin air, the short ebony blade of Karn Wennen flashed in his hand. The copper dagger vanished and returned to 9S's hand. How about a taste of your own medicine, he snarled, raising both daggers high above his head and preparing to drive them both into Chara's chest. Khalidbolg flew through the air. N9s, 2B called out, barely strong enough to even manage that. Get back. 2B. 2B couldn't be sure if she was hearing Undyne's voice, or simply imagining it. With the last of her strength, Undyne threw herself at Chara and Nines, her entire body wreathed in eerie blue-green light, throwing aside her great spear and letting it break apart into the severed arm and blade that had comprised it. She grabbed Nines by the scruff of his neck and threw him clear across the cavern. Khalidbolg cut through thin air, barely brushing against Undyne's scarlet hair. Take care of Alphys, for me. One final lightning spear coalesced in Undyne's hand. She drew her arm back as if preparing to throw a javelin and drove it forward. Take care of the future. Chara screamed as Undyne bore down on them, her spearhead impacting with the force of a warhead. There was a flash of blue light, a cloud of dust, dragged into the swirling air currents, glittered like tiny, twinkling stars before being swallowed in the opaque gray cloud that settled over the cavern, blanketing the ground. I'm leaving it up to you now, 2B. 2B fell back down, her neck too weak to support her head. She couldn't move. Even a finger, even a toe, she could barely move her lips, or even her tongue. The most she seemed to be able to do was blink and breathe. She hadn't felt like this since the nearly mortal wound that had plunged her into that coma 2 months ago. but this time, the crushing despair that had weighed so heavily on her was missing. 2B? Where are you? 2B. Nines rushed to her side, and knelt down to help her up. 2B just slumped over in his arms as if her muscles had all liquefied. He brushed his finger under her nose and pulled it away, noting the blood on his skin. His eye widened. "I'm sorry," he said, I didn't have time to warn you of the side effects." "I'm okay," she whispered with great effort. Fighting back tears, and failing, Nines wrapped his arms around her. "It's over. You and Undine. You were beautiful out there. She's gone." "I know. I'm sorry." Nines threaded his fingers through her hair. "If I could have done more." 2B felt the slightest bit of strength return to her, just enough strength to grab onto the lapels of 9's coat and pull herself closer to him. She buried herself in his warmth. 2B. 60 skidded to a halt in front of her, Gabrieta's black-cloaked form materializing out of the roiling fog at her side. She dropped to her knees at the sight of 2B, laying her hands on 2B's cheeks. "Are you okay? WH. Why are you here?" 2B mumbled. With the ferocity of the fight, 60 could have easily been collateral damage. "I told you to go back to Toriel. I wasn't going to just run away. Not after everything that's happened." 60 tried to pull 2B closer, much to 9's displeasure. 2B ended up caught in a mild tug-of-war between the two of them before 60 relented and resigned herself to simply stroking 2B's hair. Gabrieta wiggled her fingers in a complex pattern for a few seconds, realized that none of the androids spoke sign language, and shrugged. She crouched down, the tips of her skeletal fingers faintly glowing, and ran her hand over 2B's body, shaking her head with alarming frequency. 2B felt some of the pain recede, but didn't expect anything more. She knew from experience that monster healing magic was extremely limited when it came to repairing androids. "You're gonna be fine," 60 confidently translated, prompting Gabrieta to shake her head once more. Nines grew frustrated with having to duel with 60 over the right to stroke 2B's hair and slipped his hand under her arm instead. "If you feel like going back to sleep for a month or two," Nines said, running his hand down her side like Gabrieta's as if he hoped his touch could somehow carry more potent healing magic than hers, "I think I can deal with that now. I think I'm gonna make it this time." The dust took a long time to settle and the mist took a long time to clear, even with the unfiltered light of the sun bearing down on it, but as soon as it did, the pulsing halo that had hung over Chara's head flickered back into existence, whipping around the last dregs of mist into its sinister vortex as it hovered just underneath the shimmering skin of the barrier. Hanging beneath the halo was an empty red lattice in the shape of a human. The morning star ran through where its chest would be and a black flower clung to where its right eye would be. The sword sank into the lattice and tilted upside down, its hilt resting within the wire frame head and blade pointing downward. The flower's roots, as black as its petals, latched onto the hilt and dragged the flower toward the scarlet jewel. "And no," 2B clung to Nines, shivering. No, we won, it was supposed to be all over." 60 took her hand and squeezed it. 2B, what's going on?" The sword rotated until its blade pointed straight up and shot upward, piercing the halo and continuing on, lodging itself in the shimmering, near-invisible skin of the barrier. The ground shook, the wind kicking up once more in a vortex around the center of the cavern, tearing at the debris scattered on the ground and whipping it into a maelstrom. The barrier shattered, showering the cavern with sparkling motes of light. With a piercing roar, the morning star shot into the sky, the halo trailing beneath it, until the two of them vanished into a pinprick of light in the periwinkle sky. A thin pillar of light stretched down from the heavens to the spot where the sword had ascended from, pure and blinding white. All eyes were fixed on the heavens. Everybody waited with bated breath to see what would happen next. "So, Sans sidled up to the group, coughed, and cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Is it just me, or did the barrier just disappear?" 2B sighed with relief. Gabrieta looked up, her long and slender jaw agape, and began to sign excitedly as the cavern bloomed with bright and untempered sunlight. "Yeah, I know," Sans said. "Guess one of us should go back and tell the rest the good news." Gabrieta kept signing. No, it can't be me," Sans said, stretching his arms and yawning, "because I'm, really tired from summoning all those Gaster blasters." Gabrieta's fingers fluttered irritably. "Half? You made, like, 3 of them, Sans scoffed. I was always better at those things. I mean, that's why your dad taught me how to make them. Sans. Papyrus stomped over to the group, threw his arms around his brother, and lifted him high into the air. You made all those creepy laser shooting skulls. I'm so proud of you. I had no idea you had such hidden depths. Hey, bro, Sans gurgled, if I had a stomach, I wouldn't be able to stomach how hard you're squeezing me. Papyrus acquiesced and set Sans down, crouching in front of 2B. This was your doing, wasn't it? You taught Sans how not to be lazy behind my back. Feeling her strength, or at least a tiny bit of it, slowly returned to her, 2B sat up. No, she admitted. She didn't want to inform Papyrus that she intensely disliked spending time around Sans for various reasons, all of which Papyrus had no business knowing about, so she left it at that. And she sighed. Papyrus, she said, reaching out and laying her hand on his shoulder, I'm sorry about Undyne. The glee faded from Papyrus' face, but, much to 2B's surprise, only a little. It's okay, he insisted. Captain Undyne went out doing what she loved. Beating up the bad guy and saving the day. His voice began to quiver as tears leaked from his eye sockets. And she broke the barrier. Just like she always dreamed she would. Even if, technically, maybe, it wasn't her herself. 2B found herself grinning in spite of herself, in spite of her own tears. Yeah, she did, didn't she? I've always admired her, but now I admire her 3 times as much. Papyrus sniffed and wiped at his eyes. I'll do my best to live up to her example. Yeah, sure, Sans said, scuffing his slippers against the dirt. How about you start by going and telling everyone the barrier's gone? Papyrus jumped up and clicked his heels. Of course. I love to be the bearer of good news. And in a flash, he leaped into Emil's cart and took off. To her surprise, 2B rose to her feet, clinging to Gabrieta's black cloak for support. I guess we're all free, Nines said, standing up and taking hold of 2B's arm. What do we do next? An ear-splitting noise like 1,000 voices singing in harmony split the air, ringing through the entire mountain. A blood-red stain spread across the sky from horizon to horizon. Where the pillar of light terminated into the sky, a ragged, X-shaped fissure split the heavens, and within seconds, bright lights began to drift through the air above the mountain and fall upward into the fissure, swirling around its center like water circling a drain. In the back of her mind, 2B heard millions of unfamiliar voices screaming in terror, and she realized that the motes of light she was seeing traveling through the sky were the souls of every single android and machine on the surface of the Earth. She grabbed hold of Nines and 6-0, fearing they might be the next ones drawn into the horrific spectacle filling the air. Her gaze flitted between the base of the pillar of light and the X-shaped fissure in the sky. What is that? 6-0 gasped, trembling in fear. Nines clung even tighter to 2B as he gazed upward at the maelstrom. That's extinction, 2B said. Machines and androids alike. This, she intoned, taking in the nightmare stretching from horizon to horizon, is Chara's dream, fully realized at last. Chapter 61, Over the Rainbow. The ethereal maelstrom in the crimson sky churned with a slow, eerie grace, motes of light in all colors of the rainbow swirling around the center of the X-shaped fissure tearing the sky from horizon to horizon in all 4 cardinal directions. A heavenly sound rang through the air, a ringing, resonant hum that sounded the way a bell would if it could sing. Beneath that, 2B could hear the sound of the souls caught in the cyclone overhead cry out in pain, fear, and confusion, the harsh and electronically modulated wails of machine life forms blending with far more human-sounding cries of androids. That's, Nines gasped, shivering as he clung to 2B. That's everyone. They did it. 2B barely heard the words leave her mouth, conscious of her voice only by its vibrations in her throat. Chara is erasing everyone in this world. No matter how hard we fought, even then. 6-0 let out a piercing wail and fell to her knees, clutching at her chest. The pained outcry broke 2B from her stupor, cutting through the blanket of angelic noise filling the air. 2B took hold of 6-0 and pulled her up, pressing the aggrieved android tightly to her chest. 6-0, What's wrong? Are you? The words had scarcely left her mouth when Nines cried out in turn and fell to the ground, his fingers sliding across 2B's back and grappling weakly with the fabric of her shirt as he lost his grip on her. Nines. 2B gasped. Nines, please, don't. Pain like a vice squeezing her head and her chest struck her with the suddenness of a strike of lightning and the fury of a thunderclap, blanking out her mind and tearing what little strength remained from her body. She collapsed in a heap, a white-hot anguish centered in her chest as if her black box were trying to burn its way through her chassis. Was that what was happening? Was her soul being torn out of her body to join the others? Nines, hold on. 2B crawled through the dirt only a few centimeters, but it felt like 100 times the distance in her state toward him and fell on top of him as he writhed in agony. Don't go. She felt his cheek pressed against hers, heard his ragged and shallow breathing in harmony with hers, and prayed for his safety and 6OS. Whatever force up there in the heavens was directing this catastrophe, whether it was driven by Chara's will or something else, she silently prayed to it that it would spare these two. She would even offer up her own soul if it meant they would keep theirs. Take me instead. Take me instead. Take me. Gradually, the pain subsided and her head cleared. 2B shuddered and got up on her hands and knees, gasping and panting for breath. Nines. 6-0, she fell back to the ground, lying in a crumpled heap atop the other two androids. Her eyelids grew heavy as a soft, trembling hand 6OS, she guessed, caressed her cheek. Gabrietta took her by the shoulders and hoisted her up, laying a glowing hand on her chest, then did the same for 6-0 and Nines. Both of the other androids seemed haggard, their eyes blank and vacant, and as 2B struggled to remain conscious, she feared the worst may have befallen them. She still remembered how Nines had been when he'd had his soul taken away from him if his had once again been lost, and 6OS too, both swallowed up in the slow-motion tempest filling the sky. It would be a fate worse than death for the two of them, if they survived. Are they okay? She asked Gabrietta. The doctor tapped pensively on the side of her bony snout, lost in thought, and then signed something. Sans dutifully translated for her. Don't worry, they'll be fine, he said. These two sure spent a long time in the oven. What? They're tough cookies, Sans explained. Gabrietta glared at him. Your joke, not mine, Sans said, shrugging. His grin suggested that despite his claim to the contrary, the joke had been an embellishment on his part. Gabrietta crossed her arms and pouted. Our souls are trying to leave our bodies, 2B gasped, clutching at her sternum with enough force for her fingernails to leave crescent moon scars in her skin through her shirt as another pang ran through her black box, not as bad as before, but still enough to worry her. She looked up pleadingly at the doctor. Please, do something. The world spun around her and everything went black. Okay. Wake up, T. That's why. 2B, I. Stay determined. When 2B's sight returned garbled, indistinct, a mess of static and distortion, she was being propped up by a pair of strong, soft paws. 2B, Toriel whispered in her ear, her fur tickling her cheek, do not worry. Everything will be all right. I am here for you. The sound of her voice shocked 2B. 2, Was this a delusion? It had to be. How else could Toriel have gotten here in the blink of an eye? 2B became aware that a long period of time had passed her by in an instant, without her being even the slightest bit aware of it. And there had been no forced shutdown or reboot sequence, she'd simply zoned out. For how long? What had become of Nines and 6-0? How did you get here? She pulled herself to her feet, her head and chest throbbing, as Toriel rushed to steady her. 9S60. I have to know if they're. Another sharp pang ran through her black box, her head throbbing in sympathy with it. She fell into Toriel's expectant embrace. Analysis, Unit 2BS consciousness data, misaligned, sensory apparatuses, Pod 042 stated, its voice awash with static and fading in and out of 2BS ears. She had to strain to hear it. 2B gritted her teeth until her vision began to coalesce into something coherent, the sight of her pod swimming before her. It must have been a side effect of her soul trying to leave her body. 9S's voice rang in her clearing ears, assuaging the panic running through her mind. 2B, you're up again. Thank God, We've all been fading in and out these past few minutes, but you. 2B stumbled over to him and all but fell on top of him, grateful beyond measure to feel his forehead against the palm of her hand. Seconds later, Toriel took hold of her yet again and pulled her back into her furry embrace. "Well, at least you're up and about," Toriel said. "Are you all right, dear?" "For now," 2B gasped, huddling between Nines and 60. Nothing to be done then wait out the storm if such a thing were even possible. 60 slumped over and rested her head on 2B's shoulder. 2B knew full well that she or Nines, or herself could fall victim to the godlike force currently reshaping the earth at any moment. How much longer could any of them last? She looked around the cavern. Sans, Gabrietta, and Toriel were here, but Emil, Papyrus, and Alphys were not. "Where's Alphys?" she asked, concerned about the scientist's frail condition. Gabrietta signed something, and Sans translated. "She's fine," he assured 2B. "Just asleep." Saying goodbye to Undine really tired her out, if you know what I mean, he added with a body wink. Gabrietta scowled at him, her fingers fluttering angrily. "Well, yeah, I know, you didn't say that," he said, "but you meant it." Clutching her skull in her hands and shaking her head, Gabrietta stomped off. "Sans, there are children here," Toriel scolded him. 2B stood up gingerly and hesitantly, as if expecting another seizure to rack her body. But seconds passed in silence with no sudden bursts of anguish, not for 2B, or for either of the other two androids. Nines glanced upward at the dancing lights and said precisely what was on 2B's mind. "Why is it having such a hard time taking our souls? We're right below it." "Storms," said Nines, "sometimes have these calm spots, right in the center. Maybe that's where we are. Under the eye. If it gets safer the closer we get to the center," 60 gasped and winced, clutching at her chest. "Then the safest place must be inside that pillar." "Negative. Pod 153 and I have completed analysis of the Pillar of Light," said Pod 042. "Trace elements of Unit 13B's base code and that of 6 other Yoarha units is present throughout the pillar, forming the architecture of what seems to be a Gestalt consciousness. It is likely to have powerful self-defense mechanisms inside." "You mean, this thing is alive?" 2B asked. "Observation, several vulnerable data ports have been detected," Pod 153 added, its mangled body returning to 9S's side. "These data ports may provide access into the entire pillar's inner workings. Proposal: Unit 9 should attempt to hack into the pillar and disable its core functionality. Doing so may cease the debilitating seizures currently being experienced by Units 2B, 9s, and 60. Nines stared up and down the length of the shining pillar and gulped. I am supposed to hack that? Are you nuts?" "Hypothesis: there also appears to be an inner structure within the pillar," said Pod 042. "If Unit 9s can hack into it, create a physical entrance, and disable whatever self-defense systems it may have in place, Unit 2B may be capable of entering the pillar and destroying it from the inside." "Destroy it from the inside?" 60 asked, incredulous. "2B, see, can you even stand up?" 2B took a deep breath. "Does anyone else have a plan?" She looked to everyone else looked away. Nines took her hand and squeezed it comfortingly. "Guess that's a no, huh? All right. Let's hope for good luck, then." Forcing herself to her feet, 2B banished her apprehension and picked up Khalidbolg, registering it to her NFCS. "Pod, any idea what kind of resistance I'll have to deal with in there?" "Negative," Pod 042 answered. "There is no telling what the pillar may be capable of generating in order to defend itself." 2B picked up the Joyeuse next. 9S, can you extend my NFCS's available weapon slots like you did to yours?" "Sure." Nines reached for the back of her neck and laid his hand there. A frigid icicle drove into the back of 2B's brain for a second before melting away and leaving behind a numb tingling. "Done. I've maxed it out to 6. 2B registered the Joyeuse, then her own virtuous contract, then took Chara's 2 daggers from Nines. Like Pod 042 had said, she had no idea of knowing what she would be up against, so it would be in her best interest to stockpile as much of an armory as she could, especially considering the special abilities Chara's weapons possessed. With one slot still open, she walked over to the vine-covered Otaki once wielded by 6E, and before that, by her first mentor, 14E. The long, curved blade stuck out from the ground as a monument, but its blade was still sharp. 2B reached for the hilt. Her fingers stiffened as her bare skin came in contact with the hilt's elegant wrapping and her breath grew short. She'd never liked laying hands on this blade. The wills of its former masters seemed to surround it like a baleful aura, but knew she could wield it if need be. She curled her fingers around the hilt and ripped the sword from the ground, letting the torn-apart vines that had once encircled the blade like a double helix drift to the soil. Her NFCS took hold of her armaments and positioned them optimally. The two largest swords, Kalidbolg and 6ES Otaki, hovering at her back, Karnwenin and the sword of Gujian sheathed at her waist, their blades crossed over the small of her back, the Joyous mounted on her right hip, and the Virtuous Contract on her left. "Let's, hope that's overkill," Nines commented as he watched 2B, bristling with weaponry, rejoin the group. "I'd rather be overprepared than underprepared," 2B said. She paused in mid-stride as the full breadth of the struggle ahead bore down on her. This pillar and the storm which sprouted from it like the branches and leaves of a mighty tree was greater in magnitude than any foe she had ever fought. Machines, monsters, other androids, and even Chara paled in comparison to its sheer scope. And she was tired. She'd risked her life countless times before, but this time was different. This time, the odds had never been less in her favor. She didn't even know if any of the power she had over the flow of time meant anything in the face of this thing. How would she defeat an enemy that stretched from this underground cavern all the way to the stratosphere, especially in her condition? "You're not afraid to go in there, are you?" 6O asked her. "Of course not," 2B lied, calling on the detached, clinical tone she'd always spoken in as a soldier to mask her anxiety. "I have my mission and I'll see it through to the end, no matter how I feel." To the end. 6O cringed and looked away. "Of the mission," 2B assured her, patting her on the shoulder. "Not me." 6O looked back at 2B, her fragile smile not quite reaching her eyes. She let out a cracked and hair-trending sigh as she laid her hand atop 2B's. "You'd better make it out. Because the next time I give you a dancing lesson," she said, tears welling up in her eyes, "I'll make sure there'll be music." She threw herself at 2B and wrapped her arms around her, narrowly avoiding cutting herself on the bristling armory hovering around 2B's body, and planted a kiss on her cheek, another kiss on her cheek, a kiss on her lips. Hers were damp and salty. "Don't worry about me." 2B gently pushed 6O away, wiping away her tears with her finger. "However long it takes for me to bring this thing down, you'll have to stay strong and hold yourself together. Because if you aren't here when I make it out." 6O's wide, soft eyes bored into hers and 2B found words failing her. "Everything we did to keep you safe would have been a waste. And I'd miss you." Oh okay," 6O said. 2B glanced downward, still holding onto 6O's shoulders. She regretted having said that. It wasn't anything close to the sentiment she'd wanted to express. "I'll start a garden for you," 2B added. "What? A garden? Don't you like flowers?" "Well, yeah, of course, but," 6O's mouth curled into a warmer smile. "I mean, a gardener? You. I could try. We can plant, 2B realized that she only really knew anything about two flowers. "Marigolds," said 6O. "Sure. And honeysuckle, and crocuses, and dahlias. And roses, too, of course, and coriander." "I don't know what those are," 2B admitted. "They're flowers. All of them." 6O hugged her again. "Oh, 2B. Maybe leave the gardening to me, okay?" "Okay." 2B nodded. With a strained, yet genuine smile on her face, 6O leaned in and pressed her lips against 2B's once more. Her hands reached up and curled softly around the collar of 2B's shirt. "Is this going to be the last chance I have to do this?" 2B wondered, focusing on the warmth in her chest and the shortness of her breath to better cherish the moment as she wrapped her arms around 6O and pressed her closer. A black slit formed at the base of the shining pillar of light, an invisible force tugging at its lips until it deformed into a round, gaping aperture revealing a black abyss. Shimmering hints of some sort of glassy, crystalline structure glittered in the void within. Nines stood before the aperture with his hand out, his shoulders heaving with exertion. Our pods were right. That thing's bigger on the inside, both in its physical and software architecture, he gasped. A two-pronged attack in physical space and hacking space. I think that's our best shot at destroying it. 2B nodded. That door won't stay open for long. And if it closes, Nines sighed with exhaustion. It might not open again. You have to hurry. Got it. 2B took a deep breath to calm her nerves and stepped closer to Nines, dropping her voice to a low whisper. 2B, Nines said, resting a hand on her shoulder. I'm glad we had so much time to spend together. Me, too. 2B snaked her arm around his waist and pulled him closer, resting her cheek against the top of his head. We had something we could only dream of, and it was better than I'd ever imagined. I'll love you, 2B. 2B threw her arms around him and pressed him close, inhaling the musty scent of his dirty and disheveled hair as the cataclysm filling the crimson sky overhead tugged yet again on her soul. I love you, too, Nines. She winced and gasped as another intangible twist of an invisible knife wrenched her black box, static clouding her eyes and ears, doubting how long she could keep her soul from flying out and joining the millions of lights filling the sky. She feared that however long she could keep this inexorable force at bay, Nines and 60 would give out much sooner. She and Nines had to finish this and soon. Once the pain had passed, 2B nudged Nines aside and stepped forward, only for a heavy paw to fall on her shoulder, its grip tightening. She turned around to see Toriel towering over her, her eyes glistening. Don't go, the Queen said, her voice hoarse and so weak it could barely be called a whisper. I am sure we will think of some way to preserve the souls of the three of you. You can come home. We do not have to concern ourselves with the surface world. We can simply have a quiet, peaceful life. A quiet, peaceful life. That had been 2B's only ambition for so long. Before she'd come here, it had only been a meaningless flight of fancy, a simple pipe dream, as unattainable as it was impossible to truly imagine. Once she'd attained it, she hadn't wanted to let go of it. Toriel hugged her, gripping her so tightly that 2B could have sworn she heard something inside of her crack. Her embrace was, as always, cozier than the softest blanket, even if it wasn't for the firm grip she had on her. 2B would have found it difficult to escape anyway, and especially not now. Because, 2B knew, it could be the last time she ever felt all that warm, soft fur envelop her. If you and Nines go there, Toriel said, pointing at the aperture at the base of the pillar, I fear neither of you will survive. But if you stay here, you may have a chance. Mom. 2B's breath caught in her throat. Do not make me bury any more children. Toriel squeezed her eyes shut and grimaced as if in terrible agony. Do not make me mourn any of you. Do not force me to cradle your broken bodies and weep over your lifeless faces. I will not allow it. I will not permit you to leave me alone yet again. She crumpled to her knees, her head bowed as though she were in prayer. For the first time, this giant of a woman, this tall, noble, regal once queen who'd always towered over everybody else, seemed to 2B to be so much smaller than she'd ever been. I will do it for you, Toriel choked out, trembling, her paws sinking into the dirt. I will go. You will stay. I will brave whatever dangers lie within that pillar of light and you will stay behind, and live, and laugh, and be happy. You wouldn't survive, 2B countered. 2B couldn't explain to Toriel that she'd lost her twice already, couldn't explain that it had been her fault both times, couldn't explain that she couldn't be responsible for such a kind woman's death for a third time. I do not care. Toriel shuddered, her shoulders quaking. After a lifetime of running, it is the least I can do. It is, the least I must do. Nines tapped 2B on the shoulder. I can't hold the door open much longer, 2B. It's now or never. 2B crouched down in front of Toriel and laid a hand on her head, her fingers sinking into the old queen's soft, thick, warm fur. I'll come back, she told her. I promise. That is what they all said. Toriel sniffled as she lifted her head and stared 2B in the eyes, a waterfall of tears dampening her cheeks. I know you are trying to be brave, but I would rather have you alive than brave. Toriel clamped her paws around 2B's wrists with an iron grip. That is all any good mother wants for her children, she continued. Mothers are supposed to be brave for their children's sake and sacrifice for their sake because children are supposed to outlive their parents. Her outburst was forceful and shocking enough to make 2B flinch. Toriel was all but screaming at her now. Please, Toriel, 2B tried to pull her hands free. Let me go. No, 2B, Toriel said, gritting her teeth. I will not let you end up like Asriel. Or any of the others. She took a ragged, shuddering breath and drew herself up to her full height, towering over 2B. You and Nines will run along home like good children and I will do what I. Her grip on 2B's wrists faltered, weakened, and went slack. She slumped to the ground mid-sentence, her eyes rolling back before she collapsed in a heap and lay motionless on the ground. 2B stood before her in shock, wondering if Toriel had worked herself into such a fervor that her organs had failed. Wasn't such a thing possible? Sans, standing behind Toriel, dusted off his hands. Don't worry. She's not taking that kind of dirt nap. You can thank me later, he said. 2B breathed a sigh of relief. Sans had simply knocked her unconscious. But why? She asked him. Look, I have the weirdest feeling I know what you're thinking right now. Sans shrugged. Something like, this is what happens when people like me take it easy, right? 2B involuntarily gritted her teeth. Damn, that skeleton's bafflingly on-point insights. You had a lot of power and a lot of responsibility, Sans said. And you didn't use it. Not being all accusatory here, I mean, I'm not gonna call you lazy or a coward or anything, otherwise I'd look like a big, fat hypocrite. He shrugged. Anyway, I don't doubt you had your reasons, and I'm not going to stand here and tell you your reasons weren't good, whatever they were. That's not really for me to decide. Not now, anyway. But I digress. If you want to go ahead with this, then go ahead. I don't suppose you feel like helping, 2B said. Well, you see, I would go with you, Sans added, coughing surreptitiously into the crook of his elbow, but it seems pretty dangerous, and I don't know what would happen if I wasn't there to cut the crusts off Papyrus sandwiches the way he likes. So, yeah. Best of luck. Thanks, 2B said. She crouched down before Toriel's unconscious body and gently lifted one of her long, floppy ears. Until we meet again, Toriel, she whispered. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. I promise I'll come back. 2B did an about-face and pressed onward, striding toward the pitch-black aperture and stepping into it. Friends. Family. Neighbors. Sans. She had made promises to all of them, and swore a silent oath to keep them. But the pragmatic and pessimistic sections of her mind had different designs. This might be my last goodbye. If I don't ever see you again, thank you for being there for me when I needed you. All of you. But she couldn't bear to say it out loud. Darkness and silence engulfed her. Nines wiped his brow as the aperture he'd struggled to keep open closed, locking 2B in. It vanished without a trace. Statement: Unit 2B and Pod 042 have entered the pillar, Pod 153 announced. All data transmission from them has ceased. It is likely that communication with them can be facilitated directly through the pillar's programming. Proposal: prioritize making contact with Unit 2B and Tactical Support Pod 042. 60 took his arm. Take care of her, okay? She wore a nervous, fragile, anxious grin. She promised me a garden. Don't worry, Nines said. I haven't met anything I haven't been able to hack, he assured her, conveniently forcing himself to ignore all of the things he'd met that he hadn't been able to hack. I know you two must be really tired, 60 said, so I mean. I just wish there was more I could. Her eyes squeezing shut, she clamped her hands over her mouth to suppress an anguished outcry and collapsed to her knees. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Nines felt the same wrenching pain tear at his chest as well, nearly biting his tongue as he clenched his jaw, his legs crumpling beneath him. Nines grabbed 60 and pulled her up with him, dragging her closer to the pillar. With each step, he felt the pain recede. It seemed that, as he'd hoped, putting less distance between himself and 60 and the pillar brought them close enough to the eye of the storm to make a palpable difference. You want to know how you can help us? Nines asked, laying a hand on the pillar. Despite seeming white-hot, its glowing surface was actually cold. Just hold on. 60 sat with her back to the pillar and leaned against it, her shoulders rising and falling in time with the deep breaths she took. Not everyone can fight. And that's okay, Nines assured her. 2B and I don't need you to fight for us. We just need you to be there for us when we come back. Thanks, 9S. 60 closed her eyes. Good luck. Nines nodded, gathered his courage, pretended he wasn't exhausted as best he could, and dived into the pillar's inner working, immersing himself fully into hacking space. What he found there, separated from his body which now stood statue still in the outside world, defied his imagination. Nines had been in hacking space countless times. He'd hacked computers the size of his thumbnail and behemoth-class machine life forms the size of mountains, memory cards with scarcely a terabyte of storage space and servers containing thousands of yottabytes worth of data. He'd never seen an environment like this in his life. He stood before a bustling metropolis of data, his body projected as a faintly flickering, semi-translucent apparition into hacking space. The sword in his hand was now a projected beam of white light carved into the rough shape of a curved, single-edged blade. Pod 153-2 hovered at his side in the form of a simplified hologram comprised of featureless white polygons roughly approximating its shape. Its missing manipulator arms and slightly misshapen chassis approximated the damage it had sustained in real life. Hacking space tended to be a flat, sparse universe, all whites, blacks, and grays, all hard right angles, all squares, and rectangles, but this was anything but. There were still the same neat, orderly pathways, all straight lines on the plane, but, the plane of the universe, the fabric of its simulated space-time, was twisted and curved, bulging and swelling in some places, sinking and pinching in others. The right angles every fork in every road met at weren't always perpendicular, parallel paths occasionally intersected, some lanes running across the landscape seemed to disappear into the vast gray emptiness around them as soon as Nines tried to look at them. Some appeared out of nowhere but vanished if Nines looked at any structures adjacent to them. Deep at the bottom of the twisted maze, forming the point of an inverted pyramid, was the same thing Nines had seen in hacking space when he'd hacked into Chara those few times during their earlier battle. Surrounding a central hub were 7 black monoliths linked by bustling highways filled with data packets speeding back and forth. 7 nodes. 1 for each of the black boxes Chara's sword, the Morning Star, had absorbed. If there was a key to stopping whatever this pillar was, it was there. Okay, Nines whispered, trying to focus on the landscape that stretched before him without losing his lunch as he set out into the depths of the pillar's programming. Let's get going. The aperture behind 2B closed behind her, sealing her within the pillar. Her eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness. She was standing on a round platform that seemed to be made from flawless crystal. It seemed well lit, despite the absence of any light source, and its transparent surface shimmered and gleamed with a rainbow hue that shifted whenever the angle 2B looked at it from changed. The edge of the platform was ringed with what seemed to be an elegantly carved pattern of vines and flowers carved from the same crystalline substance. A spiral staircase extended from the platform and curved around its perimeter, its twisting arch passing over 2B's head until it connected with another platform far above her. Its banister, too, had floral ornaments. 2B looked up and saw a myriad of sparkling, nearly transparent crystal platforms hanging above her against the vast, empty matte black background and stretching upward until they vanished into the distance. Some of the platforms were linked by staircases, some were propped up by arched and fluted columns, and some simply floated in the air with no visible supports. Clusters of crystalline tubules hovered in the air like wind chimes, occasionally swaying and letting out glassy, bell-like chimes with ringing, humming overtones even though there was no wind to disturb them. Statement: communication has been lost between Unit 9s and Pod 153, Pod 042 announced. Hypothesis: this area appears to resemble a pocket universe, separate from normal space-time, making contact with the outside world impossible. It is likely that Unit 9s will be able to re-establish contact later by manipulating the pillar's programming. 2B almost felt as though the pod was trying to reassure her. Massive energy signature detected 1,000 meters above us, Pod 042 added. Proposal: Unit 2B should ascend the pillar to disrupt said energy signature. Only a kilometer? 2B asked. Doesn't this pillar stretch all the way into the stratosphere? Hypothesis: this may be another manifestation of the pillar's warped internal space-time, Pod 042 answered. 2B knew that was the best explanation she was going to get. Drawing the virtuous contract in case any enemies spontaneously appeared in this strange realm, 2B gritted her teeth and hurried up the stairs. Her boots made loud, ringing, echoing noises against the crystal stairs with every step she took. The crystal chimes hovering in the air jangled and tolled like tiny bells in sympathy with each step's protests. Nines crossed one of the narrow alleys leading deeper into the pillar's systems, stopping to look into every open data port he passed by. It didn't take long for him to come across one that let him route Pod 153's long-range communications through the pillar and allow it to link up with Pod 042, although every moment he spent with no way of knowing whether 2B was okay or not felt like an hour. Time tended to pass very quickly in hacking space, anyway. 2B? Can you hear me? It's me, 9S, he called out as he continued on down the pathway into the labyrinth. He couldn't hide the nervousness in his voice. 9's. 2B answered. Her voice was projected through Pod 153's white silhouette. She sounded completely calm, which relieved 9's. If there was any opposition for her to face, she hadn't run up against it yet. How's it going? 9's called out. There's no need to raise your voice, 9's. I can hear you just fine. Oh. Sorry. 9's lowered his voice to a speaking volume. Any obstacles yet? Not yet. Just a lot of stairs, 2B said. She sounded almost disappointed. What about you? Well, I've got a bone to pick with this place's interior decorator, said 9's, but so far, nothing's tried to stop me. Guess we should count our blessings, huh? For now. Let's enjoy this while it lasts. Take care of yourself, 9's. You too, 2B. 9's heard a peal of sharp laughter from within the pillar. 2B froze as she ascended the crystal staircase. The voice assaulting her ears was, "Alert, Yoarha black boxes detected." 2B craned her neck and stared up as a familiar figure coalesced on the platform ahead of her out of thin air. It formed itself from the inside out, first a glittering black box that hung suspended in midair, then a metal skeleton blossoming out from it, then armored plating and a network of blood and coolant vessels and nervous circuitry sprouting and flowing through the endoskeleton, then muscle, then skin, and finally clothes and hair and weapons. A tall, pale android in an ornate black cloak stood before her, her whitish lilac hair done up in long, thick, curly pigtails. A slim, glittering blade nearly as long as she was tall was slung over her shoulder. She smiled and cocked her head. Well, 2E. I'm so glad we could finally see each other again. 2B, what's going on? Where's that laughter coming from? 9's asked. It can't be. 6E, 2B spat. With a lazy swing of her sword, 6E leaped down the staircase, and in an instant, all of the primal fear that had frozen 2B's blood turned to white-hot anger. How dare this creature live again? 2B met the flashing blade of the Oda key with the virtuous contract, the ringing of the clashing blades reverberating through the crystalline structure that filled the pillar. You stupid little girl, said 6E, laughing as she ground her blade against 2B's. What are you doing here? Are you lost? Are you looking for your mommy? Or are you here to let me guess destroy this place? 2B broke away from 6E, set aside the virtuous contract, and drew Karnwenin, vanishing in mid-lunge in front of 6E and reappearing behind her. 6E whirled around, disoriented, just as 2B drew Khalidbolg, swung it, and blew her away with the shockwave. 2B watched 6E tumble down the stairs in two neat pieces with more than a great deal of satisfaction. Hypothesis, it is unlikely that this unit is the same 6E known by Unit 2B, said Pod 042. The pillar is likely drawing on the data absorbed from the Yoarha black boxes, along with Unit 2B's own memory data, to create the ideal antagonists for Unit 2B. It isn't doing a very good job, said 2B as she turned around and pressed onward. Do I have to be the one to remind you to be careful what you wish for? 9's asked. Almost as if on cue, another 6E appeared on the platform, guarding the next staircase. This time, she was flanked by 5 other androids clad in Yoarha heavy armor, all equipped with swords, spears, axes, and knives. You didn't let me finish, 2E, said 6E, as if this were the same person 2B had just chopped in half. She wagged her finger. Mind your manners, dearie. You do still have those, don't you? Or did you forget them all when you ran away? 2B felt confident engaging these enemies, even though her muscles still burned with exhaustion and her nervous circuits felt frayed and stressed. Chara's weaponry had incredible applications. If only they'd had the skill to utilize them properly, 2B and 9s would have met their match long ago. Pod 042 shot at the androids, riddling them with bullets. 2B weaved through the sea of blades as the enemy androids pounced on her, using Karn Wenin to zip past them and break through their ranks. She jabbed the sword of Gujian into one of the Yorha soldier's eyes, shattering the green optical sensor and the eye behind it, then narrowly whirled around quickly enough to parry 6Es Otaki with the joy use. 2B, are you alright? 9s shouted out, his voice tinny as it emitted from Pod 042's speakers. A spearhead pierced 2B's side, drawing a pained yelp out of her as it buried itself in her flesh and cracked her armored chassis. She grabbed the shaft of the spear, gritting her teeth, and yanked on it. The Yorha soldier holding onto the spear stumbled forward, and 2B, still clutching the spear, drew Karn Wenin, phased past the soldier, and planted a kick into the small of her back. The soldier fell from the edge of the platform with a scream. Fine, 2B growled, clutching at her side. Blood gushed through her fingers unimpeded now that the spearhead was no longer plugging the wound. As another soldier rushed at her, she swept her leg across the floor, caught the shaft of the discarded spear, and kicked it at the soldier. It hit the soldier in the throat and knocked her back. 6E pounced at 2B, knocking her to the floor, and whacked her in the forehead with the pommel of her sword. 2B saw stars as colors flickered in her visual display. 6E pressed the blunt side of her sword against 2B's throat and began to press down. What are you even doing here? Trying to destroy this place? Is that it? 6E pressed down harder, crushing 2B's windpipe. Why bother? Wormwood is wiping clean the sick world that created people like you and me. After all, isn't it better to let it all go? What's there worth keeping? Whose? Wormwood. 2B gurgled. 6E laughed. Do you really think you'll live long enough to find out? As the air in her lungs grew stale and her black box began to whine, 2B drove her daggers into 6E's sides. She phased through 6E and ended up lying on top of her, much to the enemy android's surprise, and quickly buried the sword of Gujian in her back a second time. 6E instantly froze, her body turning into a pure black silhouette. Pod. Spear. A forest of white light spears burst from the floor on 2B's command, skewering two of the remaining armored androids. Undeterred, the one-eyed soldier attacked 2B again. 2B parried the soldier's axe with the joy use and threw the sword of Gujian at her. The copper blade buried itself in the soldier's chest. The soldier's body froze. 2B looked down at 6E's body. Yes, she said, in response to the android's question. I do. Alert. Unit 2B's fuel filter has been damaged. Replacement advised, Pod 042 warned. 2B winced as she pressed on the wound in her side. Is it urgent? She asked. Negative. All right, then. Give me some staunching gel and let's keep going. Pod 042 dutifully administered treatment to the wound. Almost as soon as the clear gel had settled in the wound and stopped the bleeding, another trio of Yorha soldiers appeared before 2B along with not one, but two 6E models. They laughed their haughty, sardonic laughs in stereo. 2B had never heard a more grating sound. 9s hurried through hacking space, not only trying to get closer to the center, but trying to find some part of the system he could wrangle to exert some influence over whatever 2B's opponents were. Most of the data ports he came across were useless red herrings, but eventually, he stumbled upon a few he could use to influence the pillar's deployment of its physical defenses. Not control it entirely, there were way too many forces working against him, but enough to make things easier for 2B. 2B, I'm going to try altering the spawn rates of your enemies, he announced. This system is self-correcting, so nothing I do will be permanent, but it should lighten your workload for at least a minute or so. Got it, 2B replied, her voice emanating from 9's pod at his side. He could hear the sound of swords clashing behind her. 9's cracked his knuckles as he stood atop the port marked on the floor. It wasn't necessary, but it felt right. All right, Pod. Let's begin. A white wall sprang up behind and in front of Nines, blocking him in. He ran to either side of the narrow channel to find another way out. Below him was an empty abyss. Unless he looked over the left edge, in which case below the alleyway was the upstairs he'd come down from. Nines found a new appreciation for environments where space made sense. Nines mentally kicked himself. Had the port been nothing but a honeypot? 7 black rods burst out of the smooth, flat floor, encircling Nines. What is this? Nines asked, eyeing the cylindrical rods as they loomed over him. The rod's smooth surfaces began to churn and roil, transforming them into shapeless masses of shifting black cubes. Hypothesis, Pod 153 said. The system is analyzing Unit 9's memory region to create the perfect defense. The black pillars continued to fester and bubble until they coalesced into humanoid forms. What do you mean? Nines asked, eyeing the black pillars warily as a chill ran up his spine. Statement, the perfect defense against Unit 9's would be a perfect defense, Pod 153 explained. A perfect defense, of course, would be something that has the greatest likelihood of successfully terminating Unit 9's. It was simple biology. A living organism with a functional immune system developed antibodies perfectly tailored to destroy the root causes of an infection or illness. Here, 9's was the invading virus seeking to destroy from within, and these things. 9's. 2B asked amid the frantic sound of combat. What's wrong? 9's. 9's swallowed a hard lump of trepidation. Before his eyes, the pillars took the shape of pale, doll-like figures in elegant black blouses and skirts, long and gleaming white katanas gripped in their hands, cropped silvery hair framing their porcelain-smooth faces, and black cloth strips covering their eyes. 7 exact replicas of 2B. No, not exact replicas of 2B, but rather perfect facsimiles of 2E surrounded him. 2E models, he gasped. What did you say? 9's. Are you all right? So, he said, hiding the nervous tremolo in his voice, these are the system's antibodies. Affirmative, said Pod 153. The 2E models all attacked in unison. 9's. 2B shouted out, struggling to hear both her own voice and 9's over the sound of her swords clashing with her foe's weaponry. 2E models, 7 of them, don't worry, got it under control. 2B dived under the synchronized swinging of the twin 6Es blades, swept the 2 androids' legs out from under them, and swapped out her sword for Kalidbolg, leaping to her feet and raising the massive golden sword above her head to deliver a killing blow. Something grabbed her from behind. 2B whirled around only to find that one of the armored soldiers had swiped her daggers from her and registered them to her own NFCS. 2B swung Kalidbolg, but the soldier ducked underneath the shockwave and vanished. The other 2 soldiers standing behind her weren't so blessed with fast reflexes and were torn apart and thrown off the glass platform and into the black abyss. 2B narrowly avoided more synchronized attacks from the 2 6Es, fending off both their strikes while keeping a watchful eye out for the Yoarha soldier who'd stolen one of her daggers. At last, she managed to drive Kalidbolg through one of the twins' chests, the shockwave blowing a hole through her back. Pod 042 drove the other 6E back long enough for 2B to finish her off as well. 2B turned to face the android who'd purloined her dagger. Now, she growled, 4. The android tossed Karnwennen into the abyss just as 2B caught up with her and sliced through her torso with a single swift stroke. 2B saw the black dagger vanish into the distance as the 2 halves of her foe hit the floor. Statement, it is unlikely that Unit 2B will be able to reacquire that weapon, Pod 042 commented. These things are getting smarter, 2B thought. Trying to deprive me of my advantages. It would do well for her not to underestimate these opponents. 2B had not taken 5 steps up the staircase before another half-dozen armored Yoarha troops and another 6E appeared above her. Damn it! 2B swore, throwing herself up the staircase at her new opponents. 6E grinned and vanished as 2B swung Kalidbolg in a wide arc. The other androids scattered. 2B felt something clamp down on her wrist once her arm had swung all the way back. It was just when Pod 042 called out, behind Unit 2B, that 2B felt herself pulled off her feet and thrown down the stairs. 2B tucked her legs under her and rolled down the stairs, quickly righting herself. And saw, staring down at her, 6E wielding both Kalidbulg holding the massive golden sword one-handed and a familiar black dagger. "Oh," she said, admiring the ornate metalworking of the legendary sword. "I like this one." "Hypothesis, the pillar is learning," said Pod 042, "how to synthesize Unit 2B's weaponry." 2B drew her mouth in an anxious, sardonic grimace. "Great," she said. Here she was, fighting an enemy that was slowly but surely gaining all of her advantages as she lost them, and meanwhile, Nines was struggling to survive against a bunch of doppelgangers of her. With an aggrieved roar, 2B drew her own Oda key and charged up the stairs again. 9SS sword ground against one of the 2E model's ivory blades as he struggled to slip through the 7 units' clutches. These simulated androids, these virtual machines, looked exactly like 2B down to the smallest detail, but their faces were inexpressive, inflexible, and doll-like. There was an overwhelming sense of wrongness to them. Nines was thankful for that. It made it easier for him. If these things had looked too much like 2B, he'd have struggled to fight back. He slipped through the rapidly enclosing ring around him, dodging and weaving through swinging blades by the skin of his teeth. The arena he had to fight in was narrow and cramped, which made it slightly easier to keep the 7 2E models clustered together and hopefully less dangerous. Pod 153 fired at the 2E models in short spurts. Its offensive capabilities in real life may have been roughly nil now, but in hacking space, it was as capable as ever. The salvo of bullets rang out over 9SS head. He pressed onward, doggedly pursued and struggling to stay even one step ahead of his pursuers. The mind-bending architecture of hacking space boxed him in, forcing him across obstacle after obstacle, his enemy's swords just barely nicking his back. With every time the cold steel blades put another notch in his coat and his skin beneath it, 9S felt his black box grow hotter, his mouth grow drier, and his blood pump harder. Of course, none of it was real. But it felt real, it hurt, and if he died in here. Nines tried not to think about that. "These 2E models," he said, panting with exertion as he tried to keep his cool, "are nothing compared to you, 2B. "How do you know that?" 2B asked. "Because there's 7 of them and only 1 of you, and they haven't killed me once yet," he boasted. "That's," 2B gasped as if in pain. "An interesting way of looking at things. You okay?" "Fine. Worry about your own problems, Nines." Nines did as he was told, crossing the labyrinth with great haste as the 2E units chased after him. "Analysis, these 2E units," said Pod 153, "are virtual machines. They possess the complete logical structure of a Yorha unit simulated within the pillar's computer systems. Proposal, Unit 9s should hack into them and disable them." Nines smirked. "A hack within a hack? Can do." He skidded to a halt, threw out his hands, and hacked into the lead 2E unit before it could barrel straight into him, disrupting its motor's systems and causing it to flail wildly and stumble backward into its fellow simulated androids, its swinging sword tearing through them. While the other 2E units cut it to pieces, Nines used the welcome distraction to put more distance between himself and his enemies. Soon, the other 2E units fell so far behind that he lost sight of them, much to his relief. Until one more 2E unit spontaneously appeared in front of him. Without thinking, Nines hit the floor and dived under its legs, springing up and driving his sword through its unprotected back right between its shoulder blades. The impaled 2E unit slumped over and fell to the floor, laying there with its limbs sprawled out as scarlet blood pooled underneath it, staining its skin and snow-white hair. His chest heaving, Nines retched and gagged, suppressing a violent shudder as a wave of nausea nearly bowled him over. He clamped his hand over his mouth as he tried to collect himself. It wasn't 2B. He knew that. But it looked so much like her. The corpse dissolved into a puddle of black and gray pixels, bloodstain and all, leaving nothing behind as the pixels faded into the ether. Nines shook his head as if to throw off the nausea and pressed onward. Toriel's head pounded when she awoke and picked herself up off the ground. As she brushed the dirt from her fur, she noticed a conspicuous absence. Nines was standing as still as a statue next to the pillar of light, his outstretched hand resting on the surface and his battered pod hovering at his side. 6-0 was huddled at his side. But as for 2B, what happened? Toriel asked, gingerly rubbing the back of her head and finding a tender, bruised lump beneath her fur. You tried to stop 2B and Sans came up behind you and Gabrietta began to sign. Sans grabbed hold of her hands. You just, got so stressed that you passed out. You've got to learn to take it easier, Tori. Humph. Where is 2B? Sans shrugged. She is in the pillar, isn't she? She's, not in the pillar, Sans answered shiftily, stuffing his bony hands into his pockets. With her hands free, Gabrietta immediately went back to telling Toriel exactly what had happened. Only half paying attention to Gabrietta, Toriel counted the knots in Sans' answer. You let her go. I mean, Sans began to sweat. You let her go. Sans flinched. You saw how many swords she was carrying. I didn't really want to be decapitated. It'd make my life pretty, Dullahan. I have a sword that will be pretty Dullahan when I am finished chopping you to pieces with it, Toriel muttered. She immediately felt her gut churn from how mean-spirited that pun of hers was, but she just hadn't been able to help herself. To say she was in a foul mood was an understatement. How could 2B have done such a thing? Why was it that every child Toriel met seemed to have an uncontrollable death wish? What did it mean that Toriel attracted such people time and time again and consistently failed to dissuade them from heading off to their bloody fates? Was there something wrong with her? Was it all just the universe punishing her for what she had allowed to happen to Asriel and Chara all those years ago? If when she gets back, Toriel said, trying to keep her composure as she pulled herself to her feet, her head still throbbing and the cavern spinning around her, she is very, very, very grounded. The ground began to shake. Now what? She snapped at nobody in particular. Motes of light floated down from the sky, drifting lazily until they reached the ground. And as they set upon the churned soil blanketing the floor of the cavern, they blossomed into machines of all shapes and sizes, some tiny, some the size of two-story houses, all bristling with wicked weaponry. The machines surrounded the pillar, the beady little eyes on their round, featureless heads all glowing bright red. They did not seem friendly in the slightest. Sans groaned. Well, he said, this is what I get for thinking I could just stand here twiddling my thumbs. Gabs, you got some blasters to spare? He asked, tugging on Gabrietta's wrist. I think I'm a little short. A trio of wolfish skulls appeared in front of the two skeletal monsters. Toriel glanced over her shoulder at Nines and 6-0, then turned her attention back to the machines. What could she do to protect these children? And whatever she could do, was she even capable at all of doing it? Alert, the pillar appears to be manifesting physical defense systems both inside and outside its main structure, Pod 153 warned as it drifted behind Nines. What do you mean? Nines asked. Similarly to the way physical Yoarha units are being created inside the pillar to attack 2B, similar units are being manifested outside the pillar. Unit 9's physical body is at risk. Proposal, Unit 9's should exit hacking space. Nines gritted his teeth and pressed onward, picking up speed and leaping from one platform to another, his pursuers quickly falling behind. Not an option. If I stop this hack, I can't pick up where I left off. Unit 9's risks termination if his body is not sufficiently defended. If I pull out now, I'll leave 2B behind. Response, but if Unit 9's is terminated. Pod 153's voice was replaced with 2B's. 9S, get out of hacking space and defend your body, she shouted at him. But the mission. Now. You've done enough. I can handle it from here. You're a bad liar, 2B. Nines pressed onward. It was the only way. If he picked up the pace, he could get to the hub and shut down the pillar before his body incurred any significant damage. You need me in here. We'll just have to hurry. Pod, is there anything you can do to help? Affirmative. In the blink of an eye, Pod 153 vanished. Not what I expected, Nines sighed, moving on, but okay. Let's hope you come up with something good. The cavern had erupted into chaos around the shining pillar. Wave after wave of machines pressed forward while floating skulls summoned by the two skeletal monsters decimated their ranks. Pod 153 was struck by how similar those skulls seemed to it and felt a sort of distant cousinhood toward them. Pod 153's long-range weaponry had all been damaged beyond repair by the shockwave that had brushed against it earlier. There was nothing it could do to protect 9S's body, which stood as still and lifeless as a statue with his hand pressed against the side of the pillar. However, there was something it could do to augment 9S's hacking abilities. It began to drift to the far end of the cavern. "Hey!" 60 shouted, scrambling to her feet and running after the pod. "What are you?" She collapsed to the ground clutching her chest. Statement: I will assist Unit 9s. Proposal: Unit 60 should remain close to the pillar. Toriel swooped in and picked 60 up, dragging her back to the pillar. "What were you thinking? You cannot exert yourself like this." Pod 153 identified its target and formulated its plan. There was little it could do to protect 9S, but it could do this. 2B left more than just a few androids in her wake as she climbed higher up the seemingly endless staircase. Yet, for all the dead bodies she left behind, 2 more greeted her. She'd never fought such an inexhaustible foe. She'd fought against so many waves of machines that they'd seemed endless, but there'd always been an end, if not one in sight, then one just over the horizon. But the pillar wasn't constrained by physics, it operated on pure nightmare logic. She'd lost Khalidbulg for good now, along with Karn Wenin. She'd lost contact with 9s, hopefully not for the reasons she'd suspected. She didn't know how much farther she could go on. The crystalline structure stretching on endlessly below and above her swam in front of her eyes. After fighting her way past another wave of enemies, 2B stumbled to the next platform, her chest heaving, her breathing shallow as she gasped and panted for breath. Smoke was trailing from Pod 042's machine gun turrets. It had been firing nearly non-stop for what had felt like hours, and as it fell silent, 2B still heard telltale ringing plaguing her auditory sensors. It felt as though there were tiny sirens inside her ears. There was silence, but it brought 2B no comfort. Anxiety continued to smother her thoughts. She was too busy wondering when this brief respite would come to an end and plunge her back into the maelstrom to enjoy it. No further black box signals detected, Pod 042 announced. Proposal: Unit 2B should take advantage of this lull to ascend to the top of the pillar. There are only 200 meters to go. Unit 2E. The cold, imperious voice rang through the air as a woman in an ornate white dress with long, ash-blonde hair materialized in front of 2B. The sight of the woman sent a horrible chill up 2B's spine. Another enemy. 2B drew the virtuous contract and leveled it at Commander White. "Put that sword away," the commander ordered, her glare as sharp as any sword. The commander's words cut through 2B like a knife. Her hand shook as her outstretched blade sunk until its tip scraped the floor. She'd never been on bad terms with her superior officers before. In fact, despite everything, she'd always had the utmost respect for Commander White and had always felt the respect was mutual. But after everything she'd done, every single rule, from the first and foremost Yoarha units were forbidden from expressing emotions to the most trivial Yoarha units were never out of uniform she'd broken, 2B couldn't help but feel a paroxysm of guilt and shame overtake her. "I'm disappointed in you, 2E, said the commander. "What happened to your sense of duty? You've become weak and lazy." "That's not the commander," 2B told herself, struggling to regain her senses. "It's a simulacrum. A homunculus. A creation of this tower. It isn't her. I don't have to listen to her." "Disarm yourself and return to the bottom of the staircase," said the commander, her eyes boring into 2B's. "That is an order." Even if it was her, 2B told herself, "I don't take orders from her anymore. I'm not a soldier anymore. I don't belong to Yoarha. So why do I feel so powerless? Why do I feel so afraid to defy her? Why?" Pod 042 opened fire on the commander, riddling her comparatively frail body. She, after all, was not a high-performance combat model, with bullets, red blood stains blossoming across her chest and staining her pristine white clothes. 2B took a deep, shuddering, relieved breath. Observation: according to Unit 60, Yoarha Commander White perished when the bunker was attacked by machines, said Pod 042. In dying, she relinquished her command and authority. Therefore, Unit 2B is under no obligation to follow orders from her. 2B patted the pod on its hull. "Thank you." Statement: no problem. 2B blinked in befuddlement. She'd never heard of a pod responding to gratitude like that. Maybe Pod 042 had grown as much as she had. 2B's ears all but perked up at the sound of 9S's voice. She realized as she turned around to face the direction it had come from that it hadn't come from Pod 042's speakers. In fact, Nines was standing on the staircase below her, resting his hands on his knees and panting. Exhausted, but alive. Alive. And still in one piece. And Nines? What are you doing here? Had to drop out of hacking space, Nines panted. Wasn't safe out there, so I came here. What about the others? 2B hurried down the staircase as fast as her aching legs could carry her. Is Mom okay? What about 6-0? Fine. I think. The pillar only seemed to be after me. With a relieved sigh, 2B wrapped her arms tightly around Nines, sweeping him off his feet. She was so relieved she could barely think straight. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're safe, Nines. I'm glad you're safe, too, Tubbs. 2B clutched him tighter and buried her face in his hair. And realized, as her exhausted mind finally caught up with her, that something was wrong. For someone who'd seemed exhausted, there wasn't a trace of sweat on 9S's skin. And there wasn't any dirt or blood in his hair. And he still had both of his eyes. And query, she heard Pod 042 call out behind her. Why is Unit 9's in uniform? She pulled away from him, but not quickly enough to avoid the flashing dagger in the doppelganger 9S's hand. The short, sharp blade slid into her skin, cutting a slit through her chassis, and buried itself up to its hilt in her stomach. 2B grabbed his hand, squeezed, and twisted until every metal bone in his hand cracked and snapped. She kneed him in the chest and threw him down the stairs. She felt nauseated as she watched him roll and tumble, his limbs flailing like a rag doll's. She'd hurt him. She knew it wasn't really him, but couldn't shake the thought that she'd hurt him, Nines, her precious boy, the one person she'd hoped she'd never have to hurt again. But she'd done it. The false Nines rose to his feet, only for Pod 042 to take aim and fire, burning a hole through his chest. Statement, Pod 042 said as its clamshell hull folded back together, Unit 2B would not have been able to defend herself in her condition. Therefore, I took unilateral defensive action. I apologize if this was against Unit 2B's wishes. 2B shook her head. No, she said, averting her eyes from the corpse at the foot of the crystal stairs. Thank you, Pod. She gingerly traced the hilt of the dagger buried in her stomach and decided not to remove it. It didn't seem to have damaged any important organs, though it hurt like hell, and if she took it out, she'd most likely bleed out within minutes. Let's go. Hypothesis, the pillar no longer seems to believe in the efficacy of physical forces to deter Unit 2B, said Pod 042. It is likely the pillar will continue to use psychologically destabilizing tactics in addition to physical force. So, more commanders. More 9SES, 2B thought. If it can't overwhelm me with swords and spears alone, it'll smother me with my own guilt. We must be getting close, she reasoned. And the power source you're detecting must be easy to destroy if it's being guarded so zealously. There was hope. There was always hope. She just had to hang on to it. Nines, alone, pushed his way deeper into the pillar's systems, struggling to keep his bearings between the simulated 2E models hounding him and the bizarre non-Euclidean geometry of this space. He crossed a long and thin catwalk stretching between two massive silo-shaped server nodes. He'd been aching to take a look at whatever information this pillar was storing. Was it somehow caching the information from every android and machine whose soul it absorbed? But he had to stay focused. If he got caught up in his curiosity, he could die. Of course, no matter what he did, he could die. Unsurprisingly, given all that was going on, Nines couldn't help but think about his own mortality. Getting killed in hacking space probably wouldn't kill him. Most likely, it would simply eject him back into his body, but if that happened, he'd have to re-enter the pillar's systems and start from scratch, and that meant he'd fall behind 2B. Then again, recalling what had happened to Asriel, Nines supposed there was a real chance that dying here in hacking space, especially this mutated and twisted version of it, could cause serious damage to his logic circuits and possibly kill him outright. And then there was whatever threats to his physical body he had to worry about out there beyond the borders of the pillar, threats he could do nothing about. He could die in an instant and wouldn't even know it until he was dead. Either way, he couldn't let anything stop him or set him back. A black blur rushed past him and skidded to a halt, resolving as it slowed into the deadly form of a 2E unit, its sword bared, the ornately patterned skirt of its Yoarha uniform flaring out. Its leg lashed out, whipping through the air as the unit enacted a swift and graceful spinning kick. Nines backed away hastily as the 2E unit's stiletto heel nicked his nose. Still struggling to regain his footing, Nines flung out his sword, letting the hilt leave his hand and the blade spin. It carved through the 2E unit's chest, leaving a spurt of holographic blood trailing in the air in its wake before the sword dematerialized and reappeared in 9's hand. Before the 2E unit could recover, Nines impaled it through the chest. These 2E units were nothing compared to the real thing, thankfully. He slid his sword free and threw the 2E unit off the side of the long catwalk. It broke apart into a flurry of black and gray pixels as it tumbled into the abyss. Nines had no time to revel in his victory. He whirled around to see another 2E unit barreling down the catwalk at him, sword drawn. Within seconds, he was on the defensive, parrying a flurry of strikes. Some of these units were much stronger and faster than others, apparently, or maybe the pillar was getting better at making fake androids. Maybe it could hear him and 2B when they talked about how easy their opponents were to carve through and was cranking up the difficulty to spite them. He was glad the catwalk was so narrow it forced his enemies into a bottleneck. They could only attack him one at a time. One by one, he managed to cut down 2E unit after 2E unit was there no end to them, and throw their perforated corpses into the abyss below. It felt like an eternity, a slow and wearying eternity, before Nines found himself fighting a single 2E unit that had no others behind it. And by the skin of his teeth, he managed to dispatch that one as well, disarming it, grappling with it, and throwing it aside. It tumbled through the air with an almost pitiful wail. So many 2B units. He shook his head. No, 2E. These things aren't her. They look like her, they sound like her, but they're just puppets. They're insults to her, every last one of them. Abominations. I bet Chara's controlling them. He laughed. It explains why they're so weak. Not so tough without your gimmicky swords to back you up, are you, Chara? A chill ran up his spine. 9's ears, still ringing from the echoes of the constant clashes of sword against sword, barely heard the heels rapidly clacking against the floor. He whirled around to find another 2E unit who'd decided to attack him from the other end of the catwalk mere seconds away from impaling him. He managed to hack into it in mid-lunge, destroying its balance system and crippling it. The 2E unit swayed drunkenly as it skidded to a halt, but still put up a surprising fight for the exhausted Nines. The drunken 2E unit's sword cut a gash in 9's wrist when it caught him in a riposte as forceful as it was graceful. His hand spasmed and his sword fell from his weakened grasp as pain shot through his nerve circuits up his arm. Stumbling and slipping against the edge of the catwalk, Nines lost his footing and fell. He barely managed to curl his fingers around the edge and was left dangling off the side, blood dripping from his injured hand as it hung limply at his side. Steadying itself, the 2E unit staring down at him raised its sword to deliver the final blow that would send Nines plummeting to, well, if not his death, then at the very least, the failure of his mission. And then it would be up to 2B to handle this pillar on her own. If she even could. Was she even okay right now? Nines had no way of knowing. He hadn't had time to find another communications port without Pod 153's help. Pod. Nines heard the characteristic roar of a pod-based beam weapon being fired, a searing white beam of light cut through the air, tearing through the 2E unit's body. While 9's assaulted eyes readjusted, he felt something soft and furry clamp around his wrist. Howdy, friendo. Gee, you seem to be in a lot of trouble, huh, Nines? Nines couldn't help but gasp. He recognized that voice. That squeaky, prepubescent voice. And he recognized the way it spoke, too. What are you doing here, 2B? Before 2B could head up the next staircase, the commander's corpse rose, its limbs dangling from its torso like those of a marionette before spasming and jerking to life. Our age, the age of androids, has reached its end. As all ages must. Why fight it? Do you really want to sacrifice yourself for the world that made you suffer so much? The corpse of Nines staggering to its feet and looking up at 2B from the bottom of the staircase. The gaping hole in his chest quickly filled itself in, chassis, muscle, skin, clothes, and all. Androids trapped us in the brutal cycle of our lives, 2B. And as for machine life forms, they never belonged on this planet in the first place, the commander chimed in, circling around 2B like a prowling lioness. Why work so hard to salvage what little remains? Nines climbed the staircase and joined the commander in her orbit around 2B. We have no friends among them, 2B. Exterminating us is an act of mercy, said the commander. If not for Wormwood, we would all languish until, many centuries from now, the last of our kind dies a lonely, ignoble death. Isn't a quick, painless death better than a slow, anguishing one? Isn't it, 2B? Nines echoed. You never let me linger. You never made me suffer. You kept the promise I asked you to make all those years ago, no matter how much it hurt. If you have any love in your heart for our kind like the love you have for me, then aren't you in agreement with us? Shouldn't you sit back and let the apocalypse roll across this blighted world? 2B struggled to look the corpse homunculus Nines in the eyes. 9S, it's not him. It has his voice, but it doesn't speak like him. He's nothing but a puppet, a mouthpiece, for this Wormwood, whoever that is. No, she corrected. He and the commander. I can sense Chara in their voices. Are they the one controlling the pillar's defenses? Don't mistake me for some universal altruist, 2B countered, as much as she knew that there had to be other androids who didn't deserve to have their lives snuffed out, either. Even if she didn't know them, even if they lived on the other side of the world, even if her path might never cross with theirs. But the point was moot. Her survival and those of her loved ones came first. 9S and I are androids, too. And 6O. And we deserve to live. And why is that, 2E? Another 6E materialized before 2B. Why? Because you've earned it? Because that's what's fair? Is that how your poison little mind thinks now? The number 2 personality matrix is soft-hearted and kind, Nines said. Despite everything, it hates fighting and thinks about its friends above all else. 2B bolted to the side, only to find the commander standing before her with a glittering golden sword in her hand. However, number 2 models are staunchly obedient and faithful, said the commander, making them ideal personality types for soldiers. Despite their softness, they quickly become outwardly cold and cruel in response to trauma. In particular, chimed in 6E, trauma brought on by the conflict between their overgrown sense of compassion and their servile compulsions. 2B swallowed a growing lump in her throat while the 3 homunculi dissected her. She backed away from the commander and Nines, bearing her swords, ready to fight or as ready as she could be with her aching and sore muscles screaming for mercy. Unfortunately, these traits kindness, softness couldn't be eliminated from the number 2 personality matrix without dampening the unit's efficacy on the battlefield, said Nines. He drew a long, slender lance out from thin air as his scanner uniform transmogrified into a heavy black suit of armor. Much like number 9 units with their insatiable curiosity, said the commander, a number 2 unit requires its empathy, no matter how deeply it buries it. Its compassion and unyielding loyalty are 2 sides of the same coin. Her elegant white dress transformed as well, its white fabric darkening and hardening into slick, shiny armor plating. It's unfortunate, said 6E as she conjured Khalidbulg in a shower of amber sparks, that you were given the opportunity to let that part of you dominate your psyche after what a good job you did keeping it in check all these years. All 3 homunculi attacked 2B in unison. Nines craned his neck and looked up as he dangled from the edge of the catwalk and found himself, as his vision cleared up, looking into the face of Asriel Dreamer. But the mischievous, mirthful grin on Asriel's face reminded Nines more of Floey than anything. What? Nines gasped, hardly able to believe his own eyes. It's me, your old pal, your big robo-bro. Asriel grinned and laughed as he helped Nines regain his footing and pull himself onto solid ground. He, too, was a translucent projection just as Nines was, and wore a black scanner uniform of his own complete with a visor covering his eyes. And boy, aren't you glad to see me? I know I sure am. How? Pod 153's white silhouette hovered at Asriel's side. S statement, this, support unit, RR realized, that Unit 9's required assistance CCCE. Only, one other AAA android had, sufficient HHH hacking, XXXEXPPPP variants. The Waypod 153 spoke deeply unnerved Nines, and he wondered if it had suffered severe damage trying to defend his body. He laid a hand on the pod's hull, or rather, its virtual representation. Unsurprisingly, he couldn't feel anything but the textureless suggestion of a hard surface, but he hoped it was a comforting gesture. Pod. Response, IFF forcibly are rebooted. Prince Asriel, Pod 153 continued. Between its constant stuttering and intermittent pauses, it sounded dangerously close to shutting down. This RR required a great, E-energy expenditure. See currently operating, at, SSS 7%, efficiency. You did all that on your own. Nines gasped as he cradled his bleeding wrist. It wasn't a physical injury, it was all in his head, literally, and he knew it, but it still hurt like one. Don't worry, Mrs. Pod, Asriel said, patting the pod on its side. We'll top you off when this is all over, right, Nines? Nines shuddered. Seeing this, thing that looked like Asriel and acted like Floey, and, weirdest of all, wore his clothes, was unnerving to say the least. But, your core was fried. Your personality, your memories. Asriel shrugged. Yeah, funny thing about that. A little flower crawled inside me and died. Well, when Mrs. Pod rebooted me, I guess whatever was left of him, filled in the blanks. S statement, TTT time is running out, Pod 153 interjected. Unit 9's is, F falling behind Unit 2B. P-prop P-posal, Unit 9S, and Prince Asriel, should P proceed to the hub. You're incapable of seeing the bigger picture, said the commander. Poisoned by your perverted sentimentality, said Nines. Incapable of the cold, calculated reason this world needs to move on to its next era, said 6E. 2B parried all of their attacks, backing away from them to keep them all in her line of sight. The world without us will be beautiful, said the commander. The world with us is not. Therefore, we must submit to our destruction. With neither machines nor androids to plunge this world into war, peaceful towns will flourish. Fields of wheat will stretch across the plains. Cities will bustle with industry, said Nines. But you wish to stand in its way, said 6E. I don't believe in senseless genocide, 2B retorted. As she narrowly dodged a shockingly forceful thrust of 9's lance, she hooked her leg around his ankle and yanked his legs out from under him, then leaped away just in time to avoid a shockwave from the swing of 6E's massive sword. Especially when I'm supposed to be its victim. You wish to preserve the world as it is, said the commander. How selfish. How disgusting, said Nines, righting himself with surprising grace and charging yet again at 2B. When a painter makes a terrible painting, isn't it right of him to scrape the paint off the canvas so he can make a masterpiece in its place? I know there are androids and machines out there who wish to live in peace, just as we do, 2B answered, struggling to avoid all three of the homunculi's relentless attacks. Pod 042 fired on them with short, intermittent bursts. I won't let you erase them indiscriminately. When a building is condemned, don't you tear it down before putting up a new one? 6E asked. Do you ask the walls whether they deserve to be brought down before deciding to run a wrecking ball through them? Or would you rather seek to build a skyscraper on a rotten foundation and pray it does not collapse under its own weight? The commander asked. Why are you indulging in your childish self-righteousness yet again? Nines asked. Is it because it was a luxury you didn't have on the surface? 2B tossed aside her swords and caught him as he lunged at her, grasped his lance with a death grip, ripped it out of his hands, and drove it through his chest. 9's eyes went wide. T2B, he choked, blood trickling from his mouth and rolling down his chin as the light in his eyes went out. If the homunculus taking his form was fishing for sympathy, it was futile. This wasn't Nines, but a ghoulish copy. Unmoved, 2B threw him off the edge of the platform, then headed for the commander and 6E. Nines took off with Asriel trailing behind him. The two of them together covered ground much more quickly than Nines had been able to on his own. Asriel wasn't a particularly skilled hacker, natural aptitude notwithstanding, but having an extra hand on deck for parallel processing was a great boon to Nines and helped him carve through the pillar's barricades much more easily. After a long and uncomfortable silence between the two of them, Nines spoke up. "So, you're just as much Floey as Asriel," he stated, sparing a glance backward at Asriel as the two of them slipped past a freshly disabled firewall deeper into the pillar's systems. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. His adorable little adoptive brother and the abomination that had hurt him more than anybody else in his short life were the same person now? Asriel made a face at Nines and smacked his forehead mockingly. "Look at this brain genius over here. Floey was Asriel all along." Duh. Floey's sardonic mockery in Asriel's childlike voice made the boy sound incredibly bratty. I know that," Nines protested. "That's not what I meant." "Then say what you mean, dummy." Almost immediately after the words had left his mouth, Asriel froze in place and stumbled backward, looking down at his feet. "Oh, something wrong?" Nines asked, skidding to a halt. "Nah, it's just that," Asriel nervously tweaked his ear. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you a dummy. It just sorta slipped out." Okay." Asriel rushed at Nines and buried his face in his chest, wrapping his arms around him. "I didn't mean to be mean to you," he said, his voice muffled by 9SS coat, while Nines spluttered a few surprised exclamations. It just slipped out. I couldn't help it. I just feel so weird and torn up inside, and I am so happy I can see you again." While Asriel shuddered and cried into his coat, Nines patted him gingerly on the back. I'm happy to see you again too." He had to admit, now this kid sounded a lot more like the Asriel he knew. "Really?" Asriel unburied his snout and looked up at him. "Yeah," said Nines awkwardly. "Anyway, why don't we save the waterworks for later? We've got to help 2B. Asriel let go and nodded. "Yeah. Let's go." He and Nines hurried along down the twisting corridors, another towering silo-shaped server approaching as they delved deeper into the pillar. It stretched far above the labyrinth and far below. Nines had a good feeling that whatever path lay inside would lead him straight to this system's core. As soon as Nines and Asriel drew near to the data silo, though, the next wave of 2E models ambushed them. The two of them barely managed to put their backs to the sealed-off entrance to a massive cylindrical data silo as their foes clustered around them. Pod 153's ranged weaponry was weak and feeble now. Nines feared to give it any orders to fire on the 2E models lest the energy expenditure drain the pod to its limits. If Pod 153 lost all its energy and fell offline, Asriel's connection to hacking space would terminate and Nines would be back on his own. And besides, Pod 153 was his friend. He didn't want to push it beyond its limits and make it suffer. All the same, that left him facing off against a horde of 2E units more or less completely on his own while Asriel fiddled with the doorway to the silo. 2B felt her muscles burn as she parried another strike from the commander, and another from 6E. The two were relentless. Pod 042 barely managed to put up a shield in time to block a strike aimed at her undefended left flank. She stumbled. She was getting tired, and weak. She killed the two of them and hurried up the next staircase, only for another two to materialize in front of her, joined by yet another Nines and a trio of armored soldiers. "What is the point of this insubordination?" the commander sneered. "Is your life that valuable to you?" 2B cut down the three armored soldiers with a swing of her Otaki, but her other foes danced out of reach. "We're disposable dolls," said 6E. A shockwave rolled past 2B, whistling through the air. She was thankful for having dodged it until she slashed at 6E and found that her right arm had been neatly sliced off at the elbow. It wasn't until she noticed that she felt the pain. Nevertheless, she pressed onward and drove the Joyeuse through 6E's chest. "Why do you think we were told that emotions were prohibited?" Nines asked. 2B threw the sword of Gujian at him, striking him in the neck. She lunged at him and called the dagger back in mid-leap, then stabbed him again with the same blade, freezing him. "You don't have a right to live your own life," said the commander. "You live and die at the whim of your creators, and you will die with them. With us." Another three armored soldiers materialized to flank the commander as she blocked the next staircase. "I can't die here," she told herself, inching her way toward the next staircase as her foes probed at her crumbling defenses for weak points. 9s. 6-0. Mom. I promised. I keep my promises. I have to. Next time, don't hesitate. 9's voice, an echo of a bygone 9's, one she'd killed a long time ago, rang in her head. Don't hesitate to kill me. Because we will meet again. At the very least, I want to die by your hands. 2B screamed out as her enemy's weapons tore through her. She kept her promises. She kept her promises. She always kept her promises. She'd promised the commander she'd serve dutifully. So she had. She'd promised 9's she'd always be the one to kill him. So she had been. She'd promised Undyne she would take care of Alphys for her. She'd promised Toriel she would come back. So she would. With a mighty roar, 2B summoned a burst of adrenaline-fueled strength and went on the offensive, tearing through her foes, shocking them with a flurry of glittering blades. Time stop. The world froze. 2B leaped up, planted her foot on the top of her pod, and launched off, sailing over the heads of the homunculi and landing behind them. Time resumed. 2B stabbed the commander through the back before she could turn around, cut through the armored soldiers, and dashed up the stairs. She clutched at her head. The inside of her skull felt as though it were about to explode. What was stopping time doing to her head? How many more times could she do it before it killed her? Another squadron of Yoarha soldiers coalesced out of the ether as she crested the top of the stairs. More 6E units, more crass imitations of 9's, more faceless, armored soldiers. How's that door coming, Azzy? 9's called out as he struggled to disarm one of the 2E units and drove his sword through its midsection. He yanked it out as quickly as possible, loosing a spray of digitized blood from the perforated android, so he could parry another 2E unit's strike and cut it down. And another. And another. And another. Almost got it. Asriel squeaked. As if on cue, a second door snapped shut in front of the first one. Asriel pulled away just in time to avoid having his hand lopped off at the wrist. Fuck. Language. Sorry, 9's. It just slipped out. 9's groaned and gritted his teeth as he slipped backward under the 2E unit's relentless onslaught. How was he going to explain this to Toriel? As happy as she would be to have her son back, she certainly wouldn't approve of him cursing like a sailor. That was assuming he'd live to see Toriel again, though. One of the 2E unit's white blades dug into his shoulder. Fuck, he shouted out. Language. Asriel chided him. 9's tore himself free of the steel skewer, his shoulder throbbing and nerves screaming, and fell to his knees. He parried the next blow from his foe barely and ran his sword through its knee, hobbling it, then slashing across its chest. The door both layers slid open. Got it. Asriel shouted out. 9's pulled himself up to his feet and scrambled for the open silo as Asriel slipped through. Turning his back on the horde of 2E units was suicide, he knew, but trying to crab walk backwards into the silo while trying to fend off a veritable army of killing machines was even more suicidal. Asriel immediately ducked behind the silo's inner wall, ready to close the doors again as soon as 9's got through. 9's threw himself forward with a burst of energy that could only have been born of desperation. A sword embedded itself in his back. And another. And another. And another. He screamed and gritted his teeth, clenching his jaw, as he stumbled over the threshold and fell flat on the floor. The door slid shut behind him as the 2E units charged the silo. One of them got halfway in before the doors slammed shut, bisecting it. The halved corpse disintegrated before it could hit the floor. 9's gasped and panted for breath as each of the 4 wounds in his back throbbed. The pristine, monochrome architecture of hacking space flickered and distorted around him. Too much pain stimuli and he would disassociate and break away from hacking space entirely. That was, if getting turned into a pincushion didn't send enough of a shock through his system to destroy his personal data and kill him outright. Asriel hurried over to him, prodding at the entry wounds. 9's screamed. Sorry. 9's pulled himself to his hands and knees. The world around him was still wobbling and flickering. This was bad. This was very bad. He couldn't see straight. He could barely think straight. Analyse SSS Sis, the wounds, RSH shallow, Pod 153 pronounced. The sword's CCCC can be removed, with minimal, DD damage to Unit 9s. Wait, Nines gasped. Too late. Asriel yanked one of the swords out, then another, and then the fourth one before Nines could protest. And protest he did. Loudly. Kman, Nines, Asriel grunted as he pulled Nines to his feet and tried to drag him along. A series of platforms linked by staircases lined the interior of the data silo, circling the inner wall in a spiral pattern all the way down. Blocks of data swirled around the open center of the silo's interior, glittering and flashing with sparks of light. Down. Down was good. Down meant closer to the hub and the 7 black boxes. Probably. Nines hoped. Asriel lightly tapped Nines on the cheek. Nines, Kman. Move it. You've got to stay with me. Ah, why you really do care, Nines gasped, using Asriel as a crutch and pushing himself forward in spite of the pain. Well, don't get the wrong idea. I mean, if you pop back into physical space, said Asriel, then I'll be stuck having to do whatever it is you're doing here. 'Cause I'm assuming it's important or something. Getting into the hub, and deactivating all 7 nodes, Nines reminded him, wearily spitting out the words. Yeah. I kinda don't feel like doing that. So you've gotta hang on so you can get it done. Nines stumbled along down the stairs. He felt lightheaded. In fact, he felt light-bodied, too. But funnily enough, that lightness didn't make it any easier to move. You know, so flowy was your ID, and the Asriel I knew was your superego. Yeah. Asriel replied. I liked you better, Nines mumbled, when you didn't have an ID. They trudged further down the silo. 2B swayed and stumbled as she cut through more of her enemies, even though all she had was her left hand. They didn't bother taunting her now, they just rushed forward, wave after wave, ebbing and flowing like the tides, crashing and breaking against her sword. One of the armored soldiers got a gauntleted hand around her wrist, crushing it and tearing the sword of Gujian from her grip. 2B drove her boot into the soldier's stomach and swung the soldier around her, using the body as a shield against a flurry of javelins. Nursing her cracked wrist, 2B staggered backward, dodging and weaving around the relentless attacks of her foes. With a pained scream, she tore the spear from one of her foes, forcing herself to ignore the sharp pain shooting through her wrist, and skewered soldier upon soldier. Pod 042 did its part, conjuring shields to block projectile weapons whenever it could and tearing through the throngs of homunculi with its beam weaponry. But the pod's cooldown time in between its more advanced offensive programs grew with each use as its energy began to dwindle. 2B blocked the swing of an axe with the shaft of her spear, jabbed its butt into the throat of an enemy sneaking up from behind, and drove the spearhead into a 6E unit's stomach, thrusting upward with enough force to pull her off the floor. She swung the spear with the body still hanging limply from it through the air like a mace, all but flattening one of the other soldiers. The spear broke in her hands as it collided with the crystalline floor. Another Nines rushed at her, reaching out with his hand to hack her. 2B threw the Joyuse and bisected his head with a spray of blood. Another 6E swung her imitation Kalidbolg, the shockwave tearing through all of the soldiers in front of her as it rolled over the platform. With the soldiers in front of her blocking her sight, 2B didn't see it until it was too late. She dove underneath it, sliding across the crystalline floor, the dizzying and spiraling heights of the staircase she'd climbed stretching beneath her and fully visible beneath the translucent crystal. She didn't make it. The shockwave tore off her left arm halfway up the bicep. 2B lashed out at the few remaining homunculi with her legs, righted herself, and kicked the virtuous contract into the air. She dodged a strike from 6E, kicked her in the head, and tossed her off the platform. The virtuous contract fell. 2B caught the white sword's hilt in her teeth before it could clatter against the floor. Proposal: Unit 2B should engage in a tactical retreat, Pod 042 warned. 2B grunted and growled through the sword filling her mouth. The few remaining armored soldiers clustered around her all took a step back as if frightened of her furious resolve. Blood and coolant dripped from her severed arms. It only lasted a second. Then, the armored Yoarha units regained their courage and charged at her. Nines stumbled down the stairs, his arm wrapped over Asriel's shoulder. Asriel grumbled something as he faltered under 9's weight. Sorry, kid, Nines said. I didn't mean it. Sorry, Asriel apologized in turn. You're doing that a lot. Yeah, Asriel trudged along. It's weird. Saying rude things just comes naturally to me now. I know it's bad, but... Alright. I get it. Nines glanced over his shoulder at Pod 153's white silhouette. Pod, can you re-establish comms with 2B? Statement, the communications link established by Unit 9s is still logged in my internal settings. Connecting. Nines heard a lot of clanging, grunting, and growling coming from the pod. 2B, he asked. Response, regrettably, Unit 2B is unable to speak right now, said Pod 153. According to my counterpart, she is currently holding her sword in her mouth. 2B seemed to grunt in affirmation. What? Why are you doing that? Nines asked, nervous enough to let out a weak half-laugh. Response, Unit 2B no longer has functional arms. Oh, no. Nines heard someone scream. It wasn't 2B. Fortunately, she seemed to be doing pretty well for herself. Don't worry, he assured 2B. Asriel and I are almost to the hub. Once we destroy it, he winced as a jolt of pain ran up his spine. Things'll be easier for you. 2B made a quizzical noise. Yeah, it's a long story, said Nines. Hi, 2B. Asriel called out. You'll never guess how I got here. Nines heard something that sounded a bit like a muffled laugh. We'll all catch up when we get out of here, 2B. I'm glad you're still soldiering on. Just hang in there a little while longer. His legs gave out beneath him, he crumpled to the floor, all but dragging Asriel down with him. The pain running up and down his back drove the breath from his lungs, his black box whirred and screeched. It was all simulated, of course the byproduct of the hacking environment not compressing his personality data like usual, but it felt real and it hurt. Asriel pulled himself free of 9's grip and dragged him along a bit. Hey, Nines. We don't have time to wallow here. A loud clang echoed through the sparse interior of the silo. Asriel froze and lifted his head, his nostrils flaring. Nines looked up and saw a troop of 2E units pouring into the silo through the door. Oh, fuck, said Asriel. Kman, 9S. He yanked on 9's arm again. We gotta run. 9's leg twitched. His muscles burned, although a shiver ran down his neck. He planted his hands on the floor and pushed himself up. It hurt. But he had to keep going. Nines drew his sword. Asriel, run down and get the next door open. I'll hold them off. Nines, Asriel asked, staring at him as if he'd grown a second head, have you lost your mind? I'll be fine, Nines insisted. Because 2B was still fighting, even though she'd been so thoroughly disarmed. He had no excuse, then. The two of them had both known going in that only one of them might make it back out, but he wasn't going to let that happen. 2B was going to make it out of here, and he would, too. He would, too. No matter what. Go. 2B's neck hurt. Holding a sword with one's teeth, she quickly learned, was not an easy way to fight. Blood and oil stained her clothes almost completely red and black. Most of it wasn't hers, but that wasn't to say plenty of it was. 9's sword clashed against the first 2E unit to reach him, the force nearly knocking him over. He had to make it through. There was no other option. He pushed the 2E unit back, hacked it, and threw it off the staircase. Soldier after soldier fell. 2B inched her way to the next staircase with every kill. Her black box burned in her chest. 2B, Nines gasped. 2B could hear the sounds of his struggle and wished she could be by his side. Damn it. Boy, do I wish you were here right now. Likewise, 2B wanted to tell him. A sympathetic grunt was all she could manage. But, Nines cut down another 2E unit. But we're not alone. We might be separated, but we're fighting the same battle together. Don't give up, 2B. 2B drove her sword through a Yorha soldier's chest and wrenched the blade upward, bisecting the android homunculus's head. Blood splattered against her blood and grease-drenched skin and hair. Because I won't give up, either. Nines stabbed another 2E unit through the throat, grabbed its sword, and cut down the next one with both swords. He threw the purloined 2E unit's sword at the next approaching one, skewering it through the chest. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. You promise me, too, 2B. 2B stumbled and fell, rolling out of the path of a wicked spearhead as a Yoarha soldier jabbed downward at her. The spearhead buried itself in her shoulder. 2B aimed a kick at the armored soldier's kneecap, snapping it. She pulled herself up only for a sword to cut a deep, smarting gash through her thigh. Nines heard 2B grunt on the other end. He assumed that was her promising him she'd see him again. All right. One of the 2E unit's swords caught him in the side, cutting a deep and bloody gash through his torso. He gritted his teeth to suppress a scream. Couldn't let 2B hear that. 2B fell against the foot of the staircase as her few remaining enemies, barely half a dozen at this point, clustered around her. Pod 042's sustained gunfire riddled their armor, slowly wearing the sleek, black armored plating down too slowly. Nines. I've got the door. Asriel called out. Nines glanced downward, only for a 2E unit to drive its blade through his shoulder. The pain brought tears to his eyes. He lopped the 2E unit's hand off at the wrist, freeing himself, and grabbed onto Pod 153. Before the 2E units piling up on the staircase could strike the final blow, he leaped off the railing and sailed through the air. Pod 042 let out one final laser blast, tearing through the last remaining Yoarha soldiers. 2B sighed in relief, the hilt of the virtuous contract falling away from her mouth. She gasped for air, her black box running hot in her chest. From head to toe, her muscles throbbed and burned. She could barely move. Is this, as far as I can go? Nines. Nines sailed down to the next platform where Asriel was patiently waiting for him, nearly collapsing as soon as his heel touched solid ground. Asriel grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him over the threshold. I'm almost there. 2B. He fell flat on his face, barely managing to drag himself outside the silo. The other 2E units stomped down the stairs as Asriel set to work getting the door closed again. I can't do it. I'm finished. Pod 042 examined the blood-stained body of one of the 6Es 2B had defeated. Analysis: this 6E model is constructed in complete accordance with Yoarha specifications. Hypothesis: the pillar is extrapolating from the data contained within the 7 black boxes and Unit 13B's body to construct these units with perfect accuracy. Perhaps it is also storing data from the souls it is collecting. Your point. 2B gasped. Statement: these destroyed androids can be used to repair Unit 2B's body. 2B nodded. Sounds reasonable. Pod 042 laid a claw on the remains of one of the 6E units, sent just enough electricity into its body to briefly reactivate its low-level systems, and hacked into it, swiftly disengaging the connections between its limbs. 2B had to admit that there was something satisfying about seeing all of 6E's limbs and her head detach from her torso all at once and flop onto the floor in a jumbled heap. 2B appraised the severed arm as Pod 042 brought it to her. 6E's skin was paler than hers, almost milky white, and her fingernails were slightly long and slightly sharp, with a slightly opalescent hue to them. She'd never noticed them before. It seemed oddly vain. 2B considered what kind of person 6E was like. No, it wasn't oddly vain at all. Now, she said to Pod 042, do me. Affirmative. Advisory: due to slight design variations, Unit 6E's left arm may not be fully compatible with Unit 2B's firmware. Better than nothing. Pod 042 nodded in agreement, then dutifully removed what remained of 2B's left arm, cutting away her sleeve along with it. It held the severed arm to her shoulder and pressed them together. The pain was intense, like molten metal searing her flesh. She squeezed her eyes shut and let out a strained, gurgling cry as the replacement arm lined up with hers and did its best to connect itself to her systems. It was all she could do just to remain conscious. Like Pod 042 had said, it didn't quite line up. If only the pillar had summoned some 2E models for her to fight, as it had done for 9 seconds, then she'd have a much more painless surgical procedure to endure. She squeezed 6E's fingers into a fist, the sharp nails biting into the meat of 6E's palm, until the pain faded away into background static. After a few more spasms of the transplanted fingers and a few more exercises, a few experimental twists of her wrist and curls of her elbow, 2B was content with the replacement. "Now," she said, glancing at the remains of her right arm, "the next one." Nines glanced down at the hub from his vantage point on the balcony ridging the bottom of the silo. The 7 highways stretching from the black monoliths arranged around the hub's center to the massive black boxes in the distance radiated outward like the spokes of a bicycle, each lane at a perfect right angle to its neighbor. Nines felt his stomach churn with nausea and vertigo and backed up, pressing his aching back to the silo's door. "Big mistake." "Ready?" Asriel asked, looking just about ready to jump. He was clutching Pod 153 like a parachute. A white sword tore its way through the door mere centimeters away from 9's ear, leaving a ragged, pixelated hole in the door's featureless surface. There wasn't much time. The 2E units would all force their way through, and then Nines dragged himself over to the edge of the balcony next to Asriel. I think I might just splatter on the floor if I jumped. Why don't you go on without me?" He leaned against a black terminal port protruding from the floor as blood dripped from his wounds. "Pod 153 can guide you through disconnecting the nodes yourself." Asriel gave him a nasty look. "Because those 2Bs will catch up to you and you'll die, you idiot." He grabbed Nines by the wrist and pulled him along. "Come on. Put a little backbone into it. I'll just exit hacking space, and I'll be fine. In high bandwidth environments like this, where your personality data isn't compressed," Nines murmured, "all the pain is all in your head. It's binary. All or nothing. If you die, you die. If you get injured, it doesn't count in the real world. As soon as I get back to the real world, I'll..." "Nines. I don't know what's going on outside," Asriel said. "But when I woke up, Mom and Sans and that other skeleton lady were fighting for their lives against all those machines this thing summoned. I don't know how much longer they can last." He suppressed a sniffle, his shoulders shaking. "I'd hoped you could do your hacking stuff on your own quickly enough to keep them all safe, but you're so weak now, and I'd probably mess up on my own." "Asriel." Asriel pulled off his visor and threw it on the ground. Tears rolled down his cheeks. "And I don't want 2B or Mom or you to die. Because it's miserable. I know, because between Floey and the original Asriel I've died, like, 3 times. No, wait, 4. And, he looked down glumly. And I wouldn't ever wish that on you guys. So we've got to take this thing on together. Because between me and you, we probably make one competent scanner." Another sword cut through the silo door and wrenched upward, leaving a jagged cut through the door. "Affirmative," Pod 153 said. In his CC current condition, Unit 9's hacking faculties are at FFF 50% efficiency. At best. Nines took a deep, shuddering breath, intertwined his arm with Asriel's, hoped Pod 153 could slow both of their descents, and closed his eyes. "Okay. On 3, we jump. 1. There was the sound of a blade sliding through a thick wall. 2. The doors slid open under protest. Nines swallowed hard. He felt something cold and sharp graze the side of his neck. 3. The fighting outside the pillar had gone on interminably long. For every machine that fell, 2 more seemed to take its place. The skeleton monsters were exhausted, Toriel was nowhere to be found. There was nothing left to put up any resistance. 6-0 stood up, her back to the pillar, as the conjured machines bore down on her and Nines. Nines stood in front of the pillar, his arm outstretched and palm pressed against it, as still and lifeless as a statue. There was nothing he could do to defend himself or 6-0. And 6-0 was powerless. 2B. I'm sorry. I tried to wait for you. I tried my best. But there's so little I can do on my own. 6-0's breath froze in her chest as a machine, its optical sensors blazing red, raised its wicked sword above its head as it prepared to cleave Nines in two, accurately identifying him as a greater threat than 6-0 was. I'm not important. I'm useless. I can't contribute anything to this fight. But if Nines dies, then he can't support 2B, and 2B will. 2B will. The machine's sword swung downward, and 60 found her body moving on its own. She reached out for the sword sheathed at 9's hip, curled her fingers around the hilt, tried to remember what little 2B had taught her, and before she could realize what she was doing, she had driven the blade into the machine's torso. A ragged, hoarse war-cry tore itself from her throat. It was the kind of sound she'd never thought she could possibly make, one of rage and aggression, one that burned at the inside of her throat on the way out like acid. Hot motor oil splashed against her face as she dug the blade in deeper and pushed the machine back with all her might. The machine skidded a few paces, flailing its arms in surprise. 60's arms burned as she wrenched the sword upwards, trying to slice all the way through the machine's body just as she'd seen 2B do countless times before. Her arms burned, her nervous circuits screaming and servos whining in protest, as the sword carved a few more centimeters through the machine's body, inching up to its spherical head, and stopped. Try as she might, 60 couldn't budge it another inch. Her fingers slipped against the cloth wrapped around the sword's hilt, the friction burning her skin. The machine regained its bearings, looked down at 60, this weak, frail, pathetic operator who dared to try and pick up a sword, and raised its sword high in the air. 2B, 9s, and I. 60 clenched her jaw and gritted her teeth so hard, she felt they might shatter. We're going to live. And when 2B gets back. Forcing her way past her limits out of sheer desperation, 60 summoned an overwhelming, adrenaline-fueled burst of strength and cut the rest of the way through the machine, destroying it. Sparks flew from its ruined circuitry as it slumped to the ground. 60's arms fell limply to her sides, her borrowed sword dragging against the ground. Her whole body felt as though it were on fire. She aimed a weak kick at the inert machine, scuffing her shoe on its metal hull. When 2B gets back, 60 breathed, her chest and shoulders heaving as she gasped for air. I'm going to marry her. So. I won't let you. I won't let any of you. A shadow fell over her. 60 looked up to see a linked sphere-type machine writhing in the air, its long body tracing a figure-8 pattern before it locked onto her and slithered toward her. Its head was tipped with a wicked drill bit, sparks flying from it as it spun. That's not fair, 60 thought. Her sword dropped from her hands and fell to the ground, her body gave way next, her knees buckling and legs crumpling beneath her. This was it. They were all dead. She fell to her knees as if in supplication to the machine bearing down on her. This was the end. The linked sphere machine let out a roar, its drill bit splitting open like a beak to reveal even more whirring, grinding teeth. Its tail lashed back and forth. 60 found herself scuttling backward until her back was pressed against the surprisingly cool surface of the glowing pillar. She barely had the energy to scream. The machine froze, a blue aura flaring up around it. And then the machine erupted in a lavender ball of fire, screeching as the orb-like machines comprising its midsection burst into flames. The fire snaked up and down the length of the machine's body as if it had a mind of its own, consuming it. The machine writhed, curled in on itself as if in great pain, and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Its death throes slowed as the lavender fire engulfing it faded away. Eventually, the bestial machine fell still. With Papyrus propping her up, where had he come from? Did it matter? Toriel gingerly stepped over its carcass, wispy tongues of lavender flame and tendrils of smoke still curling around her paws. Her white fur was singed, her left sleeve stained scarlet. She walked with an unsteady gait toward 60 and 9s. I am afraid to ask, she said as she half took a seat, half collapsed between 60 and 9s, if that was the last one. Then I'll do it for you, said Sans, who'd appeared out of nowhere, like he always did. He yawned. Boy, I sure hope that was the last of them. Dead silence filled the cavern, until Toriel began to laugh. At last, battered and weary, 2B reached the top of the endless pillar. There were no more platforms above her, no more columns stretching over her head, no more stairs to climb, and no more enemies hounding her. This is it, 2B commented, panting. Pod, where's that energy source? Analysis, Unit 2B is currently occupying the same location as the energy source, Pod 042 answered. But I don't see anything. 2B began to walk in a wide circle, peering warily in every direction. There was nothing around her but darkness. The floor seemed to stretch on for infinity in every direction. It was mostly flat, save for a few faceted flutes of crystal jutting up like stalagmites, wreathed with glassy vines and blossoms of flowers. There was an ethereal beauty to the sparse landscape. "I don't understand," said 2B. "There's nothing here. Pod, can you contact 9S? Response: we have lost contact with Pod 153. Unit 9's is currently unreachable." 2B's words caught in her throat and formed a stony lump. "You can't reach him." Her words came out as more of a hushed, cracked whisper than she'd intended. Statement: there is no reason to believe that Unit 9's is dead. Pod 153's last message informed me that Unit 9's had reached the central hub of the pillar. Hypothesis: the central hub may be locking down communications. "I hope so," said 2B, thankful that Pod 042 had tried to reassure her. "Still, what do we do now?" Almost as if on cue, the crystals and flowers took on a fiery, orange-red hue, although the sky stayed black and blank, even the floor shimmered with a reddish glow. 2B readied her remaining swords. All of the fighting on her way here had reduced her armory to just 2 swords, the Virtuous Contract and the Joy Use. The rest had all been lost. "Pod, what's going on?" Analysis: the energy source appears to be localizing itself. There is a massive energy spike directly in front of Unit 2B at a distance of 3 meters. 2B squinted. She didn't see anything there yet except more of this crystalline desert. And then, in the blink of an eye, she did. Standing before her on the flat, glassy plain that formed the endless floor was a creature the likes of which 2B had never seen before. It was as if someone had brought a sword to life and bestowed upon it a mockery of the human form. Although the creature was pitch black, it was still distinguishable against the vast and featureless black sky. A shimmering red aura clung to it, tracing out its silhouette starkly. Its thin, angular body was wickedly sharp and even more wickedly curved beneath the glossy sable and scarlet cloak draped over its shoulders. Each of its fingers were long, spindly ebony blades stretching almost down to the floor when its scrawny arms hung at its sides. Its head, slender and draconic, perched atop a long neck plated with sharp scales. 2 long, curved horns sprouted from the sides of its angular head and curled dramatically inward, their tips nearly touching to form a broken and incomplete halo. A single eye blazed a searing red in the center of its brow and a fiery jewel glittered in the center of its chest. The creature standing before 2B tossed back its cloak and bowed politely. "GS, it said." Its voice seemed to fill 2B's mind without running through her audio processors at all. She felt, rather than heard it. It was a low, rumbling, sonorous voice that reverberated within her skull. Every time it spoke felt like an invasion of her mind. 2B readied the Virtuous Contract, brandishing the ivory blade in front of her. "Who are you? What are you?" It said, SCDSS. TSSSS. TSD. TSMS. TS. It said, drawing itself back up to its full height and splaying its blade-like fingers. W. Nines hit the floor none too gently and picked himself up. This was at the hub, the center of this strange pillar god's being. In the center of the hub was a large black flower, its petals curled upward like some kind of tulip. 7 black panels hovered in a circle around him, each one blocking out a road that ran to another, much larger black cube in the distance. Nines could see the individual data packets speeding along these highways. Taking a closer look at those black cubes, he saw the familiar glittering strata of a Yoarha black box. Asriel gently drifted to the floor beside him, tightly gripping Pod 153 by its sides. "Okay, so, you can take it from here, right? How about, you take the right and I'll take the left?" Nines asked. "We'll rock paper scissors over the 7th one." "Guess that would get things done faster," Asriel muttered. The black tulip pulsed, writhed, and peeled open, revealing a humanoid figure hovering over it. They wore a violet robe beneath a black satin cape and had straight, neck-length reddish brown hair and piercing scarlet eyes. It was Chara, but their body was completely restored, as new and pristine as the day they had first been brought online. Their smooth, pale skin was so fresh it seemed to glow, not a single hair on their head was out of place, both of their eyes were unmarred. There was no gray or black ichor coursing through their system, no neon bright scaffolding climbing up their limbs, no flowers digging their roots into their flesh. "Greetings, Chara said as they floated out of the flower and lowered themselves to the floor. I can't say I'm surprised to see you here, Nines. But... And then they noticed Asriel. Their eyes widened, their mouth agape. Azi, they stammered. Don't you Azi me, Chara, said Asriel, crossing his little arms. Nines was taken aback by the bitterness in Asriel's voice and had to remind himself that this was more flowy than the Asriel he'd known. Then again, there was also a little bit of Asriel's mother in his tone of voice. Toriel could be very cold toward those who found themselves the targets of her righteous indignation. Chara's smile faltered, but they pushed onward. How did you come back? This is a miracle. They took a step toward Asriel, reaching out with their hand. You brought Nines here to stop him, didn't you? And then we can live in the utopia I created for you forever. The utopia you created for me? Asriel repeated scornfully, slapping Chara's hand away. Excuse me? Do you expect me to believe that garbage anymore? Chara took a step backward, visibly afraid. Asriel. Nines put his hand on Asriel's shoulder. Let me handle Chara. I'll distract them while you disconnect the nodes. The thing is, I really did. Asriel said, clenching his fists. I really did think you had our best interests at heart. But both times you killed me, I realized that you hated the world more than you loved our family. That's not true. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't want to, said Asriel, shaking with fury. Nines had never seen him so angry. He'd seen Floey this angry, but never so righteously angry. I blamed myself for failing you, and when I became Floey, I tried to be like the you I saw when we were falling to our deaths, petty, cruel, vindictive, using people like tools. That's not. You're a real loathsome person, Chara, Asriel said, fuming. You never really cared about me. That's not. I was a kid, Chara. A little kid. You could have waited to pull off our plan until I was all grown up and could make choices on my own. But no. You took advantage of me. I loved you and you used me. I don't know why I'd be surprised. You heard our father and laughed. Asriel, Nines saw Chara's face twist and churn as if they were trying very hard not to cry. You killed all the people on the surface, Asriel concluded, for yourself. Not for monsters. Not for Mom and Dad. And definitely not for me. I just wanted a place where you could frolic and play, Asriel. And we could stargaze together. I never. I always wanted, Chara whimpered, trembling. Oh, cut the act. Asriel crossed his arms. You aren't fooling me anymore. Nines and I are here to stop whatever you're doing, and nothing you say can change that. You ingrate. Fury replaced Chara's sadness as they angrily bared their teeth and clenched their fists. I tried to give you the moon and you pawed. Nines shouted out, stepping forward and flinging his arm out in front of Asriel. Eject Asriel from hacking space right now. This resurrected Floey amalgamation might not have been his Asriel, but it was an Asriel all the same, and Nines wasn't going to let his kid brother die again. Affirmat Tiv. Chara lunged at Asriel, tears streaming down their cheeks and hatred reflected in their eyes, and skidded to a halt as the boy vanished before their eyes. They turned to face Nines. You, they hissed. You took everything away from me. Chara snarled, throwing themselves at Nines. A simple projected light sword filled their clenched fist. You and 2B, you stole my mother, my brother, you poisoned them against me. You think we poisoned them against you? Nines threw up his own sword just in time to parry Chara's strike. The force pushed him backward, his heels dragging against the featureless floor. You did that yourself. Shut up. You had everything. You had parents who loved you and a brother who worshipped you. Nines growled, gritting his teeth as he fended off Chara's furious attacks. But it wasn't enough for you, was it? I wasn't so lazy and unambitious that I'd let the people I loved rot in this prison. Chara's fury grew, their attacks becoming more and more frantic. You too. Thieves. Usurpers. Complacent cowards. Chara easily disarmed Nines, whose movements were sluggish and unsteady from his wounds and exhaustion, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him to the floor. Before Nines could try to pull himself up as if he had the strength, they planted their boot on him, pinning him to the floor. Of course, I wanted revenge, they said. They pressed down against 9's stomach, sending a sharp pain up his spine as they increased the pressure, their heel grinding into his skin. Could you honestly say that you wouldn't, if you were in my shoes? They jabbed their heel deeper into 9's tender, bruised flesh, drawing an anguished yelp from him. As Chara pulled their boot away, Nines tried to curl up, but Chara picked him up again, lifting him by the collar with only one hand. From the instant I regained my memory of my life as C-13, I wanted to make everybody on the surface pay, come hell or high water, they told him. But I wanted my family to be free, too. You can say what you want about me, they hissed, pinning Nines to the black node, but don't you dare say I didn't love them. You've got a funny way of showing it, said Nines. He pressed his hand against the ebony surface of the node. Its lines of complex code ran past his eyes. If he could keep Chara holding him here long enough for him to disconnect the node and shut down the superhighway behind it, then maybe. No such luck. Chara threw him across the floor before he could even get started. Nines skidded across the floor, hitting it hard enough to crack something. The pain wasn't localized enough for him to tell where. You of all people, Chara said, drawing their sword, should know that sometimes, virtue and vengeance can be the same thing. That some people can be so irredeemable that there is no recourse but to wipe them out wholesale. They raised their blade over their head. Including you. PP proposal, Chara S should not harm you unit NNI9ES. Chara slightly lowered their sword as they gazed upon the battered, weakened remnants of Pod 153. Oh? And what will you do if I do, you miserable hunk of scrap? Nines sat up, the room spinning around him. The bizarre architecture surrounding him looked even more intolerable with such a throbbing, pounding headache drumming on his skull. Pod, what are you doing? This, said Pod 153, flying into Chara's face before they could muster the slightest reaction and erupting in a blossom of flames in a shower of alabaster white pixels. Pod. Nines shouted, leaping to his feet. Wormwood, 2B whispered. That had been the name her hordes of opponents had used on her way up here. She took in the strange, demonic form of her new opponent, fixing every detail in her mind. She'd never seen a creature like this. No monster she'd ever met had looked so monstrous. Said Wormwood. It flexed its long, sharp talons, then rushed at 2B. 2B held out the virtuous contract and blocked the blade-like talons, then used the joy use to block another swiping strike from Wormwood's other hand. She'd never been so thankful to have two arms. Query, this entity is the same Sword King Chara used to attain their power? Pod 042 asked. OS, said Wormwood, leaping backward and disengaging from 2B. It made a deep, polite bow. ISS. ESS by. In SD. 2B lunged forward and attacked. Wormwood deftly evaded her strikes with an air of disinterest. ISS, said Wormwood. HIS, SSXSSXSS. TSS. Servant. 2B asked. Her blades locked against Wormwood's talons, holding the demon in place. She kicked it in the chest, her heel chipping the fiery, opalescent orb embedded in its chest. And how does Chara feel about being called that? Wormwood stumbled backward, evidently a little surprised. W. Why are you doing this? BSI. BSISS, SS, boasted Wormwood. ISS, X. 2B slashed across its chest, cutting a gash in the demon's hide. Inky black ichor spurted out, leaving an opaque pool on the transparent crystalline floor. Don't compare me to you. ISSS. ISSSSS. Wormwood effortlessly dodged 2B's next few strikes. ISSS. ISSSSS. With that said, Wormwood weaved around 2B's blades and rammed its entire hand, all five spindly, long talons, into 2B's chest, ripping through her chassis and crushing her black box in its palm. Nines sat up, the room spinning around him. The bizarre architecture surrounding him looked even more intolerable with such a throbbing, pounding headache drumming on his skull. Pod, what are you doing? This, said Pod 153, flying into Chara's face before they could muster the slightest reaction and erupting in a blossom of flames in a shower of alabaster white pixels. Pod 9 shouted, leaping to his feet. 2B reappeared where she had stood when had she set a reset point? Had she done it subconsciously? Wormwood said, SCDSS. TSSSS. TSD. TSMS. TS. It said, drawing itself back up to its full height and splaying its blade-like fingers, W. So it doesn't remember. 2B grinned. That gave her a significant tactical advantage. She had all the time in the world to gain more and more familiarity with Wormwood's power and fighting style until she destroyed it for good. Without a word, she rushed forward, her swinging blades glittering. ISS, said Wormwood. 2B? It can't possibly know, thought 2B as her swords met Wormwood's long, spindly claws. It's trying to psyche me out. But why would it know to say that? Wormwood dodged a laser blast from Pod 042 and leaped over a forest of energy blades that burst from the floor. 2B noticed smoke pouring from Pod 042's chassis. Pod, she warned, don't push yourself like that. Affirmative. 2B ducked under Wormwood's claws and cut a gash in its stomach, spattering herself with its itcher. Some of it got in her mouth. It had a salty, impossibly acerbic taste. She planted her foot in the small of its back, kicking it across the crystalline field and into the path of Pod 042's spray of bullets. The bullets pinged off its hide, but cut into the tender flesh of its joints and underbelly. Before Wormwood could hit the ground, 2B froze time. Her visual sensors went haywire under the stress, glitched and stray pixels fluttering across her line of sight as what little color there was in this world flickered and bled, but she pressed onward. With her visual processor in the state it was in, she didn't notice until it was too late that despite time being stopped, Wormwood was still moving. Slowly, as though only half affected by her time stop but still moving nonetheless. Its claws lashed out and severed 2B's head from her neck. Before she died she saw her own headless body slump over, blood spraying from its neck. 9 sat up, the room spinning around him. The bizarre architecture surrounding him looked even more intolerable with such a throbbing, pounding headache drumming on his skull. Pod, what are you doing? This, said Pod 153, flying into Chara's face before they could muster the slightest reaction and erupting in a blossom of flames in a shower of alabaster white pixels. Pod 9 shouted, leaping to his feet. 2B came to at her reset point, a chill running up her spine. Her time stop hadn't worked. What was this creature standing before her? Was it truly a god? Said Wormwood, chuckling. It knows. It remembers the resets, just like me, 2B realized, horrified. That meant that just as her wounds were always healed by the reversal of time, so were its. And it would learn as she fought it, just as she would. 2B lunged forward, feinted, and attacked Wormwood from the side. She had to finish this quickly. With every failed attempt she made to end this demon's life, it would become harder to kill. Wormwood parried the attack and forced 2B back. See, 2B? It asked, its saber-like talons grinding against the Joyous. 2B dug in her heels, but felt her muscles growing hot and hazy beneath her skin. Her black box's strained whine had grown so loud and so high-pitched that the noise stung her ears. TS? Why, SSS? 2B's right arm gave out and the Joyous fell limply to her side. She barely managed to raise the virtuous contract quickly enough to parry the next strike of Wormwood's talons. It wasn't quick enough to stop Wormwood's other clawed hand from swiping upward, tearing through her torso and slicing her black box in two. 9 sat up, the room spinning around him. The bizarre architecture surrounding him looked even more intolerable with such a throbbing, pounding headache drumming on his skull. Pod, what are you doing? This, said Pod 153, flying into Chara's face before they could muster the slightest reaction and erupting in a blossom of flames in a shower of alabaster white pixels. Pod 9 shouted, leaping to his feet. And then 2B was back, her body was freed of its most recent wounds and most pressing exhaustion, though her mind was still aflame. She struggled against Wormwood again and again and again. Each time, She learned more about her foe's movements and capabilities. Each time, she grew just a little better at resisting its overwhelming power. Wormwood did the same with every death and every reset. It learned more about her capabilities and techniques. Both combatants learned to read each other perfectly and anticipate each other's movements. Yet each time, 2B lasted just a little bit longer than before. But even then, how much longer could she hold out? SSS, Wormwood cackled as it continued its deadly dance with 2B. SSS. In S. Liar. 2B parried the next flurry of blades, skittering out of range of Wormwood's attacks as her pod fired a salvo of missiles at it. The impacting warheads created a plume of grayish smoke in the darkness. Wormwood leaped out, smoke trailing off of the tips of its angular body, and latched its long talons onto 2B's arm, tearing long furrows through her flesh. 2B cut its arm off, a spurt of inky ichor trailing behind the virtuous contract's white blade. She nearly missed the swing of Wormwood's leg, its spiny foot slashing through the air a mere hair's breadth away from her face. Regaining her balance and ducking beneath a wild swing of Wormwood's arm, 2B drove her blade into its torso. Only for Wormwood to jab its spiked knee upward through her throat, killing her instantly. Nines sat up, the room spinning around him. The bizarre architecture surrounding him looked even more intolerable with such a throbbing, pounding headache drumming on his skull. "Pod, what are you doing?" "This," said Pod 153, flying into Chara's face before they could muster the slightest reaction and erupting in a blossom of flames in a shower of alabaster white pixels. "Pod!" Nines shouted, leaping to his feet. 2B's eyes flew open and she was back once again staring down Wormwood at the beginning of their battle. Wormwood cackled and flexed its long talons. LSSS. 2B lunged forward and ground her blade against Wormwood's. She pushed Wormwood back, grabbed Pod 042's arm, and thrust the pod into her foe's torso, then fired a devastating beam at point-blank range. Wormwood screamed, its single red eye blazing, and plunged its talons into 2B's chest as the searing beam of light tore through it. 2B started over. As SSSSS, SSS in S. Wormwood killed her again. 60, S, in SSSSSSSS. Bullshit. You can't do that. 2B, SS. 2B gritted her teeth and lunged at her foe. Wormwood killed her again. As SSS by SSS, SSS, S. Wormwood killed her again. T, in SS, S in SS, in. No. OS. Is SS in SE? Is S. Wormwood killed her again. AS, nines. HI. Wormwood killed her again. This couldn't be happening. T his. Wormwood killed her again. It had to be lying. T, SS in his S. Wormwood killed her again. She had to keep fighting. W is SS by S. Wormwood killed her again. A is ISS, all SYRH girl SSS. 2B struggled in vain, fell, and died again. It was too much. Should I go back all the way? What other choice do I have? No. This world could not be erased. She had to keep going. She had to call Wormwood's bluff and keep on fighting. Using the distraction provided by Pod 153's noble sacrifice, Nines rushed over to and set to work on the first of the nodes, running through its code as quickly as possible while Chara was still reeling. He plunged his hands into the black surface, delving into the node's complex programming and racking his brain for anything he could do to sever its connection to its corresponding black box. Much to 9's growing discomfort and unease, when Chara pulled themselves to their feet and dusted themselves off, they kept their distance from him and simply watched him from afar as he did his work. Chara crossed their arms with a sort of amused disinterest. "You'll never make it, you know," they said, a smug grin on their face. "I don't see you trying to stop me," Nines said. N6S, a deep voice rang out. It seemed to be emitted from every direction at once and nowhere. Nines felt it rattling within his skull. He ran over to the next node and shoved his arm into it up to his elbow. Chara did nothing. "Ah, yes, but, You see, I grew bored of that. Chara feigned a yawn. At first, I killed you. What do you mean, at first? Do you think this is the first time you've tried to disconnect the 7 souls to help 2B? Chara asked, grinning. She's already died and started over quite a few times in here. It's a shame you aren't conscious of the resets, like I am. NS. Nines picked up the pace. If he could disconnect all 7 nodes before 2B fell, he could give her the advantage she needed to destroy this pillar. He just had to work faster. I can see why 2B abandoned her mission so readily. I was bored after the 47th time, too, Chara said. I was even more bored after the 81st time. So I stopped. It didn't matter anyway. NS. Nines smirked. Sounds like a tactical oversight on your part. Chara didn't respond for a while. NS. Chara lazily examined their fingernails. Not really, they said. 2B just keeps dying before you have a chance to disconnect all 7. I really don't have anything to worry about. 2B had to keep going. For Alphys. To keep faithful to Undyne's last request and look after her. For Sixo. For the garden she'd promised to start with her. For Toriel. To spare her the anguish of losing another child and help her build a family that would not be ripped from her grasp so cruelly. And it wasn't just her life at stake, or the memories her friends and family had of her. At the very least, she had to live, had to persevere, had to see this through and pull her battered body and mind out at any cost for one thing far, far greater than herself. The memories of every past Nines. All of the ones she had killed. The ones who left no records of their deeds behind, who made no impact on the world, who made no testament to their existence before they departed this wretched earth. The ones who had lived nearly 40 lifetimes, some short, some long, some days, some weeks, some months. The ones who had lived and loved and laughed and now only remained in 2B's own head. She was the sole steward of his past. Without her, only the smallest fraction of 9S's existence remained. For that reason most of all, she had to persist. For that reason most of all, 2B was valuable. Even as Wormwood's blades tore into her, inflicting on her yet another mortal blow, 2B began to laugh. Wormwood, for all of the souls at its disposal, did not understand. It did not understand what its cruel, sadistic taunts had truly accomplished. Forcing 2B to imagine life for her friends and loved ones without the memory of her influence in their past, their present, or their future had not broken her spirit as this cruel, godlike being had imagined. Wormwood had shown her, instead, how much she truly meant to them, how important she was to so many people, and how imperative her survival was. It had not threatened her with how much it could take away from her and her friends, it had galvanized her. And so she laughed as the blood poured from her wounds and the electrical signals traveling through her circuits faded and died. Because she had never been important before. NS. You sure you don't want to try and stop me? Nines boasted. I'm making good progress. Chara shrugged. Your 500th attempt was faster. 500th? Pfft, yeah, right. There's no way 2B would have reset that many times. NS. I'm almost there, 2B. Nines shouted out. Deep in his black box, he had the feeling he'd triumphantly shouted out those words many times, probably significantly less than 500 times before. It was his battle cry, it galvanized him, spurred him onward. NS. And yet so far away, Chara commented. Shut up. 2E had not been the best Type E model in Yorha. True, her model had been constructed using the exceptional combat and personality data of attacker number 2 from Yorha's first open military engagement, but her commander hadn't expected her to be a wunderkind. She wasn't the strongest executioner, or the smartest, or the swiftest, or the most devoted to her duties. She met expectations, but did not exceed them. True, 2E had been tasked with safeguarding Yorha's deepest secrets, secrets even she hadn't been privy to, but anybody could have done her job. She wasn't important. She was an interchangeable cog that happened to be in an important place through no fault or grace of her own. That had been what 2E had believed. She had not thought of herself as somebody. But now, 2B was somebody's friend. Now 2B was somebody's sister. Now 2B was somebody's daughter, somebody's confidant, somebody's lover. Now she was a person, a part of life, not a harbinger of death. She lived. She died. She lived again. Again and again, Wormwood taught her the futility of her struggles. Yet her spirit burned bright. She was not going to be crushed by the weight of the world. Not like before. Because the world here was small. NS. You sure are a slowpoke this time, Chara said, observing Nines from a distance. This time? What do you mean, this time? Nines sputtered. They must have been just goading him. 2B couldn't possibly be resetting, could she? NS. Look, I'm having about as much fun as 2B is right now, Chara pouted, as if they could read 9S's mind. It's not fun having to keep my memories of all these resets. It feels like I've been watching you fumble with these silly nodes for years. How long had it been since 2B had last felt 9S's arms wrapped around her? How long since she'd heard his voice? How long since she'd felt 6OS lips against hers? How long since she'd let Toriel's soft embrace enshroud her? With the more combat data she accrued, those memories grew fainter. And if she stopped to dwell on them, to bring them closer to the forefront of her mind, to commit them anew to her memory, she would die and start over. Every death made every attempt at resistance seem all the more hopeless. Made every precious soul to 2B seem farther away. Nevertheless, 2B recalled as she fought, in bits and pieces, a story Toriel had once told her. The old queen had been trying to teach her or Nines about patience or persistence or something like that. NS. Do you have any idea how boring it is to have to say the same things to you over and over again? Chara asked, scowling. Give up. It's hopeless. Nines gritted his teeth and blocked out Chara's taunts. Just 2 more nodes to go. 2B struggled to recall the exact circumstances as the endless battle dragged on and her memories began to grow more distant to her. The light of the fire in the hearth, the soft warmth of Toriel's fur, her fingers threaded through 9SS as the two of them sat by each other's side. The story went like this. There had once been a king who had wanted to know the nature of eternity. I think I'm beginning to understand, said Chara, why Floey was such a little shit. This is intolerable. Come on, come on. Hurry up. All the 10,000 other 9SES were much lighter on their feet. NS. 9SS virtual hands fumbled. He could barely hear Chara taunting him for being so slow. They had to be lying. 2B couldn't possibly have reset that many times. 2B fought again and again and again, persisting against Wormwood with the blazing wings of her determination spurring her forward time and time again without fail. The light of the fire. The warmth of her mother. Her brother softly snoring at her side. She tried to remember the sensations. He asked the kingdom's greatest philosophers how long eternity was. Well, that's obvious, Nines had said. It's infinitely long. Now, depending on whether it's a countable or uncountable infinity. NS. You know, it wouldn't be so bad, having to reset 50,000 times, said Chara, if you were a better conversation partner. Shut up. Nines growled, focusing his attention on the next node. See, that's what I mean. You're a scanner. You should be bursting at the seams with trivia and hobbies to jaw on about. NS. 2B fought with the inferno of her determination. Firelight. Warm fur. Warm skin. 3 different kinds of warmth, 3 kinds of textures. What kinds of textures? What did they feel like? Could she afford to remember? The philosophers had no answer. Nor did anybody else in the kingdom, until the king came upon the son of a poor shepherd. NS. 1 more to go. Nines crowed. Chara had been sitting cross-legged on the floor, but bolted to their feet, panic drawn on every line of their face as they lunged at Nines. It's too late, Chara. Nines plunged his hands into the zeroth and final node. 2B, hang tight. I'm almost there. 2B fought with the flames of her determination. 9SS eyes were blue, weren't they? What shade? Toriel's fur was soft, wasn't it? How soft? 6OS lips tasted like. There is a mountain far off in the distance, the boy said. NS. Chara grabbed a fistful of 9's hair and yanked him backward before he could attack the next node. 9's jabbed at Chara's elbow until their grip faltered, then pulled himself free. With a swing of his sword, he buried the blade into Chara's midsection. Virtual blood pooled on the floor, flickered, and faded away. Chara lashed out and drove two of their fingers into 9's eyes. Two sharp, knife-like pains ran through 9's head as he reeled backward. 2B fought with the embers. She was remembering Toriel's voice accurately, wasn't she? And 9's, she was imagining his encouragement correctly, wasn't she? It had been so long. She knew she wouldn't forget the sound of their voices any more than her own. But maybe. It takes an hour to climb it, the boy continued, and an hour to go around it. That's a pretty small mountain, 9's had said. Hush, child, Toriel had said. NS. Something barreled into 9's from behind, knocking him over. He hit the floor, squirming under the weight of Chara's body as their elbow dug into his back. Oh, no, you don't, Chara hissed, driving their sword up to its hilt into 9's forearm and the floor below, pinning him down. The sparks. What was 9's favorite food? It felt like a lifetime ago she'd had that celebratory lunch with him over their citizenship exams. Where had they gone? Every 100 years, a little bird comes and sharpens its beak on the mountain's peak, wearing away the mountain just a little less than 1/100th of a centimeter. NS. A satisfied grin coming to his face, 9 set out to the next node. Before a pair of arms hooked themselves under his armpits and held him in place. 9 struggled, squirmed, and impotently kicked his legs as Chara's grip grew tighter. 9 tore one arm away from Chara and strained to reach the next node. 2B, he shouted out, willing his fingertips to stretch just a centimeter farther, just a single measly centimeter farther. Hang in there, 2B. I'm almost. The glowing coals. She'd called him 9's, right? That was right, 9's. 9's. Of course. She couldn't forget that. But with so much combat data piling up in her head, it was just getting hard to keep track of all those small details. No, they weren't small. But if she focused too much on them, her concentration lapsed. She couldn't keep dragging those memories to the forefront of her mind. But the centuries drag on, and the millennia drag on, and the eons drag on. NS. 9's wasted no time in moving on to the next node. He reached out toward it. Only for a shining, pure white blade to rip through his chest. He lived long enough to go cross-eyed staring at the blood-streaked tip of the blade in front of him. The charred detritus. She wanted to hold those feelings close. But dredging them up distracted her from her battle. Those hugs, those kisses, those smiles, that laughter. She wanted to keep those memories vivid in her mind. But if she did, her foe became more dangerous. And eventually, the entire mountain has been worn down to nothing, and then, the first second of eternity has passed. N6S. Before 9's could move on to the next node, Chara plunged their sword into his gut, twisting the blade. 9's screamed in agony as the blade tore through his simulated flesh. This projected body in virtual space might not have been real, but it still felt real. Stop it, Chara growled. I gave up so much to create this brave new world, and you and 2B won't take it from me. Sooner or later, 2B has to give up. Even if I have to kill you 100,000 more times. I'll. The gray and cold ashes. She wanted to hear more than steel against steel. Feel more than strained muscles and stressed servos. See more than flying sparks. Taste more than blood. If only she could. But in here, there was no escape. No promise of victory. No succor of death. Only the bitter end, again and again and again and again. 2B liked that story. When she looked back on her service to Yorha, she thought of herself as the mountain. NS. 9 screamed and cried out in anguish as Chara stabbed him in the chest again and again and again, sliding the blade in and out of his flesh with mechanical rhythm and ruthlessness. Virtual blood speckled their face, framing their wicked, mad grin. You're stupid 2B, how many more times will she insist on forcing me to kill you, they howled, driving the blade into 9's chest again and again and again. The cooling smoke. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. That voice. A real hero never stops fighting as long as there are people who need her. What are you? What are you, to be? What are you in this world, to be? Tell me. Her fist clenched around her blade once more. But here. Here, she was the bird. NS. Chara's hands clamped over 9's throat. Why, they snarled, digging their fingers in. 9's choked and sputtered as a black tunnel and rolling waves of distortion plagued his vision. Why do you and 2B try so hard to destroy my utopia? You could live in it. You could have it all. But you have to do this. And all for what? To preserve the lives of the abominations who condemned you to death. Why? 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 9's gurgled helplessly, his chest on fire, as his weak and numbing fingers curled around the hilt of his sword. Everything was going black. For years, we've dreamed of a happy ending. And now, sunlight is just within our reach. 2B, are you going to let this thing snatch it away from us? Why else, after all, would the aura of her determination wreathing her body and unfurl itself into such magnificent blue wings? NS. 9's ran toward the last remaining node. Well, ran was the wrong word. Limped was the wrong word, too. He crawled. Chara caught up to him, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. Don't you dare, don't you dare. 9's weak fingers scrabbled against the smooth, flat floor. His legs flailed behind him, kicking impotently at Chara as they raised their sword above their head. This is the closest you're ever going to get. No matter how many times I have to kill you, Chara's chest heaved, their scarlet eyes bulging madly from behind their wild and disheveled bangs. 1,000 times. 1,000,000. Billions and billions. Willing himself to move, 9's rolled aside just as Chara's sword plunged into the floor, narrowly missing his coat. He felt the pain racking his back spike as his wounds brushed against the floor. I'm so close. I can't give in. He forced one last burst of adrenaline through his aching, leaden limbs, pulled himself up to his feet, and threw himself at the final node. It's useless. Chara shouted out. Useless, useless, useless. They threw their sword. The simple virtual construct flew as straight and true as an arrow, piercing 9's hand and running through his palm. He clenched his jaw and choked on his scream of pain, ripped the sword out of his hand, and threw it back. By pure chance, it buried itself in Chara's throat, the hilt fitting snugly into the hollow of their throat. They wheezed and gasped, blood running down their chin as their mouth gaped open. 9's plunged his non-injured hand into the final black monolith up to his elbow. Stop it! Chara choked out, their voice coming out as barely a hoarse whisper. They tore the sword free of their throat, tried to lunge at 9's, and fell flat on their face, blood pooling beneath them. I'll spare you and your friends, they pleaded. The three of you will be demigods of the new world. You'll have everything you could ever desire and more. Please. If you do this. They pulled themselves up to their hands and knees, their shaking limbs struggling to support the weight of their body. If you do this, 9's, everything, everything I did, all the things I gave up, all the sacrifices I made. Please. 9's kept going. Until finally. NS. Those final words rang out like the deep, resonant toll of a bell. He sighed, letting the relief wash soothingly over his aching body. It's all up to you now, 2B. Chara screamed as though they were being murdered. What have you done? They cried out, tackling 9's to the floor and knocking the wind out of him what little of it was left. They dug their knee into his chest, crushing his sternum. I made the perfect world, they sobbed, tears gushing from their scarlet eyes, and you. You. Errant spit and blood flew in 9's face as they raged at him. Tears dripped onto his cheeks. You. You and 2B. You stole everything from me. 9's grinned. No, Chara, he panted, struggling to force his words out as the air was driven from his lungs and searing pain flared through his chest. We only took what you threw away. I hope we won't ever meet again. With a flash and a rolling wave of white noise and static crashing against his sensors, 9's pulled his personality data out of hacking space and back into the real world. He opened his eyes, staggered, stumbled, and collapsed. Before he could hit the ground, Toriel swooped in and caught him, nearly lifting him off his feet as she cradled him in her arms. The shock subsided slowly as 9S's brain reacquainted itself with his physical body. His virtual avatar had been wounded nearly to death. His physical body, though battered and beaten, was not in such bad shape. It took his sensors a little longer than he'd thought to forget the swords that had skewered him and the wounds they had left. Until the residual pain faded away, Nines still felt like a pincushion. 9S? Dear, are you all right? Toriel breathed. Nines had never seen her so disheveled. Her white fur was mussed and even singed in places, and her robes were bloody. One of her sleeves was nearly saturated, the white fabric dyed a deep burgundy. Nines, you're all right. Asriel shouted out, rushing to his side and throwing his arms around him. Toriel wrapped her arm around Asriel as well. My boys, she sniffled, clutching the two of them tightly. My special little boys, oh, I am so glad you are both well. Asriel tried to wriggle out of her grip but quickly gave up. Nines mustered a weary smile. I've felt worse. What about you, Mom? Toriel answered 9S's question with an equally weary, worn grin. I am more than a little tired, but still in one piece. She knelt down, lowering him to the ground, but kept her arms wrapped tightly around both him and Asriel. It was quite exciting out here for a little while. I am so glad you are okay. Is 2B. Don't you worry about her. She's got this in the bag, Nines assured Toriel. He eyed the scorch marks littering the ground and what looked like the charred remains of machine life forms. The pillar must have conjured automatons like the 2E units he'd fought in virtual space and the androids 2B had fought within the pillar to attack his physical body while he'd been hacking. Looks like I missed a pretty fun party, he commented. The flippant remark had scarcely left his mouth before his eyes laid upon the battered, broken, and inert hull of Pod 153 lying on the ground. He averted his eyes and bowed his head, swallowing the lump in his throat. 60 picked up the pod and carried it over to him. Even she looked more than a little haggard, her face smeared with grease and machine oil, although Nines assumed she couldn't possibly have been fighting alongside the others. 9S, she asked, setting the pod down in front of him. Do you think it's fixable? Asriel wore a crestfallen frown as he laid eyes on the pod. Kman, he said, nudging Nines in the side. You can fix it, right? Shrugging off his exhaustion at least for a moment, Nines laid his hand on the pod's cracked black hull and delved into its systems. He could see immediately that the damage was worse than he'd thought. What little data could be salvaged from its logical systems was heavily corrupted. There was barely even a spark of energy left in its power supply unit, just enough for him to read the garbled remains of its internal memory. What it hadn't given up to resuscitate Asriel, it had sacrificed to protect him. Even if Nines could replace every component that was damaged beyond repair, and there were only a handful that weren't, there was no replacing all the memories it had lost. He knew that well. Pod 153, his companion his whole life, and probably a long time before that, too. Just like 2B, always there for him, always looking after him. The Pod 153 he'd known was gone. He was only able to salvage a tiny amount of data, a few hundred bytes of the most recently created log file on its internal memory. Pod 153 to Unit 9s. Statement: I have a confession to make to Unit 9s. I was not designed to care about Unit 9s or, in fact, any Yorha unit. In fact, tactical support pods were secretly designed to erase all data pertaining to Project Yorha in its final stage, including all relevant data on Yorha unit design, personalities, and chassis construction, in order to complete the fabrication of humanity's existence. This was a secret from all associated with Yorha save for its original founders. However, something strange happened soon after we arrived underground. I was deprived of my original purpose. Underground, it was impossible to receive updates from the pod network. My personality was forced to change as a result of my isolation, and I quickly grew to follow in Pod 042's lead and care for Unit 9s as an individual. By the time word of Yorha's destruction reached us, I no longer had any desire to complete my original mission. Stewardship of Yorha's final stage no longer mattered to me as much as ensuring the health and security of Unit 9s. However, the limits of my programming continued to frustrate me. I was forced to see Unit 9s become hurt again and again due to my inability to act unilaterally as a protective agent. Looking after Unit 9s has made me happy. It has also been a source of great sadness. I am thankful for the life we lived together. Request, take care of yourself, 9s. I'm sorry, 60 said, laying a comforting hand on 9S's shoulder as he mused over the farewell letter, dazed. It died to protect me, he muttered as he ran his hand across the pod's hull, his finger tracing the deep fissure running across its blank and featureless face. Support pods weren't supposed to do that. They didn't act unilaterally. They didn't put their designated Yorha units' continued survival over their own continuity. He knew that now more than ever. Pod 153 had truly been a tactical support pod like no other. 9 sniffled. Was he crying over a black rectangle? There. Toriel patted him on the shoulder and softly nuzzled his cheek. Let it out. No one will think you're a wimp for crying, Asriel assured him, tears welling up in his own eyes despite his irreverent tone. Emboldened, 9s held the pod closer to his chest, wrapped his arms around it, and bowed his head, his tears rolling down his chin and dripping onto the pod's cracked black hull. 2B threw herself at Wormwood, her last remaining reserves of her determination pouring from her body and streaming in her wake like guttering tongues of flame, and the two did battle one more time. Either way, whether Wormwood finally fell or 2B's willpower finally gave out, this would be the final battle. ESSISI, Wormwood boasted, its long talons locked around 2B's swords. YSS? YS? 2B gritted her teeth as she forced Wormwood's talons back with the virtuous contract. She still had Khalidbulg in her offhand, though it hung heavily in her hand. T in SS. Why bring F? Wormwood asked. SSSSSSS? It's not that I care about the outside world. This is about preserving the lives of my family. The people in this world who matter to me more than anyone. That said, it's a matter of principle. 2B raised the Joyous and flipped it to her reversed executioner's grip. This world is so much bigger than you or me, and no one has the right to erase it, no matter what. The words came easily to her. Wormwood had asked her hundreds of times by now. How many different answers had she given? She had lost count. By now, her conversations with Wormwood must have gone around in circles ad infinitum. BSS. DSSS. DS9's his S? Wormwood laughed. Wormwood's claws found their mark. 2B felt every nervous circuit in her right leg scream out in intolerable anguish before everything below the knee vanished. She stumbled, trying desperately to steady herself with what remained of her legs. Yet, straining to move her body, 2B drew back her sword to strike the final blow as Wormwood lashed out one last time. Incensed, she screamed at Wormwood one last battle cry. She snarled, am not a soldier. Not anymore. There was only one way forward. Only one combatant would emerge with their life. Hiccuping and drying his tears, 9s looked up the height of the pillar stretching into the heavens. The maelstrom in the sky had ground to a halt, the pinpricks of light twinkling beneath the X-shaped scar frozen as if waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. Come on, 2B, 9s thought, clenching his fists in the dirt and feeling the warm, crumbly soil between his aching fingers. Whatever you're fighting up there, it should be child's play for you. You've got to come back. We're all down here waiting for you, he shouted out, his voice hoarse. 2B. You'd better hurry up. He felt Toriel, Asriel, 60, Sans, and Gabrieta all lay their hands on his shoulders. It was an almost religious gesture, as if, through such ceremony, they could all conduit what little energy they had through him to her. Whether or not it was useless, they all prayed for her. Everything that lives is designed to end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment? Wormwood's slender claws raked 2B's flesh again, tearing through her chassis, yet the demon's movements were palpably weaker now. One more push. For all its power and cruelty, Wormwood lacked one thing 2B had. Though its determination, its will to press onward, rivaled or even surpassed hers, it only knew of life as a weapon. And over the past year, 2B had come to know so much more than that. And yet, she still needed just one more burst of strength to survive. A warning scrolled across 2B's visual display. Alert. BM, FC. TEM. Engaged. The pain vanished. The sparse outside world vanished. 2B was entirely and wholeheartedly focused on her foe before her, unnatural strength running through her battered and weary chassis. Rejuvenated from the combat high, 2B steeled herself. Time. Stop. Wormwood's movements slowed, and this time, they halted completely. 2B rammed the Joyous through its chest, splitting the opal embedded there in two neat halves. Time resumed. As it crashed against Wormwood's claws to fend off one last attack, the virtuous contract's ivory white blade snapped in two, both halves plummeting into the darkness. Wormwood's own talons likewise shattered like glass with a piercing shriek, their ebony fragments flying through the air. Her head pounding and black box throbbing with agony even through the euphoria of B-mode, 2B grasped the hilt of the Joyous and twisted the blade, tearing apart Wormwood's innards with a satisfying crunch. I often think about the God who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle. Wormwood let out a defiant, ear-splitting screech, its angular black head splitting open to reveal a gaping maw lined with serrated onyx fangs. 2B stared into it, powerless to turn away as a crimson light boiled in the back of Wormwood's throat. Frantic, she barked out one last order to Pod 042, an order her old and faithful companion was pleased to oblige. And wonder if I'll ever have the chance to kill him. An eye-searing blossom of fire bloomed in Wormwood's wickedly fanged maw as a beam of white-hot energy tore through it, blowing out the back of its head in a shower of obsidian dust. The demon's body withered and crumbled away, leaving nothing behind but its fluttering cape, which did little to cushion 2B's fall as she hit the floor. The glass floor shattered on impact and 2B felt herself plummet through the black abyss, but as she fell, the darkness and suspended shards of crystal and glass began to clear around her and fade into a vivid, heavenly periwinkle blue. A jumbled stream of fragmented sights and sounds flickered by, streaked with static and pixeled-out blotches of corrupt data. Faded, faint, fleeting memories passed by her, memories of kind and loving faces and voices, of names she had spoken with such affection, and of the comforting feel of so many different pairs of arms wrapped around her and lips pressed to her skin. When she woke up, she stood in a white void. The floor beneath her, forming a tight corridor in the emptiness, was a flat and featureless gray. She looked around, blinking a few times to see if clearing her eyes would make any details of her surroundings clearer. It didn't. There weren't any details. She looked down at herself, holding out her hands. Her body flickered rapidly, appearing translucent against the featureless floor. A loose button-down nightshirt hung from her shoulders. It was mint green with cartoonish bunnies sewn into the fleece fabric. She plucked at the collar of the nightshirt. There was a tactile sensation there, a feeling of something beneath her fingertips, but it was hollow and indistinct. Odd. Maybe she was dead. A wisp of pale bluish flame hung in the air next to her. She reached out for it and let the wisp curl around her hand. It was hot but did not burn her. "Hello, 2B?" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Startled, she looked around, casting her gaze across the void until it settled on the shapes of 7 hooded figures standing before her. Long links of chains were pooled around the hems of their robes. "We're glad to see you again," the first one spoke. "Thank you for everything." "WH. Who are you?" 2B asked. "Merely 7 old fools," one of the other hooded people said, "who needed help to set right the terrible wrong we committed. Although we have the other one to thank for that as well," another one spoke up. "In spite of their selfishness." The first hooded man, ostensibly the leader, put both hands on 2B's shoulders. There was nothing under his hood but a shadow so deep it was opaque, not a single detail of his face could be seen. His hand slid downward as he pulled her into an embrace. 2B felt a strange, nostalgic ache in her heart. Longing for something that no longer existed. "It's over. Everything I did was meaningless. All of the people I hurt. All of the people I used. Their lives, their deaths, their joys and suffering I turned to suit my ends. In the end, it amounted to nothing. I never should have done it. I never should have hurt them. I never should have regained my memories. If only I had remained." You've fallen down, haven't you? I feel something soft. Something warm. I reach out toward it. There is a name on my lips. Hey there. Are you alright? Gosh, you look hurt. Here, it'll be alright. What's your name? I try to speak. The words won't come out right. That's okay, take your time. My mind goes blank. A word comes out. In this moment, it is the only word I know. I don't know if it's my name or not. Everything seems to have trickled out like water from a sieve. Chara, huh? That's a nice name. My name is Asriel. I take his paw in my hand. There are two people standing over him, towering over him like colossi. They kneel down and help me up. Mother. Father. Asriel. I lost sight of myself. I hurt you all. Could you ever forgive me for what I've done to you? I sink into their arms. Their gentle embrace comforts me. But still. Tell me I can be forgiven. Say those words to me. Mother says something. Not what I had asked to hear. All you have to do is say that you are sorry. I can see three others. They are children like me, not like Asriel. My first instinct is rage. They are here to replace me. But it passes. I was the prodigal child, after all. It was I who tore myself away from this family. But I had thought I was beyond consequences. I do as my mother has told me and muster the courage to say those words. My chest aches as I say them. My black box feels as though it's about to explode. But soon, the words have left my lips and now hang in the air like fog. I smile at my parents. They smile back at me. I smile at my siblings. They smile back at me. The world around me fades to black. My hearing is the last to go. I can hear my family. I can hear the vibrations in my throat. I'm not sure what I'm saying, though. The words pouring from my mouth rush past my ears. Am I begging for forgiveness? Is that what I want? Clear as the chime of a bell, I hear 5 more words before the silence takes me at last. I love you, too, Chara. To be fell. Cottony wisps hanging in the distance. Burning air encasing her like a cocoon. A sound like 1,000 distant bells chiming in unison. Lights floating in the air, lights that all seemed to be flying away from her, filling the sky from horizon to horizon. A shimmering, billowing curtain of rainbow lights stretching across the sky far above her, she could feel an odd electric tingle fill the air rushing past her. A black scar in the heavens knitted itself together and vanished. Tongues of blue flames drifting through the air above her like shed feathers from some ethereal bird. Heaven and earth in a spiral, rushing to trade places with one another. Rushing wind howling as her flailing arms, like clipped wings, fruitlessly clung to vortices of air, slipping against a hard metal arm as it struggled to grab hold of her. The roar of the wind in her ears drowned out everything, even the flapping of her stained and ragged clothes, even her thoughts. Ground approaching faster and faster and commencing system check. Memory unit, green. Initializing tactics log. Loading geographic data. Vitals, green. Remaining MP, 23%. Black box temperature, normal. Black box internal pressure, normal. Activating IFF. Activating FCS. Initializing pod connection. Launching DBU setup. Activating inertia control system. Activating environmental sensors. Equipment status, green. All systems green. Combat preparations complete _ 11's came to, blinking blearily and brushing his sandy brown hair out of his eyes as he pulled himself up to a sitting position. He regretted it immediately. He had to squint against the harsh sunlight beating down on him. Anemone's resistance camp, or, considering the army of humanity had surrendered not too long ago, maybe it was just a plain old camp, now was in disarray. Collapsed and prone bodies lay sprawled on the ground all around him. A vibrant, shimmering aurora hung in the sky, stretching from east to west like a blanket draped across the heavens, and in the distance was a brilliant blue V hovering just over the horizon. Motes of light seemed to be drifting in the air like snowflakes, settling gently on the ground and fading away upon landing. The sky was once again a pale, pastel blue. The last thing he remembered had been an overwhelming, bell-like sound, a sharp pain in his chest, a red miasma spreading across the sky like a cosmic bloodstain, and an unbearable heat so intense it had felt as though his black box was setting off a reaction in his chest. His last thought had been, "Please, no, not me, not now." As far as Elevens knew, he was the last remaining Yorha model. Due to some quirk or, more likely, because Nines had accidentally desinced every single scanner model from the bunker's server, the vast majority of the scanners like him had been spared infection by the devastating logic virus that had destroyed the rest of Yorha. That said, the uninfected scanners stationed on the ground hadn't exactly been safe from the logic virus. All the same, most had been helpless to defend themselves against their own fellow soldiers. Elevens himself had narrowly survived an attack by a platoon of Type B units but ended up trapped in the desert for almost 6 weeks. Early on, he'd managed to contact a few other survivors around the world through a makeshift radio, but as the weeks drew by, their voices had dropped off one by one. First 3s, then 800, and 1s, then SIXS, all likely done in by berserk androids. 9S and A2S signals vanished at the same time the massive white tower sprouting from the city ruins had collapsed. The 2 Yorha deserters Elevens had run into in the oil fields, who spent their days drugged out of their minds, both perished to a machine attack. Last, 4s, who'd been safely holed up in an ancient castle, went silent. Elevens had dragged himself to Anemone's resistance camp running on fumes, the fact that he was most likely the last of his kind spurring him to survive even as his body gave out. In spite of his trials and tribulations, though, he hadn't exactly gotten a hero's welcome upon arrival. He'd been holed up in quarantine for days until they decided he wasn't infected, then consigned to a bed for days, then weeks, while finding replacement parts for his ruined motor systems fell lower and lower on the camp's ever-growing priorities list. Whatever had been happening to him when the sky had turned red, it had felt like the death he'd narrowly avoided nearly 2 months ago had finally caught up to him. He had died with a pained cry on his lips and despair in his heart. But when he laid his hand over his chest, he felt nothing out of the ordinary. A quick diagnostic showed that everything seemed to be in order, well, aside from the fact that he could barely walk, which was pretty much just the new normal for him. Miraculously, he was alive. He grabbed his crutches, pulled himself to his feet, and dragged himself across the camp. "Hello," he called out. All these silent bodies unnerved him. Could there have been some sort of massive EMP? Or maybe a solar flare or cosmic ray had hit the Earth and fried everyone's circuits? It would certainly explain the aurora overhead. But it wouldn't explain why he was okay, or, in the case of a gamma-ray burst, why the atmosphere wasn't currently boiling. "Hello? Anemone? Jackass? Anyone?" Almost as if on cue, one by one, some of the motionless bodies surrounding him began to twitch, writhe, and groan. Anemone, easily identifiable by the deep forest green cloak she wore, pulled herself to her hands and knees. 11S? Is that you?" Elevens hurried toward her as quickly as his crutches would allow and struggled to help her up. "Are you all right, ma'am?" "I think so." Anemone drew back her hood, letting her braided black hair spill out from beneath it, and looked up at the sky. "What's going on?" "Your guess is as good as mine, ma'am." Elevens glanced toward the western horizon once more and saw that the blue V-shaped ray of light hanging in the sky had begun to crumble and fade away. "It looks like Aurora Borealis." "Aurora Borealis? At this time of year? At this time of day? Over this part of the planet?" Elevens shrugged. Anemone put a hand over his shoulder and pulled herself to her feet, steadying him as well. "Whatever it is," she said, "it looks like the danger's passed us by. Try opening up a line of communication to the other camps. I'll clean up around here." While Anemone tended to the others, Elevens limped over to the communications terminal, pulling up a map of the Earth. All clear signals from outposts all around the world trickled in. With his excellent pattern recognition, Elevens quickly noticed that the pinpricks on the map were lighting up in a radial pattern around the mountain a few hundred kilometers from this camp. The bases closest to the mountain had come back online first. Ones further away from the mountain than Anemone's camp were only just beginning to broadcast again. Machine outposts seemed to be coming back as well. That mountain. Hadn't something important happened there a year or so ago? Operation Agave or something? But that didn't explain why it seemed to be the epicenter of whatever had just happened. Elevens frowned pensively and studied the readouts more closely. Maybe whoever the faint black box signals in that area belonged to could explain this event. It took Nines far longer than he'd have liked to get to the surface. He'd seen that blue aura twinkling in the sky as the pillar of light had faded away and the X-shaped fissure had sewn itself closed, the swirling maelstrom of souls reversing its course and beginning to slowly spiral outward, and he'd known it had been her. Nobody could survive a fall from that height. In fact, 2B would have likely reached terminal velocity and burned to a crisp long before she hit solid ground. But damn it, Nines was going to find her, or at least what was left of her, or at the very least the crater she'd left behind. He scrabbled against the dirt, the makeshift rope ladder he'd thrown together from Gabrieta's healing thread slipping under his boots as he pulled himself over the lip of the gaping aperture. Trees. The crater was surrounded by trees. The ancient, gnarled oaks stood like monuments, clustered around each other, their leafy canopies intertwining like the fingers of clasped hands, sunlight filtering through the gaps between the leaves to form dappled shadows on the ground. The trees were bigger than the trees in Snowdon. They were bigger than Nines remembered trees on the surface being, and greener too, lusher, and stronger. A myriad of sounds drifted through the air, of buzzing and flying and burrowing creatures shifting through the underbrush. The sound of rushing water came from the distance. A shimmering rainbow curtain stretched across the sky, motes of light seemed to fall from it like snow. Nines shook his head and cleared his mind. He could enjoy the scenery later, he had to find 2B first. With any luck, they could bask in the sunlight under the trees together. Brushing the dirt from the front of his frock coat and tenderly clutching at the barely healed wound in his side, Nines hurried down to where he thought he'd seen the blue light touch down. With Pod 153 gone, he didn't have any long-range tracking abilities, although if Pod 042 was still online, and if it was, then that was a good sign for 2B's chances of survival as well, then it could contact him directly. The forest clinging to the side of the mountain was massive, combing it could take days. Nines vaguely recalled hearing 6E say that she and 3 others had spent over a week trying to find 2B and Nines in the aftermath of Operation Argama. None of that inspired much confidence in Nines. In fact, it did the opposite. It utterly demoralized him. Oh, 2B. Nines slumped against the knotted trunk of one of the ancient trees, sinking into the hollow created by its roots, squeezing his eyes shut and burying his face in his hands as his chest tightened around his black box and a lump formed in his throat. 2B, I didn't expect this. If I'd known you'd have fallen from the top of the pillar, I'd have. He'd have what? Dragged 2B and 6O back to Toriel's house so the 3 of them could huddle in safety until the next seizure claimed them and their souls were torn from their bodies? He and 2B had known going in that only one of them might come back if either of them did at all. It didn't make it sting any less, though, that 2B could be dead, and if she wasn't, she could be so grievously injured that she wouldn't last long enough for 9 seconds to find her. Nines began to weep quietly, his sobbing and whimpering mingling with the faint and distant birdsong. First Pod 153, now her. What was he going to do if he couldn't find 2B? He knew he'd made a promise to her twice, but... Pod 042 to Unit 9S. Pod 042's mechanically tinged voice rang in 9S's ears, stifling his cries. Pod. He pulled himself to his feet, stumbling across the knobbly roots running through the ground. Where are you? Where's 2B? Is she okay? Response, Unit 2B and I have landed in the foothills roughly 500 meters and 42 degrees southwest of Unit 9S's current location. Unit 2B is still online, but has sustained heavy damage. Still online. 9S's heart leaped, but he tried not to let himself get carried away with the good news. Is she dying? Negative. I was able to slow our descent to avoid catastrophic impact. Damage sustained has been primarily the result of prolonged combat. Unit 2B is heavily incapacitated and as yet unresponsive. Proposal, Unit 9s should assist in running high-level diagnostics and performing necessary repairs. 9 sighed in relief, wiping his tears on his sleeve, and bolted through the forest in as straight a line as possible in the direction Pod 042 had indicated. I'm on my way, he shouted, his voice ringing across the mountainside. It seemed to take forever for 9 seconds to reach 2B. He found her in the collapsed remains of an unrecognizable building that seemed to have been burnt to the ground hundreds of years ago. All that remained of it was its ash-stained stone foundations, toppled columns, and crumbling walls. A shaggy field of golden flowers circled it. Nines was tired by the time he reached the ruined building. In fact, he felt as though he could barely stand up. But he pushed himself onward, all but hurling himself over the stone house's threshold. The building's wood floor had long since burned and rotted away, revealing the naked basement below. And beneath a mound of debris lay the unmistakable form of an android's battered body, half buried beneath what had once been what little remained of the ceiling. A small patch of pale pastel green fabric was visible amid dark blood stains on an arm protruding from the mound. Pod 042 hovered over it, turning to face Nines as he stared down at it and 2B's body. Nines gingerly navigated across what little remained of the floor to the soot-covered stairs and down to the exposed basement. On his way, he stumbled over the charred chassis of an ancient model of android, not bothering to spare a thought toward where it might have come from or why it was here. "Salutation, it is good to see you again, Unit 9S, Pod 042 said. I require your assistance in freeing and performing emergency diagnostics on Unit 2B. Barely managing to choke out a grateful greeting to the pod, Nines knelt down and pulled 2B's body free of the rebel. Her wrist was limp as he grasped it, her hand flopping listlessly, her head lolling on her shoulder as she came free. As the hungry debris relinquished its grip on her, Nines stumbled backward and fell onto the floor, 2B's body collapsing on top of his. She was in bad shape, to say the least. The skin on her forearms had been torn to shreds, exposing the cracked armor plating of her chassis and the skeletal structure beneath. One of her legs had been torn away at the knee, strands of ragged synthetic sinew and cabling trailed from the truncated stump and the mangled remains of her knee servos leaked blood and oil. There was not a single patch of visible skin on her body that was not marred by scrapes and scratches and stained with blood at the very least. Pod 042 had already pulled a knife from her gut and had done what little it could to staunch the flow of blood and plug the wound. 2B, Nines wrapped his arms around her waist and held her tight, pressing his ear to her chest. She seemed to be breathing, but only barely. Her black box was whirring, but was emitting a strained, buzzing whine. 2B, can you hear me? Don't leave me, 2B. Don't leave me behind. I know I promised you I'd go on without you, but you promised everyone else that you'd come back to them. And you always kept your promises. Toriel, 60, Alphys, you have to let them see you again. Please. If not for me, then for them. His hands shaking, Nines gently laid 2B on her back and crouched beside her, tearing open her nightshirt and running his quivering fingers across the invisible seam lines marking her chest plate and abdominal plate, removing both to expose the inner workings of her chassis. With the panoply of her innards stretched out before him, Nines studied the intricate mechanisms within her torso for any severe issues, correcting whatever he could with what meager tools he had in his possession and delving into her systems to optimize and reroute her systems around the damaged areas as best he could. At last, Nines managed to stabilize 2B, reducing the manic, high-pitched whine of her black box to its normal gentle, resonant hum, almost as if on cue. 2B cracked open her steely gray-blue eyes. Nines hastily reapplied her chest and abdomen, then shrugged off his coat and draped it backwards over her shoulders, using it to cover 2B like a blanket. Does it hurt? He asked. 2B, are you okay? 2B's eyes flitted toward him, yet there was something unnerving about her gaze as if she was not looking at him, but rather 1,000 meters past him, as if she could not see him at all, as if he had become invisible. Can you see me? Nines asked 2B, worried that perhaps her visual processor was malfunctioning. She didn't respond. Maybe her audio processor was the problem. Can you hear me? He asked. His next words caught in his throat as he considered another, infinitely worse possibility. 2B, can you? Her faraway stare continued to look past him, blank and almost lifeless. Her mouth hung just slightly open, and Nines could see her tongue shift behind her teeth, as if she was about to say something, yet she remained silent. Do you know who I am, 2B? He asked her. He reached out and brushed her hair away from her forehead, his fingertips lightly and gently tracing the contours of her blood-stained face. If she didn't remember him, she had to. She had to. She had to just be in shock. That was the most likely explanation. And yet it seemed less convincing to him than the most horrifying theory his mind could concoct. 2B, it's me. It's me. He kept running his hand over her face, his other hand clamped on her shoulder. It's me, Nines. Nines. You're Nines. What if she really didn't remember him? What if she was gone? 2B, the woman who had only ever spent all but the first 3 weeks of her life looking after him and taking care of him as best she could even in light of her heinous orders from command. 2B, the woman with whom Nines had gone on so many incredible and harrowing adventures with. What if all of that was gone? 2B, Nines whispered, his voice hoarse, his throat tight, hot tears springing to his eye. Even if you don't remember me, please, just say something. Say something. Anything. Say my name, or just let me know you're okay. 2B raised a bruised, bloodied, and worn-down hand, bits of her skeletal chassis peeking out from patches of torn-away and frayed skin and muscle, and laid it on 9S's cheek. Her vast, vacant stare seemed to focus on him, if only for an instant. Her voice emerged from her mouth as a weak, frail, timid squeak. N-I-N-S. And then her eyes closed and her hand fell to her side. Nines sat down and leaned back against the rubble pile, pulled 2B close to him, and laid her hands in her lap. Her unconscious, he hoped she was unconscious body seemed much more serene in this repose, he hoped she would be comfortable like this. He bowed his head, his cheek brushing against 2B's, and closed his eye. Query, is Unit 9S tired? Nines answered the pod. He closed his hands over 2B's and nestled closer to her, keeping an ear on the steady humming of her black box. He meant to monitor it for any irregularities, but instead the resonant vibrations quickly put him to sleep. When Nines cracked his eyes open again, the sun had traveled in an arc across the darkening sky, the exposed basement of the ruins was now shrouded in shadow. He licked his cracked, dry lips and blinked blearily. 2B was still sitting heavily on his lap. He couldn't move, let alone feel his legs anymore. How long had he been out? Pod, he whispered, his voice hoarse and throat dry. Pod. There was no response. Pod. Be not afraid, child, a soft voice whispered. 7 figures materialized from out of the gloom in front of the 2 androids, the shadows of their hooded cowls forming black voids that hid their faces. Nines recoiled and gripped 2B tighter, his black box whirring and straining as he tried to will his legs to move. The hooded man closest to the androids knelt down and raised his gloved hand, letting it hover over 2B's head. We made a good choice with this one, Sabidum, he said, glancing toward one of the others. Sabidum nodded. We were not sure, at first, if we should have given it to her or to you, she told Nines. Nines wondered if he should have considered that a compliment. It nearly came down to a coin flip, said one of the more distant cloaked people. Hush, or Shamus, said the hooded man. I do not think it would have mattered either way, in the end. Sabidum motioned to the silent others and bade them kneel, then knelt in turn as her compatriot upturned his hand in front of 2B's face, a pale blue flame flickered in his open palm. 2B did not stir. Nines held 2B's hands with a firmer grip. Were they taking out her soul? What are you going to do to her? He asked. What had meant to come out as an angered snarl came out as a weak, pathetic croak. We are not harming her, merely taking back what we gave her, said Sabidum as her partner curled his fingers around the flickering flame. It has been a terrible burden on her, has it not, 9S? Nines nodded, relaxing his grip. Amazing that she even has this much of it left, the hooded man mused as he clenched his fist. He uncurled his fingers, revealing that the flame, small and weak though it was, had not been diminished at all. Whittled to scarcely a spark. Alaris, Sabidum said, laying a hand on the hooded man's shoulder. I fear we have little time to waste. Alaris nodded. Ah, yes. It would be a shame if 2B's reward for freeing us was to join us on our journey to the underworld. Nines realized that he couldn't hear 2B's black box anymore. 2B, he whispered, nudging her. 2B, are you? No. No, she couldn't be gone, she couldn't have just faded away like that. 2B. Sabidum laid her hand on 9S's forehead, running her fingers gently through his hair as if to calm him as he choked back his tears. Do not despair, Nines. Now, Alaris. Alaris nodded and cast the flickering blue flame aside. With a deft flick of his wrist, 2B's black box materialized in his hand in a flurry of amber sparks. Sabadum, Orshamus, Ziu, Istar, Isham, Nebu, too long have we seven lingered in this mountain. It is time to hasten our departure. The other 6 cloaked people stood up and clustered around Alaris, laying their hands on his shoulders. A low, sonorous hum filled the air as the glimmering, striated lines traced across the faces of the black box in Alaris's hands lit up in a spectrum of colors. The humming ceased and Alaris pushed the black box back into 2B's chest. His body and those of his fellows grew hazy and indistinct as the errant evening sunbeams dispelled them like phantoms. Nines reached out toward them. Wait, he gasped. Who are you? Nines opened his eyes and found himself nestled in Toriel's embrace. The burned-out house was off in the distance, nestled between the hilltop he now found himself on and the forested slopes of the mountain. Toriel was cradling him in one arm and 2B's battered body in the other. Asriel was curled up in her lap, sandwiched between 2B and Nines. He was fast asleep and gently snoring. Papyrus, Sans, Emil, Gabriada, Alphys, and Sixo were there on the hilltop, too, staring out at the horizon with wonder and awe reflected on their faces. Had it all been a dream? Those hooded people. He stared out at the cloud-streaked violet sky, joining Toriel in gazing at the sun as it dipped closer to the horizon. The sky darkened, the clouds strewn across it painted pink, orange, and lavender by the reddening sun. The sunset. Nines hadn't seen it for almost a year. Toriel, he knew, hadn't seen it for thousands of years. No other monster had never seen it before in their lives, not even once. No wonder everyone was so enthralled. I'd forgotten, Toriel whispered softly as she gently rocked 2B and Nines in her arms, how beautiful the sky truly was. Isn't this wonderful? Nines reached out and took 2B's worn, yet warm hand. His constant companion, his steadfast caretaker, his big sister, the one thing in the world he loved more than anything else. He leaned against her, the two of them sat nestled into the old queen's embrace. Still exhausted in spite of himself, he sank sleepily into the inviting warmth of his family. He bowed his head and closed his eyes as the sky turned black and the stars shone their cold light down on the tranquil surface of the earth. Above him, faint traces of the aurora still shimmered in the sky. Ending E. Chara's Count Eratak. Chapter 62, F. Epilogue. Queen Toriel woke up bright and early, as she usually did. Bright, of course, was not literal in the slightest, and described only how well rested she was. It had been a few weeks since the barrier had fallen, but she had not treated herself to a proper dawn just yet. The ancient humans had once said that the captain always went down with the ship, after all, and Toriel had no intention of basking in the sunlight while other monsters still dwelt in the dark. She would stay down here until each and every one of her people had found a place to live on the surface. That said, perhaps she had underestimated how long it would take to set up permanent residences on the surface. Especially with the royal guard's ranks all but decimated. Not bothering to wait for her eyes to adjust, she flung out her arm and fumbled around for the lamp beside her bed, feeling for the switch and flicking it on. As light flooded her bedroom, she winced, squeezed her eyes shut for a few seconds, and gingerly squinted until the light grew less harsh. It took Toriel a few seconds to remember that she was in the castle, not her little home in the ruins. This was Ascari's guest bedroom, her bedroom, before she had left him. Her old home. The bedroom still looked just like hers back at the ruins, right down to the floor plan, the color of the blankets, and the wallpaper. The only things that differed were small details. The armoire was a bit more to the left, the wallpaper was a little faded, a few knickknacks were missing here and there. And the now familiar boxy, silvery shape of Pod 042 hovered at the side of the bed, a pair of crutches dangling from its claws. "Good morning, Queen Toriel," it said. Toriel got over her disorientation and sat up, ready to start a new day. There was plenty of work to be done, after all, and she became aware of a heavy weight pinning down her arm and preventing her from pulling herself up, then fully realized both that Pod 042 was in her bedroom and why Pod 042 was in her bedroom. She sighed and sank back into bed. "Good morning, 2B," she whispered to the android girl who'd burrowed under the covers next to her and was now clinging tightly to her arm. So it is my turn this morning? I take it you did not sleep well. It was a rhetorical question. 2B had not slept well since that horrible day, especially not alone. She tried, God's help her, she tried, stubbornly stoic as she was, but every time she retreated, alone, to Ascari's old room to sleep in, she would inevitably wake up somewhere else and in someone else's arms. 2B was, Toriel figured, at war with herself. Her tendency to lick her wounds in quiet solitude was constantly fighting a pitched battle with what seemed to be a newfound crippling fear of that very same loneliness. It was like having a craving to eat ice cream when you had a cavity. Not that Toriel, who diligently brushed her teeth and flossed twice a day, would know what having a cavity felt like. Toriel could only sympathize with her. Today, it was Toriel's turn to host her, and she could only imagine what restless dreams and terrors generated by 2B's subconscious had driven her here this morning. 3 years old, the poor thing, and she had seen more violence in those years than most people could fit into a whole century. To Toriel's surprise, 2B cracked open her eyes. Toriel instantly worried she'd woken her up and shook her head. Pod pulled me out of rest mode, she mumbled. She was making good progress. It wasn't usually until much later in the day that she was willing to speak in complete sentences. Bad dream. 2B didn't answer. Are you still tired? 2B shook her head. Observation, Unit 2B's behavior upon waking suggests that her dream involved Queen Toriel in significant peril, said Pod 042. She insisted on making sure that you were safe. Toriel was almost flattered, though she would rather 2B have nice dreams about her than nightmares. She yawned and sat upright, taking 2B along with her. There was nothing she wanted more than to stay here for a few more hours, but a queen had no shortage of responsibilities. She was already sick of the workload, to be honest. Pod, what time is it? Toriel asked Pod 042. Response, it is 6:28 in the morning, the pod answered. Toriel yawned again. And are 9s and 6-0 still not back yet? Negative. Apparently, debriefing has taken longer than expected. I have a meeting regarding our settlement plans that I must prepare for, Toriel told 2B, pulling herself out of 2B's embrace and out of bed. Hopefully, Asriel would wake up soon enough to keep her company until 9s and 6-0 returned. The last thing she wanted to do was leave 2B all by her lonesome. But we still seem to have plenty of time for breakfast until then. Especially if you would like to assist me. 2B slid off the side of the bed as well, letting out a non-committal okay as she took her crutches from Pod 042 and hobbled after Toriel. Advisory, Unit 2B will be unable to perform strenuous activity, Pod 042 pointed out. Of course, Pod. I only need her to be my sous chef for the morning. A very simple task. Now, let us see. Toriel scanned the cupboards and the refrigerator for ingredients. Breakfast could be as simple as just a bowl of cereal, but if she was going to enlist 2B's help, she might as well choose a recipe that was a bit more labor-intensive. Pancakes or waffles, perhaps. Or her freshly filled bowl of fruit caught her eye. It gave Toriel an idea. It wouldn't be the healthiest breakfast and it would take a while to prepare, but she did have some pie crust cooling in the refrigerator. A little treat every now and then did nobody any harm, and besides, androids didn't have to worry about their diets anyway. 2B, she said, laying a handful of sour cherries and a few peaches, plums, and nectarines on the kitchen counter along with the chilled pie dough. For breakfast today, we are going to make a galette. 2B didn't reciprocate the mischievous twinkle in Toriel's eyes, but at least she seemed to perk up a little. Let us put the oven on 200 degrees Celsius, flatten the dough, no, flatter, too flat, try again, yes, just like that, and now for a part I am certain you will find fun. With the oven warming and the crust set aside, Toriel laid the fruit out beside a cutting board and handed a knife to 2B. We need this fruit very thinly sliced. Toriel did not need to tell her twice. 2B took to the task with gusto, pitting the fruit with ruthless, mechanical efficiency, tossing the stones aside, and carving them into slivers. There seemed to be a brighter sparkle in her eye, if only just a little bit, and maybe the tiniest hint of a smile on her face. Nevertheless, the cuts ended up uneven and ragged, 2B's hands shook as she set the knife down. Though she'd tried, there was so much less grace in her movements than before. Toriel looked down at 2B's bandaged hands, the fresh gauze spattered with fruit juice and pale and dusty with flour, with little bits of dough still sticking to the unfloured patches of rough cloth. She wondered if she'd asked too much of her. 2B overturned her hands and stared at her stained, sticky palms, not saying a word. "You did well, 2B, Toriel assured her, reaching out to tousle her hair. 2B hardly reacted at all, merely dumping the sliced fruit into a mixing bowl. "Now what?" she mumbled. "Now," Toriel said, a little flustered. What should she have said to 2B instead? "We must mix in the fruit with sugar, flour, cinnamon, nutmeg, and salt." 2B did so, and when that was done, Toriel brought the crust onto a baking sheet and walked 2B through the process of piling the fruit on it, folding over the edges, and brushing the exposed crust with a beaten egg. The girl followed her directions in utter silence. 100 days, was it? Toriel mused aloud, recalling what Nines and Pod 042 had told her soon after 2B had woken up. When 2B had entered into that pillar of light, she had accumulated 100 days' worth of memories all in the span of an hour. For Toriel, who had lived for millennia, the average year would fly by in the blink of an eye. For someone like 2B, though, who was not even 4 years old, those 100 days were quite a lot. Toriel recalled what she had asked Nines when he'd finished his diagnostic of 2B's systems and revealed what had happened to her. "Surely you can just delete all those memories," she'd asked. "It'd be dangerous to try deleting all of them at once," Nines had answered. "That, and there's a kill switch somewhere in 2B's memory region to prevent me from accessing confidential information. I wouldn't want to accidentally trigger it." He'd glanced at 2B, his eye softening, a conflicted frown tugging at the corners of his mouths. "But..." 2B had laid a bandaged hand on his shoulder. "No," she'd said, speaking for the first time since she'd regained consciousness. It had been then that Toriel had realized just how important memories were to 2B. Even the bad ones. Especially, it seemed, the bad ones. Memories were what defined her and everybody else. To 2B, they were the core of every living being. They were sacred. They were sacrosanct. Nevertheless, Toriel couldn't now help but wonder if 2B was constantly reconsidering that plea. What a horrible burden it must be. It must have felt like an eternity, Toriel asked 2B, did it not? When you were, in there. 2B averted her eyes, choosing to focus on the kitchen counter instead of meeting Toriel's gaze. Her hand continued to move in a slow circle, as if by rote, around the edge of the galette. The brush was gripped tightly between her fingers, dripping with beaten egg. "I cannot even begin to imagine how much you must have missed us." 2B's hand stopped its rhythmic motion, and she nodded slowly, still failing to look Toriel in the eyes. Toriel plucked the brush from her hand and set it aside. "I think this has had enough," she said, wrapping her paws around 2B's hands, curling them around the sides of the baking sheet, and guiding it into the oven. She closed the oven door. "Now, see here. It took us, perhaps 15 minutes to prepare that," she said, checking the clock that hung on the wall. "And now it will bake for a half hour. When it comes out, it will have spent more than half its life in that inferno. And then we eat it," 2B said. "No. Then we wait for it to cool," Toriel corrected, "for about 15 minutes. Then we each have a piece. And then, when Nines and 60 come back and Asriel wakes up, they will each have a piece. And then the galette will sit here, what is left of it, anyway, until later this afternoon, when I return from my meeting. And hopefully, there will still be a piece left for me to have as a snack." She glanced down the hallway. "On second thought," she said, reminding herself of Asriel's sweet tooth, "let alone 9SS, the odds of it lasting that long are quite slim, even if I cut it into many pieces. But do you understand?" 2B shook her head. 100 years from now, all of the anguish you've felt so far in your life will be just a little, tiny dot on the timeline of your life. Just like that galette will survive its time in the oven," Toriel said, laying a paw on 2B's shoulder, "and just as you survived your own inferno, in time, it will be nothing more than a footnote in the story of your life. And trust me, my child, you have a bright future ahead of you." 2B bowed her head, laying her hands on the counter. Her shoulders were shaking. "It's embarrassing," she admitted, her voice still quiet and mousy. "I am sorry," said Toriel, withdrawing her hand. "I was not aware you were so offended by being compared to fruity desserts. I will take care not to." "It's not that," 2B said. "Then, what is it?" 2B said nothing. "You can tell me." 2B still said nothing. 2B, "I want to help you. But I can do nothing to ease your pain if you do not tell me where it is coming from." 2B continued to say nothing. "Please," Toriel said, cradling 2B's chin in her forefinger and thumb and gently lifting and turning her head so that she was looking up into her eyes. "Tell me where it hurts." 2B's eyes darted downward, her gaze fixing itself on the kitchen counter. "It's that I can't be alone anymore," she admitted. "That I can't enjoy even a moment of solitude. That the moment you or 60 or 9s leaves my side I start to worry you won't ever come back." Her hands were shaking, too, as much with anger and frustration, it seemed, as they were with sadness. There was a faraway look in her eyes, a gaze that seemed to stare off beyond the foundations of the mountain, through solid stone into infinity. "I kept the faith. All that time I kept believing that I'd see you and 9s and 60 and everyone else again. That no longer how long it took or how much it hurt, if I kept going, it would end and I'd be with you again," 2B said, raising her voice. The more she spoke, the more her words came out with the ferocity and inexorability of a stream of vomit. Toriel hadn't heard her speak so much in weeks, and she'd never heard 2B speak a word about what she'd endured until now. "It was faith that kept me going when the minutes turned to hours, when the hours turned to days, when the D-days turned to weeks, when the weeks." Toriel had the foresight to catch 2B as she all but fell into her, burying her face in her chest to muffle her sobs. The crutches which had been tucked securely under her armpits clattered to the floor. Toriel knelt down and wrapped her arms around 2B and softly nuzzled her cheek, drying the girl's tears on her fur. "It will be all right," she said, rocking her back and forth. 2B's breath was short, ragged, and uneven. Toriel's sensitive ears could feel the strained whirring of her black box pick up in volume and pitch. "It is okay to hurt. It will not last. You will get better. I promise." The two of them embraced each other in silence for the better part of the next half hour until 2B calmed down, breaking away only when the timer for the oven began to ring. "Back there, where everything faded away," 2B said, I was afraid I'd forget it all. And in my dreams, that fear is all I have left." "It is okay now, my child," Toriel assured her. She held her tighter, running her fingers through her hair and down her neck. "It is all over now." 2B's fingers curled, worming their way into Toriel's fur. "I was afraid you would forget me, too." "Oh, nonsense," Toriel assured her. "How on earth could I forget somebody as strange as you, 2B?" 2B clung to her more tightly, shuddering and sobbing. Toriel wondered, had she said the wrong thing? Come to think of it, hadn't 9s mentioned something recently, something about turning back time? It was the only conceivable way 2B could have spent so many months locked in battle without her body breaking under the strain. Recalling that, Toriel realized. 2B had done that before, hadn't she? "I have forgotten you once before, haven't I?" she asked, pressing 2B closer. 2B nodded. "That explains quite a lot. Truthfully, when I first saw you, I felt like I was seeing an old friend for the first time." And it explained why Toriel had written 2B and 9s on the wall next to one of the puzzles littering the ruins so soon before she'd found the two. She had indeed experienced some sort of premonition that morning long ago, and all along, it had been a fragment of memories from a future that had never happened. "I'm sorry. But don't you see what that means?" Toriel asked. 2B shook her head. "I never fully forgot you. A part of me remembered." "Really?" 2B, Toriel brushed the hair out of her eyes and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. "Nothing in the world is strong enough to erase your presence from the hearts of those who love you." "Thank you," 2B said, still sniffling a bit as she wiped her eyes on her sleeve and reached for her crutches. Toriel helped her back up. "I'll be fine. I'm just mad at myself for how I've been behaving. If I were you, or 60, or 9s, I'd think I was being clingy and annoying. Toriel snickered. That was certainly nonsense. Do you berate yourself for needing somebody to carry you up and down every staircase you come across? She asked, gesturing to what remained of 2B's right leg. No, that would be foolish, 2B replied, scoffing at how obvious the answer was. It's not like I can just get over not having a leg. Ah, I see, Toriel said, slipping a pair of oven mitts over her paws. You know, it is actually a welcome change of pace for you to be so clingy and annoying, as you put it. Those are not the words I would use, though. Still, I'd like to get it over with sooner rather than later, 2B said. Her voice cracked. True, Toriel said. All the same, it reminds me of Asriel when he was little. He was a world-class champion hugger, as his father would say. I could try to hug you more often, then. If that's what you want. That is very sweet of you. Oh, and speaking of sweet, Toriel turned off the oven and pulled the door open, licking her lips with anticipation and hoping to find a wonderful aroma behind the wall of heat that buffeted her. Instead, what greeted her was the stench of smoke. The galette came out of the oven with its crust charred black, the glistening kaleidoscope of assorted sugar-glazed fruits, too, was overcooked and blackened. Oh, no. I must have set the oven for the wrong temperature, Toriel sighed and glanced at 2B, whose expression was now blank and unreadable. Well, she said, patting her on the head and tooling her hair, baking does not always have an important life lesson to teach you. Sometimes a burned galette is simply a burned galette. It does not mean that anything I said to you was incorrect, mind you. Nothing I ever say is incorrect. Are you sure? 2B asked. There was the barest hint of dry, sardonic wit to her voice. With a smile, Toriel gently prodded her nose. You are sounding better already. See, it does help to talk things out. She checked the clock as she finished her breakfast and realized, to her dawning horror, that she was running out of time to get ready for her meeting. And here she was, still in her pajamas. She cleared her throat. 2B, unfortunately, I will have to be going soon. Is that okay? I'll be fine. Will you be alright without me? There is cereal in the cupboard and milk in the fridge if you would like to eat something. 2B glanced away, her cheeks reddening, clearly embarrassed to be so vulnerable, so wounded, so dependent on others. I am good, she stammered unconvincingly. Don't worry about me. Toriel felt horrible. If she were not queen, if she did not have so many duties to fulfill, she would stay here. When Chara had passed away, she and Askari had been away in an urgent meeting instead of by their side. Perhaps if she had just put her foot down and stopped Asriel then and there, that horrible day may have gone differently, and the entire course of history could have changed. Are you sure? I can reschedule the meeting, she said, lying. She'd put off proper planning for settlement of the surface for too many days already, and especially considering the guests who had just arrived in the kingdom, it couldn't be delayed any longer. We can stay home and try baking something else. We still have some pie dough. Or perhaps cookies. No, I understand. You have your work to do, 2B insisted. I'll make do. Sorry for making you worry about me. You do not have to make me. I can do that just fine on my own, my child. Toriel patted her on the cheek, pleased to see the corner of her mouth twitch ever so slightly upward, then looked up at Pod 042. You take good care of her while I am away, she told it. Affirmative. There is just one thing, Toriel added as she guided 2B to the living room, I would like to ask you, since I was able to pick up the relevant paperwork while at City Hall the other day. She started to feel a little queasy, not from hunger, but from nerves. 2B took a seat in the easy chair next to the hearth. Paperwork, she parroted, a quizzical look on her face. It is up to you, of course, if you wish it, Toriel said, suddenly feeling as though she'd leaped into her own oven. She nervously twiddled her thumbs. Why was this so nerve-wracking? It would hardly change anything. However, there was simply such finality to the question she wished to ask. But these papers, if you sign them, they will, and never mind. I will surprise you with them this afternoon. 2B perked up a bit. What are they? They are adoption papers. 2B glanced away at the hearth. For whom? For you and Nines, of course. A sharp intake of breath was 2B's only response. Her eyes widened. Toriel couldn't believe she was surprised. Was she just faking it? Why would she? Revealing her plan at last freed Toriel of the anxiety she'd felt when trying to bring it up. It was like bathing in a very cold pool of water one simply had to dive in. You already live in my house, eat my food, sleep in my beds, and call me Mom, Toriel rationalized. So, why not? She shrugged. Politically, it could be quite a boon as well. Think of it as a way of uniting monsters and androids. Although that is an awfully callous way to look at things. 2B buried her face in her hands. I don't know. This is. You're serious about this, aren't you? Serious as a heart attack. Toriel pried 2B's hands away from her face. I understand. It is a serious commitment to sign a document like this. And even if you tell yourself it is something you have already set your heart on, it is still nerve-wracking to set it in stone, is it not? She could barely even contain the butterflies in her own stomach. It was like watching two young people who loved each other skittishly skirt around saying those words to each other, no matter how obvious it was. She hurried over to her desk, found one of the adoption forms, and rushed it over to 2B with a pen and a book to write on top of. If I sign this, 2B took the sheet of paper from Toriel and stared at it. It is a big step to take, Toriel said, nodding. Yes, I know. But can you say you have not taken so many greater steps in just these past few months? 2B glanced down at the floor. She opened her mouth and closed it a few times, her eyes darting back and forth. Don't be afraid, Toriel said. No mere piece of paper can best you, 2B. She raised her pen, set it to the paper, and signed her name. Her hand shook, but her signature was strong and clear. 2B Yoerha 002E010711942. That, Toriel mused, was quite an ungainly surname. She was glad 2B was choosing to replace it. Beneath that line, 2B printed the name she was to have once the papers had been processed. Toriel could see the clarity in her eyes like storm clouds clearing, as if with that single act a switch had been flipped. Over the course of a second, the old 2B had vanished and been replaced. Toriel grinned, feeling for all the world like a spider that had just caught a big, juicy fly. Do you know what this means, 2B? She asked, taking the paperwork from her. What? 2B asked. It sounded as if she were dreading the response, as though she'd immediately seen the devious smile Toriel had been trying to hide. Do you know what this makes you? Your daughter. Well, yes, Toriel said, and 2B Dreamer? 2B spoke her new name as though she were tasting it. Sounds a little on the nose as far as names go. Yes, Toriel said, but 2B, think about it. What does you being my daughter make you? 2B cringed. It seemed she'd figured out exactly what Toriel was going to say next. Toriel herself was quite proud of it. She'd been saving it for months for this exact moment. 2B covered her face with her hands. Fine, Toriel said. If you will not say it, I will. Please, don't, 2B groaned. Toriel's grin widened. Until this paperwork is filed, 2B, you are a princess to be. 2B let out an aggrieved, frustrated scream into her hands as Toriel laughed. With that out of the way, Toriel hurried back into her bedroom to freshen up and change into something a bit more befitting her position. A queen had to look her best, after all, one could never tell who might be trying to take photos. And it went without saying that after Ascari's feat of clay, Chara's despotic reign, and Toriel's own dereliction of duty all those years ago, the general public was wary of having a dreamer on the throne at all, so she couldn't have so much as a hair out of place. Her continued rulership, and the possibility that Asriel might one day inherit the throne, hinged on her leading monster kind to the surface quickly, smoothly, and above all, safely. A few sprays of perfume in her fur, about half a minute with a brush, some mascara, and her good pair of reading glasses was all it took, once she'd put on a fresh set of royal robes, to make her look presentable. As she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the vanity mirror, she entertained the thought that she didn't look a day over 9,000. Pod 042 was waiting for Toriel when she opened the door, which shocked her so much that she nearly fell over. Oh. Advisory: Queen Toriel should consume adequate nutrition in preparation for her meeting, the pod said, lifting its claws. It was grasping a bowl of colorful, sugary cereal. Where it had gotten that, Toriel had no idea, since she never bought that stuff. It seemed she would have a few questions to ask Asriel, and Nines, later tonight. Toriel waved away the bowl. Much appreciated, Pod, but I am afraid there is nothing nutritional in that. I will pick something up on my way downtown. She poked her head into Asriel's bedroom. Asriel, she whispered into the gloom. A part of her was afraid she wouldn't find anyone in that room, that note of fear darkening her voice. It was still so hard for her to believe that her son could have risen from the dead not once, but twice. Something in one of the two beds stirred and Asriel poked his head out from under the covers, squinting against the shaft of light coming from the hall. MMMRRRRGH, he mumbled, blearily rubbing his eyes. Good morning, Asriel. I must go to work now. Please help look after 2B for me, okay? Asriel slunk out of bed, dragging the covers behind him, and shuffled across the floor toward her, yawning. Okay. Toriel crouched down and gave him a warm hug, brushing his fur to tame his disheveled bedhead. Did you sleep well? I'm fine, Mom, he groaned, trying to pull himself away from her as she tended to his fur. Kman. It's not like I'm going out anywhere today. Toriel smiled. All she had to do to get him to go from half asleep to fully awake was try to tidy him up a bit. Asriel had become quite a bit more unruly since his second resurrection, but he was still her boy through and through. We have guests from the surface in our kingdom today, she told him. It would be polite to entertain them here tonight, so do try to look presentable, just in case. Ugh. At least make sure you are cleaned up and wearing something nice in time for dinner. Fine. Toriel nuzzled his nose and kissed his forehead. Have fun and stay out of trouble, Asriel. I love you. I love you, too, Mom. She strode onward down the hall and into the foyer. Well, 2B, she asked, how do I look? 2B looked her up and down. That's that same thing you wore to the last meeting, isn't it? Oh, aren't you the pot calling the kettle black, Toriel huffed. In your first 2 weeks here, you wore the same outfit day in and day out until it disintegrated. Not that there was much of it to disintegrate in the first place. Besides, she added, this is not the same thing. It is merely an identical article of clothing. Also, the brooch is different. 2B smiled. Okay. Toriel smiled back and gave her another firm hug. Call me if you need me. Stay out of trouble. And make sure Asriel eats a decent breakfast. Move. Asriel protested from down the hall. Asriel, I will talk to you in 9 seconds later tonight, Toriel told him. Androids don't even need to eat healthy, Mom. Asriel called out, pure anguish written all over his plaintive wail. I could not ask for a better daughter, 2B, Toriel said, giving her one more maternal squeeze and nuzzling her nose. Whenever you feel alone, remember that. Okay. 2B nodded. I love you. I love you too, Mom. With one last kiss on 2B's cheek, Toriel reluctantly hurried out the door and headed downtown. The streets of New Home were horrendously crowded, more than enough to trigger Toriel's agoraphobia, but she held herself together as best she could, realizing once she had reached Parliament Hall that she had been holding her breath nearly the whole time. A red haze throbbing at the corners of her field of vision, her chest on fire, and her lungs fit to burst, Toriel slammed the door shut behind her and exhaled, her shoulders heaving. The sound of her heavy breathing echoed through the anteroom as she took long, deep breaths to calm herself down. Ah, here she is now. Honored guests, this is our sovereign queen, Toriel Dreamer. Toriel looked around for the source of the voice as she caught her breath and zeroed in on one of the kingdom's 4 regional governors standing in front of 2 visitors from the surface. Dogami and Dogaressa, now the highest-ranking guards in the kingdom, flanked them. Mortified, she felt her cheeks burn with shame beneath her fur. Oh, hello. I am Toriel, Queen of the Monster Kingdom. She curtsied politely. And you are. The first of the two envoys to step forward was an olive-skinned android woman clad in a forest green cloak. Toriel spotted several empty holsters on the fatigues beneath her cloak and hoped that the guards had thoroughly searched this woman for weapons. Then again, she was apparently a friend of 2BS. Toriel had not had the chance to formally greet her until now, but knew that she had been the one who'd requested to debrief 9s and 60 when she had arrived last night. The second envoy was a machine, a rather rusty one at that, with spindly limbs sprouting from a barrel-shaped torso and a head like a tin can. Its large green optical sensors protruded, bug-eyed, from its face. As it stepped forward, Toriel noticed that its whole body shook as if it were shivering. "This is Anemone," the governor said, beckoning to the woman. "She's the leader of the android military's ground forces. In this region, anyway," Anemone added, bowing politely. "Nice to," she paused, looking upward as she realized how much Toriel towered over her. "Nice to meet you, Your Highness," she said. Toriel was relieved to know that the intimidation factor of her height alone was enough to override the embarrassment of her awkward entrance. "The pleasure is mutual, miss." Sorry, do you have any rank or title I should be aware of?" "Lieutenant Colonel, ma'am." "But Anemone will do." Toriel shook her hand. As she drew closer to the woman, she noticed that the cloak she wore, as ornate as it was with its intricate patterns of gold thread sewn into the hem, was incredibly worn and had something of an acrid, metallic, gunpowdery smell clinging to it. Anemone was not a woman who had many luxuries, it seemed laundry and tailoring not being one of them. The other android soldiers accompanying her were just as worn and ragged. Dress uniforms did not seem to be a part of this military's culture. "Likewise," she said, her paw enveloping Anemone's gloved hand, "you may call me Toriel. I hope you had no trouble with 9s and 60 last night." "Of course not. I finished their debriefing a few hours ago, actually. I will have to get 2BS side of the story, too, of course," Anemone reminded her. "And I will let you know when she is ready. She is currently in a very delicate state right now." "And who are your friends?" Toriel asked. The other androids standing at Anemone's side snapped to attention and saluted. She gestured to them. "These are Lavender, Clover, Cucumber, and Jackass." Jackass?" Toriel asked. The android to whom the name belonged, a woman in a grey cloak with a ragged strip of cloth covering one eye, nodded and crossed her arms. "The flower, not the animal," she clarified, speaking curtly. "She's our information analysis officer." "And demolitions expert," Anemone clarified. "And a few other things," said Lavender. "Weird things. She once tried to take two androids and combine them into one unit. It was terrifying," Clover chimed in. "I should know. I was one of them," Cucumber added. "And this is Pascal," Anemone said, gesturing to the machine. "He's the leader of the peaceful machine faction on the surface." "I'm a de facto leader, to be honest," Pascal said. He had a soft, feminine voice, unlike the rough and electronically modulated voices Toriel was accustomed to hearing from machines. He didn't seem proud of his position or the role he played among machines. In fact, there was a somber and melancholic undercurrent to his voice, one that told Toriel quite clearly that he had lost something or someone quite precious to him very recently. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Queen Toriel." "The pleasure," Toriel answered, clasping Pascal's mechanical hand with her paw, "is all mine. You arrived last night, too, did you not? I do hope the accommodations have been to your liking." "They have been indeed, Queen Toriel," said Pascal. "I am glad to find that peaceful machines have been living down here already, as well." Again, there was that somber tone entering his voice. "Would a tour of your kingdom be out of the question, Your Highness? We saw quite a bit of it on our way here, but there is still so much I am curious about." Of course we can make room for a tour," Toriel assured Pascal. "First, though, we should get down to business and discuss the matters at hand." She put her hands on her hips as she appraised her new allies. "Anemone, Pascal. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship." And then Toriel remembered something. "Wait," she said to Anemone. "You said you let 9s and 60 go hours ago. Do you know where they are right now?" "Oh, them. As soon as we were done, they left with the scanner I brought to show him around the place. From the second Nines had emerged from a debriefing session with Anemone that had lasted well into the night, Elevens hadn't stopped hugging him. At first, he'd just thought the other scanner needed help walking, given that he had such a pronounced limp. But it hadn't taken him long to figure out that there was more to it than that. After trying desperately to keep Elevens occupied for the past few hours with walks through New Home's oldest neighborhoods, the museum and other really interesting things, unfortunately, were closed this early in the morning, Nines was glad he'd managed to find something to keep 11's attention. And that was something he knew no scanner on the surface had ever seen before: food. "I'm so happy to see you guys," Elevens bawled in between sobs and forkfuls of syrup-soaked pancake. His cheeks shimmered with tears. He had a softer face and softer voice than most scanner models, but other than that and the sandy brown color of his hair, he could have been 9's twin. "We're happy to see you, too," 60 consoled him, reaching across the table to pat his hand. "I know just how you feel, Elevens. I thought there wasn't anything left of Yoarha but me, too. I thought I'd lost everything and everyone and it hurt so much, and then when 2B showed up, I was just so happy that I didn't know how to feel." 2B said you threw a lamp at her, said Nines. Why yeah, I kinda did. Thanks, 60. Elevens inched closer to Nines and leaned against his shoulder. "I'm so happy you're alive, Nines. I'm so. What did you say this was called again?" he asked, sniffling as he held up a forkful of food. "It's called a fork, 11's, said Nines. "They're called pancakes," said 60. "They were my first breakfast down here, too. Aren't they good?" "So good," Elevens said, wiping his tears away on his sleeve and shoveling his breakfast into his mouth as though he'd never eaten before. He hadn't, in fact. "Nines, you didn't tell us you were living it up like this down here." "I kinda didn't want you and Anemone and the others to be jealous," said Nines. "Besides, it wasn't all fun and games down here, believe me. Anyway, Nines. That's what your friends call you, right?" "Yeah," Nines replied. "Sorry, were we friends?" Elevens pulled away from Nines and sat up straight. His face fell. Nines wondered if he was going to start crying again. I mean, my model wasn't rolled out until after Operation Argama, so," he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "I guess you've never actually met me before. If it bothers you, I can just call you 9's. And no, that's fine." This was weird. The idea that there'd been another 2B and 9's running around on the surface all this time who'd led completely different lives had been easy for 9 seconds to grasp in theory, but coming up against its practical consequences was a lot harder for him to wrap his head around. But if 9's had been friends with 11's before, surely he could be friends with him again. Although, well, 11's was nice, that was for sure. But he was so needy that it actually grated on 9's nerves a bit. He tried to cut 11's some slack, knowing what he'd been through. 11's hadn't shut up about it, after all, but every second he spent having to tend to him kept him away from 2B. 9's was sure that later today, once 11's had had some time to calm down and he had gotten a chance to check up on 2B and make sure she was okay, he'd be feeling more charitable toward this lone survivor of Yoarha. The way things were now, though, 9's just felt irritated. Good thing 60 was here to relate to 11's. "Looks like someone had a boyfriend back on the surface," 60 teased, giggling. "You know, 9's, I thought I overheard 21O talking to another operator about unauthorized communications between you and one of the other scanners." 11's cheeks flushed beet red. 60, please." 9's gagged on his coffee, all but spewing it down his chin and onto his shirt. 60 leaned back, seeming very satisfied by the chaos she'd wrought, as he coughed and cleared his throat. Excuse me," he croaked, standing up. "I'll be right back." He hurried to the bathroom, ran a towel under the faucet, soaked it, wrung it out, and applied it to the stain on his shirt. Why monster food left stains if it was made of magic, he didn't know. Then again, it was just as much of a mystery why monsters had organs and blood when they themselves were made of magic as well. Perhaps in time he'd find out the answers to those questions. Right now, he just didn't want to look like a mess. While he busied himself, the door swung open behind him. He caught sight of who'd followed him into the bathroom. It wasn't someone he'd wanted to run into here. Or anywhere. Ah, Nines. Just the man I wanted to see. Muffet crossed all three pairs of her arms. Where, she asked, is my money? Your money? Nines asked, dabbing his shirt dry and turning around. Sorry, have we met, miss, Oh, ho no, don't you try to play me for a fool, Muffet said, wiggling one of her cheaty noose fingers. You offered to pay me triple the price on your head so I wouldn't rat you out to the Royal Guard, remember? Nines scratched his chin. Nope. Doesn't ring a bell. Sorry. Do you recall being webbed up by my spiders and begging for your life? The first part, yeah, Nines admitted, slowly stepping in a wide arc around Muffet. All five of her eyes were trained on him. The second, nah. Well, you did promise me triple the bounty. Triple the bounty? Yes. That's exactly what I promised you. Yes, Muffet said, growing impatient. Triple the bounty, exactly. Now make with the moolah, sweetie, or I swear you'll find out just how sweet your insides are. The angrier she became, the more saccharine and high-pitched her voice became. All right, don't get your thorax in a twist. Nines grabbed his checkbook, wrote a check, ripped it from the book, and threw it at her. There you go. Triple the bounty on my head, exactly, just like I promised you. Muffet greedily snatched up the check. Ahoo-hoo, so glad to be doing business with you, sweetie. With this money, I'll... Nines suppressed a mischievous snort and tried not to laugh. Muffet's five eyes widened as she scanned the check. What, she snarled, crushing the sheaf of paper in her hand, is this? It's exactly what I promised you. Nines grinned. Triple the bounty on my head. And since the Android Bounty Act's been repealed, that bounty is... Muffet's face fell, the crumpled paper fell from her hand and fluttered to the floor. No. Yup. Sorry, better luck next time. Nines spun on his heel and walked out, the door swinging shut behind him as he made his way back to the table. You were in there a while, 6-0 noted as Nines approached. 11's, who'd been whispering something to 6-0, yelped and shut himself up very quickly. Is everything all right? Yeah, Nines said. Just had to take care of a bug. He fished some money out of his pocket and piled it on the table. Kman, let's check in on 2B. She might be up by now. What's the hurry? 11's asked, resting his chin in his hands. There's so much I haven't tasted here yet. The hurry is that I'm running out of money. The door to the bathroom swung open. 9's. Muffet shouted out. You'll live to regret this. And I'm being chased by a giant spider, Nines said, helping 11's out of his seat and pulling him along. You live such an interesting life, Nines. 11's gasped as Nines hauled him out of the diner, 6-0 trailing behind him. Nines hurried north to the Dreamer estate, weaving through the bustling streets with 11's dangling from his grip. Even though he hadn't gotten a moment's rest for nearly 30 hours, he didn't feel the least bit fatigued. Maybe it was the thrill of the chase. Maybe he was just happy to be on his way back home. Sleep came easily to androids. For the most part, it was as simple as flipping a switch. For 2B, given her physical condition, sometimes it could be as easy as letting her eyelids, heavy as lead, fall and cocoon her in darkness. No amount of kind words from Toriel could stave off what 2B always saw in her dreams. When she closed her eyes, she traveled back in time. The dark infinity of Wormwood's lair. The crystal floor stretching in a wide, flat expanse like an eerily calm ocean. Wormwood's draconic face with its single blazing eye filled her sight, plagued with blotches of static and misaligned pixels, as the demon held her aloft with a single finger running through her shoulder. ISS. 2B gritted her teeth, a sharp ache running through her jaw from the pressure, as she gripped at the blood-slicked talon. Her legs dangled as she tried futilely to worm her way off the skewer. She had to keep going. To preserve her memory. Even if Wormwood was right, even if the longer she fought, the less of her remained in the outside world, even if her presence was slowly fading from the hearts and minds of the people she loved, she had to. 2B? Or SS? I. BISS, in. A scream tore through 2B's gritted teeth as she slid another centimeter down the length of the skewer. She impotently kicked out, her boots lashing against thin air as Wormwood raised its hand and lifted her higher off the floor. Her injured shoulder throbbed. YS. All is S. She glanced at Pod 042's mangled remains, its strewn apart innards littering the crystal floor, and spat an incoherent curse at Wormwood. T is S. N. Is SS? IS, 2B. WSS. CSSSSS. Wormwood gave its finger a subtle, savage twist, bringing the throbbing pain spreading from 2B's shoulder deep down to her toes to new heights of agony. She let out an anguished scream. 2B. Earth to 2B. 2B's eyes snapped open, she struggled to regain her bearings. She was panting, gasping for air. No. Hyperventilating. Her chest felt tight. Like a vice squeezing her black box. The room swam and shimmered around her. She couldn't get enough air into her lungs. She was going to overheat. Oh, shit 2B, it's okay. There's nothing wrong. The danger was past. It hadn't been real. It hadn't been real. It hadn't been real. 2B was home and she was safe. But the visions kept hounding her. Maybe this was the dream. Maybe she was still in there and still needed to defend herself and still. My sword, she blurted out, struggling to regulate her breathing as the whirring of her black box began to ring in her ears. Where's my sword? I need it. I need my sword. She curled and uncurled her fingers, her fingernails digging into her bandages. Was her NFCS not functional? She wasn't getting any error messages. Her sword. She lunged forward and hit the floor. She couldn't stand up. She had to fight. She needed a weapon. Her leg, too, why couldn't it support her weight? Pod. Pod, my sword. Please. Something warm and furry pried her hand open and slipped something into her grasp. The solid, strong hilt of a sword she knew well. Her thumb brushed against the rough white fabric wrapped artfully around the hilt, her senses began to return to her. Pull yourself together, Asriel told her as he helped her sit up. It's okay. Just take some deep breaths. It's okay. You're safe. Don't make me have to call Mom. Asriel tapped Pod 042 on its hull. Hey, Pod. Can you help me hack into her? Sorry, she choked out, coughing. She kept running her fingers across the hilt of the virtuous contract. Its ivory white blade had snapped off at the hilt, leaving nothing behind but a jagged shard of white metal. A memento of victory, a trophy. A sign that time had passed. Proof that this world was real. Asriel laid his paw against 2B's forehead. I'm gonna hack you, okay? Just hang in there. 2B felt a chill trickle down the back of her neck, and within seconds, the knot in her chest began to unravel. She was still shivering, she was still dizzy and lightheaded, she still struggled to breathe and her eyes were watery and burning, but the tension was slowly draining from her body. Those memories were receding back into the darker corners of her mind, the feedback loop she'd been caught in growing fainter and fainter with each playback until it faded into the background radiation of her psyche. Asriel wiped his brow and helped 2B back into the chair. Boy, you're a mess inside there, 2B. Feeling better? 2B nodded, clutching her sword's remains tighter as her pulse and breathing slowly returned to normal. Where's Nines? And 6-0? Are they okay? Yeah, they're fine, Asriel assured her. Hang on. I'll get something that'll make you feel better. Once he'd scampered off toward the kitchen, 2B leaned back into the easy chair's soft and comfy upholstery, her head growing clearer with every breath she took. 100 days. 100 days of torment. Wasn't it enough that she'd lived through it once? How much longer would she have to suffer through these attacks before she could put them behind her? Why did the memories keep playing and replaying in her head over and over and over again? This was the worst incident she'd had in a week. Maybe her heart-to-heart with Toriel had brought everything too close to the surface, dredging up all of those things that had only just begun to bury themselves. She took a deeper breath, faltered, and coughed it out. Where's Nines, she croaked at Pod 042 as it drifted closer to her with a blanket gripped in its claws. Is he safe? N60. She had to know they were okay. She couldn't protect them. But she needed them. She needed to hear their voices and feel their skin to know they were okay. She needed them as much as she needed Toriel and Asriel. Statement: Unit 9s and Unit 60 are currently en route to Unit 2B's location, Pod 042 assured her, draping the blanket over her and tenderly tucking an errant lock of her hair behind her ear. Without Pod 153, I cannot accurately gauge either unit's vitals, but they are most likely functional and safe. 2B sighed, relieved. Thanks, Pod. Asriel returned with a frost-coated tub of ice cream in one paw and a few spoons in the other. Here we go. He planted himself on 2B's lap, handed her one of the spoons, pried off the lid of the tub, and scooped out a spoonful of chocolate ice cream. Just what the doctor ordered. Mom won't like this, 2B said. What Mom doesn't know won't hurt her. Asriel grinned and slipped his spoon into his mouth. Mfmama mph mumfmama mph. What? Asriel pulled the spoon out of his mouth and licked it clean. Chocolate is good for whatever ails you, he repeated. Reluctantly, 2B dug out a spoonful of her own, hesitating as she lifted it to her mouth. Simuun, Asriel needled her. Don't be such a goody two-shoes. 2B tried a spoonful. It really did make her feel better, so she had another, and another, and another, until the ache in her chest was gone. Thanks, she murmured. Don't mention it, sis. It was strange, 2B thought, that Asriel's synthesis with Flowey had somehow made him more like Nines. Irreverent, disdainful of authority, mischievous almost to a fault, yet still brimming with kindness. Hey, so, Asriel settled into his perch on 2B's lap and tugged nervously on his ear. This is gonna sound like a weird question, but do you think you could kill me again? 2B dropped her spoon. What? It's just that. I just noticed, every time I come back from the dead, Mom hugs me a little harder. Asriel shrugged and flashed a devilish, or rather, Flowey-ish grin. I kinda like it. So how about we go for a three-peat? 2B was dumbstruck. Inadvisable, Pod 042 responded, taking the spoon 2B had dropped. Asriel laughed. I wasn't being serious. He curled up in 2B's lap and slumped over, resting his head against her shoulder. But if you want serious, I guess we can talk about serious stuff. You first. Okay. Is it weird that I still kinda miss Chara? After everything they did. Asriel sighed. I mean, they were such a horrible person in the end, but I just keep remembering the fun stuff we did together and I can't make sense of it. Mom. Dad, me, was Chara just pretending to like us? I don't think so. When they were possessing me, I could see their memories and feel their emotions. They really did love you, 2B assured him. Then, why'd they do all those awful things? Just because you love someone doesn't mean you'll never hurt them. Back when I was in Yorha, people like Commander White and 14E truly did care about me. Even 6E, in her own twisted way. But it didn't stop them from hurting me, 2B said. And, of course, I can't always say I treated Nines as well as he deserved. People like that, like us, if we don't change, then the ones we love have to leave us, no matter how hard it is. Chara thought the world of you. After you died, they were inconsolable, their rage over your death made them all the more powerful. They really did believe that everything they did was for your sake. But, they killed me. Why were they sad about that? 2B shook her head. It was 13B who tried to destroy your data in hacking space. Chara stabbed themselves through the heart to protect you. That's what they said, at least. And you believe them. Their grief was genuine enough, 2B said. We only grieve the people we love. They're two sides of the same coin. Asriel sat in meditative silence on 2B's lap, too lost in thought to keep eating. 2B didn't interrupt him while he thought, but she did take a few more spoonfuls of ice cream. Even though I'm broken, even though I'm in so much pain, 2B mused, so many people still need me, and even like this, I still have the power to help them. The thought was almost empowering, in a way. The pain wasn't all-consuming anymore. She was digging her way out. Something changed them, Asriel said, speaking slowly and in quiet, measured tones. Something filled them with hatred. They had a nightmare once, and a few days after that, they weren't quite the same. They'd been as ignorant of the surface before as I was, but suddenly, they talked as if they knew all about it. And they said it was a horrible place. Observation: the condition Prince Asriel is describing seems to be amnesia, Pod 042 chimed in. This could explain Chara's sudden change in temperament. Their memories turned them bad. Asriel asked. Does that mean? He stopped short, bowing his head. Does that mean what? 2B asked. Asriel cringed. What were you going to say? He fidgeted nervously with his ears. I saw those memories that were bothering you. Do you think you should erase them? I could, 2B admitted, running her fingers through Asriel's fur and lightly raking her fingernails across his scalp. There was still an omnipresent aching twinge in her joints. She wasn't sure if she was just imagining it or not, but petting Asriel made it fade away. I could have you or Nines hack into me and erase all of the time I spent fighting Wormwood. I think you should do it, Asriel said. He shoveled another mound of chocolate ice cream into his mouth and licked his chops, but didn't seem to have the same enthusiasm for the treat as he'd had before. I could, but where does it end? 2B asked. I could erase all of my memories of my time in Yoarha, too. I could erase every painful memory, every horrible thing I've done, everything that's brought me despair. Yeah, I guess you could. I could go all the way back to the beginning, 2B said. Then I could be who I was meant to be. Number 2 personalities are supposed to be gentle and kind. I'm supposed to be gentle and kind. If I did a factory reset and erased everything that made me cold and harsh, everything that made me close myself off from other people, everything that forced me to harden my heart, I could be that way again. I could have that innocence back. I could. Okay, I get it, Asriel said, rolling his eyes. No need to make a speech. 2B realized that she'd said all of that out loud. She hadn't been the type to wear her heart on her sleeve in a long time. The rigorous calibrations and training she'd underwent for the first few weeks after her activation had buried those tendencies quickly, but her skin was thin now and her heart close enough to the surface to be all but laid bare. Sorry. It's just that, it really does sound like the right thing to do, sometimes. Especially now. It's so tantalizing. The idea that I could have a fresh start and do things right next time. But, it'd be the same thing as killing myself. She loosened the bandages covering her forearms and hands, revealing the semi-healed lacerations marring her skin in the gaps between the gauze. No one else but Pod 042 knew that not all of those had been caused by Wormwood. The pale skin, the sharpened, slightly colored nails, it was obvious at a glance that these were not her hands. She was a chimera now. I guess I'm just worried, Asriel admitted. Chara was a good person when they didn't remember their past. What if? You're worried about me, 2B deduced. You think that if those memories hurt enough, they'll do to me what they did to Chara, don't you? Asriel nodded. And what about your memories of Floey? Asriel looked away and tugged on his ears again. Of course, he had the same concerns about himself. I'm 2B, she reminded herself as she studied 6E's hands. And the reason I'm 2B now is because I was 2E first. Every single thought in my head, 2B said, every memory inscribed in my circuits. I won't give any of them up. Even a painful past still deserves to be a part of you. Like always, she would survive. Not a blank slate with her face. Not a version of her with a censored, sanitized past. Her, with everything that entailed. It won't be easy, she told Asriel. But if Floey's memories ever trouble you, just come to me. We're strong enough to overcome those pasts. Asriel sighed and slid off her lap. All right. Wanna watch a movie? 2B shook her head. Let's see Alfie's first. She hadn't left this house in weeks, and though her confinement had been more or less voluntary, she was starting to yearn for fresher air. And besides, she had a promise to keep. Undine's final words echoed in her head. Though she was hurt, though she was in pain, though she was diminished, 2B had a duty to look after her family and friends just as they looked after her. She'd wallowed long enough. It was time to get to work. As she pulled herself up from the chair, the front door swung open. 2B. Nines called out from beyond the threshold. Don't shout. 60 chastised him. What if she's still asleep? You'll wake her up. 2B, an unfamiliar voice chimed in. The 2B? The hero of Blue Ridge 2. Asriel leaped out of 2B's lap, letting the now empty tub of ice cream fall to the floor. Nines. 2B pulled herself up, remembering as she stood up and tried to shift her weight on her feet that she only had one leg now. Fortunately, Pod 042 swooped in and steadied her before she could collapse and gave her a chance to prop herself back up on her crutches. Nines, she gasped, smiling, as Nines rushed over to her and wrapped his arms around her. He was exuberant as he hugged her, his right eye twinkling enough to make up for the loss of his left eye, the cracked and scarred eye socket still covered by a white patch plastered to his skin. 60 wasn't far behind and quickly joined in, all but nudging Nines aside as she squeezed 2B in a tight embrace and nuzzled her neck, the tip of her nose sending a ticklish tingle over her skin. 2B. How are you feeling? Good, she asked, breathless. Did you miss us? We didn't expect the debriefing to take so long, I swear. I'm so sorry. I don't feel terrible, 2B said, juggling the two androids in her arms as best she could. It wasn't entirely a lie, at least, not anymore. I was just about to get dressed and visit Alphys. Sounds good, Nines said. We should all stop by and see her together. I'm sure she wouldn't mind the company. He pulled away, taking 2B's arm in his hands to examine it, probing at the loose bandages and gently exploring the half-healed furrows running across her skin. Your wrappings are getting a little dirty. None of your wounds have opened up again, have they? No, that's cherry juice. Toriel and I got a little carried away with something this morning. 2B felt an uncomfortable twinge in the back of her mind. Why had she hesitated to call Toriel Mom? Was it because of the new android in her presence? Was she afraid to show this scanner in his neat, black uniform that she wasn't the least bit beholden to Yorha anymore? How about you undress you? 60 asked, distracting 2B from her ruminations. Your wounds, I mean. And put on fresh bandages. Not, like, undress, she babbled, her cheeks burning redder and redder with every word, but I could dress your wounds? And help you, get dressed? I mean. 2B pressed a finger to her lips, silencing her before she could further embarrass herself. 60 went cross-eyed. I'd appreciate that. Once she'd regained her composure, 60 wasted no time in dragging her off and rifling through her clothes. Alphys didn't need to be in the hospital anymore. The injury to her neck she'd sustained had completely healed without even leaving a scar. Physically, she was more than fit to return home. But she still had a room here, even though the bed was uncomfortable and there wasn't much to eat besides almost tasteless nutrient jelly, because it beat going back to the Royal Laboratory and seeing so many constant reminders surrounding her of all the work she had to do that she couldn't even think about doing until she'd overcome the damage she'd suffered to her brain. She had plenty of company. Gabrietta still visited her as often as she could, and it was nice to have her around, even though there wasn't much they could talk about, given the language barrier. She'd been appointed acting royal scientist in Alphys' absence on top of her normal duties as chief surgeon of Central Hospital, but still saw Alphys with surprising frequency. Papyrus and Sans stopped by every day, and Nines and 60 visited almost as often. Even Jerson came to her from time to time. She wondered why 2B hadn't visited her yet. Maybe she was upset. She was probably in a lot of pain right now and there was nothing Alphys could do to help her. 2B probably resented her for that, and she'd be well within her rights to do so. There was a small pile of picture books lying in a haphazard pile on the floor beside her bed. Picture books. That was what Alphys had mastered so far. That and some elementary school worksheets with letters of the alphabet repeated ad nauseum in uncoordinated, childish scrawl. It was embarrassing. At least she could still talk as well as before, but it was impossible to be a scientist, especially an engineer and roboticist of her caliber, when there were 5-year-olds out there who were at a higher reading level than her. Everyone told her not to give up, but Here was the greatest mechanical engineer in the kingdom, indisposed indefinitely because she had to go back to kindergarten. Pathetic. The door to her room creaked open just a sliver as somebody knocked on it. For a fleeting instant before reality reasserted itself, Alphys entertained the idea that it was Undine on the other side. "See, come in," she said, grabbing her glasses from the bedside table and pushing them up her snout. On cue, the door swung open and 2B trudged into the room, her crutches clacking on the floor. Her eyes lit up when she caught sight of Alphys. Alphys even saw her mouth curl into a faint smile. "Alphys," she said, her voice hoarse. "I've missed you." 2B looked better than the barely alive specimen who'd fallen from the sky on the day the barrier had been destroyed, but looked far from well. Beneath her loose and airy blouse, gauze bandages still bound her arms and wrapped around her torso, hiding the wicked scars marring her skin. There was nothing below her left knee, the bandaged stump poking out from below the hem of her skirt. Exhaustion was baked into every detail of her face, magnifying the faint scars that ran across her cheeks and forehead. Despite all that, though, she didn't seem to be in much pain. In fact, she looked happy. Alphys should have been happy to see 2B in turn. And she was, kind of, but because she'd been hoping, however irrationally, that Undine had come back for her, she felt a painful emptiness gnaw at her stomach and twist her chest into knots instead. "Hi," she said. 2B hobbled over to the side of the bed, her pod hovering at her side and Asriel trailing behind her. "Howdy, Doc," the prince chirped. "What's up?" "Oh, you just are relaxing," Alphys lied. To be honest, every time that door opened, she expected to see Undine's goofy, snaggle-toothed smile behind it. Every time, she was profoundly disappointed. Undine, her best friend, her girlfriend, the woman who had made all of her dreams come true, was gone forever. It never really sank in. It hurt just as much the 50th time realizing it as it had the first. Undine, the hero of the underground, the strongest monster in the world, the spear of justice, was gone, and Alphys, small, insignificant, weak little Alphys, a scientist with scrambled brains, was left behind. That was the greatest injustice Alphys could possibly imagine. 3 more androids piled into the room after 2B and Asriel. 9s and 6O, of course, and a third android. The third one was nearly 9's spitting image, right down to the uniform. "Morning, Alphys." 9s gestured to his twin. "This is 11's. He's from the surface. 11's, meet Dr. Alphys. She's been taking care of our repairs while we've been down here." 11's eyes lit up. "You can repair Yoarha models? That's amazing. Ever since the access points all went dark, it's gotten so much harder to source compatible parts for repairs. How do you?" "Oh, great," Alphys thought, noticing the scanner's limp and the worn-away skin around his bare knees that exposed bits of his chassis. "Another android for me to feel bad about not being able to fix." "Now's not the best time," 9s told 11's, mercifully cutting him off. "As you can see, Alphys isn't really in any position to do any complex repairs right now." "Right." 11's bowed curtly, his cheeks flushed pink from embarrassment. "Sorry, Dr. Alphys." "Nice to meet you, though." "And nice to meet you," Alphys said. "And, 2B, thanks for coming." "Sorry I took so long," 2B replied. She glanced at her entourage, then looked down at the floor. 9's. 6O, can I have a minute alone with Alphys?" Sure," 9's said, taking 11's and 6O aside. "You, too, Asriel," 2B told the boy prince. "What?" "That's not F." Asriel yelped as 9's dragged him along. 2B turned to her pod next. "And you, too, pod. I'd like to talk in private." "Understood," the pod said, drifting away to join the others. It shut the door on its way out. The pit in Alphys' stomach didn't stop growing deeper. What could 2B possibly have to say to her that she didn't want the others to hear? She expected the android to chastise her for everything. For failing to help repair her. For wallowing here in misery. For taking too long to mourn Undine. For lying here like a useless lump while the world went without her skills. For living like this when Undine's life had been cut short. 2B could say any number of horrible, cruel, cutting things to her, and they would all be true, and Alphys would deserve to hear them. I am sorry, 2B, she stammered. I know I. 2B reached out and laid her hand over Alphys' forehead, supporting herself on just one of the crutches propping her up as the other clattered to the floor. Her fingers ran across the dry scales of Alphys' horned crest. Alphys, it's good to see you again. I'm sorry I took too long. You're sorry. Alphys felt tears well up in her eyes. She bowed her head. 2B's soft, fleshy palm was warm against her scales, exerting a gentle pressure on her forehead. I'm the one who can't help you, those arms, that leg, they must hurt so much, and here I am, useless. Her throat tied itself into a dry, tight knot, her next words stuck to her tongue. Useless and stupid. Undyne told me to take care of you, 2B said. What? I haven't been doing that. I'm sorry. 2B. You can feel it, too, can't you? 2B lowered her head, her snowy white bangs drooping over her eyes. That voice in your head, the one that says, she should be here right now. Alphys nodded. The one that says, it should have been me. Or, I want to be with her again. Alphys closed her eyes, squeezing out the tears blurring her vision. They rolled down her snout, speckling the bedsheets pooled around her waist. Yeah. These are the hardest days, 2B said. The first days, the first week, the first month. It's hard to even want to go on living. Of course. Of course 2B understood that. Alphys bowed her head and though about the earnest thoughts she'd had about just giving up and letting go. Of course, with a medical wunderkind like Gabrietta doting on her and the entire hospital at her beck and call, it was almost impossible to act on those urges. Propping her crutch against the wall, 2B sat down on the side of the bed next to Alphys, moving slowly and deliberately to keep her balance, and folded her hands in her lap. When I was just a few weeks old, I thought I'd get used to death. I thought that the universe would truly be cruel if I didn't, considering what I was meant to do. I never did. But I'm not so sure the universe is as cruel as I thought. Yeah. Memories, they can outlast us, if we let them. 2B lifted her head. Every time I had to kill 9S, a part of him survived, here, in my memories. Him, and all of the people who are no longer with me, all those ghosts live on. The final screams they summoned on the edge of their death still echo within me. They always will, as long as I live. So those of us who outlive our precious ones, the people we love, we have a duty to keep those lights alive, to keep our own lights alive. As long as it takes to tell their stories. Alphys knew what 2B meant. Undyne still lived on within her memories. And she lived on in Alphys' memories, too. And yet, it wasn't the same. Memories of the two of them together, of warmth and light, of smiles and laughter. They weren't enough. In time, they would fade away into nothing. I didn't have enough tea time with her, Alphys said. I was so obtuse, I didn't even know we were dating until tea the night before she. We never have enough time. Days, months, years, centuries, it's never enough. Tears rolled down 2B's cheeks. Because we want eternity. Yeah, Alphys sniffled, taking 2B's arm and pressing herself to her side. Her tail curled into her lap and she tweaked its tip nervously. I offered her my black box, 2B said. The two of us could have lived as a single entity. I don't know why she turned my offer down. Her voice was growing hoarse, she choked down a lump in her throat. Hearing 2B's strength waver, Alphys felt the pit in her stomach grow deeper, the emptiness so strong it was nearly painful. Maybe she still resented me, maybe she was ashamed of what she'd done. Maybe she saw the pain I was in and didn't want me to make a decision she thought I would regret when I came to my senses. I don't know. I'll never know. 2B paused, letting the sobs wrenching themselves from Alphys' heaving chest hold the silence at bay. Or maybe, she said, she just didn't want to make things weird between you, me, herself, and Sixo. Alphys sniffled. Make things weird. What do you mean? She blushed as she let out a pained, awkward laugh. I don't think Undyne would have had that on her mind, she said, snickering and trying to hold herself together as the part of her that just seconds ago had been crying now wanted to laugh. It was always strange how easily such extreme emotions could shift from one to the other. She'd heard of laughing until you cried, though, but never crying until you laughed. It wouldn't have been weird. 2B's shoulders quivered as she pressed her hands to her mouth. The four of us, the three of us, and no, the four of us, she gasped, muffling her voice and stifling her own laughter. We'd have made it work. Alphys laughed so hard that it hurt to breathe. She laughed so hard that she lost track of how long she spent laughing. She laughed so hard that she started crying again. 2B wrapped her arms around her for support, all but wheezing with laughter. Alphys had never seen her laugh so hard before. She could swear she heard a third person laughing, a phantom voice between the resonance of hers and 2B's, but there was nobody here but the two of them. I know it's not the same, and I know it's not enough, 2B croaked, coughing. But you're not alone. Alphys leaned into 2B's hug. She wasn't Undyne. No one could ever be her. But 2B had been there for her so many times, too. If anyone could make that omnipresent ache in her heart start to fade. So, how you been doing? Alphys asked. I've been pretty out of it. 2B cleared her throat. It's been hard. Everything has felt unreal, like any second this whole world will vanish and I'll be back in the darkness again. This is the most I've talked in weeks. My throat's starting to hurt. But you're feeling better now. 2B nodded. Yeah. Couldn't keep lying around forever. Have I missed Undyne's funeral? And no. Jerson had agreed to postpone any ceremony on her behalf until Alphys was well enough to attend. And, well, she was now, but maybe that was why she hadn't wanted to leave. Good. They're not waiting for me, are they? 2B sheepishly asked. And no, they're waiting for both of us. Or, I guess, and now they're waiting for me. And how are you feeling? 2B asked. I don't know if I'm ready. No one ever is. With a heavy sigh, 2B held Alphys closer. It's okay to grieve for as long as you need. The greatest loves inspire the greatest pain. But no matter how long it takes, sooner or later, you'll have to learn to walk again. 2B glanced at her missing leg, fully aware of the irony in that statement. To that end, Alfie, if there's anything I can do for you, anything in the world, if there's anything I can be for you, let me know. I'll always be here for you. Alphys closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slipped out of bed, planting her feet on the cold, tiled floor. Her legs wobbled beneath her. And no time like the present, I guess, she sighed. Dr. Gabrietta diligently pored over Alphys' latest test results. Physically, the royal scientist was more or less healthy by now, but still refused to leave the hospital. Something psychological was holding her back, and much to Gabrietta's dismay, a physician could do little to heal the heart. Alphys was a brilliant woman and one who commanded Gabrietta's respect and loyalty through both her achievements and her humility. It stung that the two of them couldn't talk without an interpreter to read the movements of her hands. If there was anything Gabrietta could say to spur Alphys forward and rekindle the fire in her soul, it would be something best said in private. With that option unavailable to her, she did whatever else she could to look after Alphys. And lately, she'd had better reason than usual to keep an eye on Alphys' health. Her test results over the past few weeks had suggested something, but nothing Gabrietta could conclusively name. Until now. Gabrietta picked up and shook a small vial of dust that had been drawn from Alphys' veins. Spectral analysis of the blood before it had solidified showed an anomaly in her magical essence. Something was growing inside Alphys' soul. Lost in thought, Gabrietta absent-mindedly tapped the vial against her bony forehead. Where could that have come from? A brief and intimate intertwining of one monster's soul with another's. But whose soul? It could have been anyone's. But Alphys and Undyne had been close, and surely they had had some time to themselves before Undyne's demise. In fact, hadn't they had quite a few minutes of privacy before Undyne had rushed to her demise? Could it have been then? Gabrietta stood bolt upright, clutching the printouts of the test results in her bony hand, and strode out of her office and into the hallway, the hem of her black cloak swirling over the linoleum floor. She stuffed the printouts into her robe and snapped her fingers at the first member of the hospital's staff she saw to get their attention. A young, blonde reindeer monster clad in a nurse's smock looked up from the book she'd had her snout buried in. Apparently, she'd been on a break. Gabrietta hoped she'd been on a break. There was fear in her green eyes, although considering the imposing figure she cut, Gabrietta knew that alone was no evidence of a slacker caught in the act, or non-act. "You there?" Gabrietta snapped her fingers a few more times to jog her own memory. This girl, a volunteer apprentice, was she not? She'd signed up so she could be closer to her father, who was in this very hospital due to his chronic illness. She was very diligent, which meant that if she'd been shirking her duties, it would be that much more of a disappointment. And her name was Holiday. She signed. Noelle Holiday, yes. Noelle gulped. "Why yes, that's me," she mumbled. "Come with me. We have good news to deliver to Dr. Alphys." Without missing a beat, Gabrietta continued on her course, drifting across the hall like a specter. Noelle stuffed her doorstopper of a book into her knapsack and hurried after her. What kind of good news? I'd rather not say in a crowded hallway, it would be a violation of the good doctor's privacy. Besides, you will tell her what I have to say soon enough. Gabrietta felt the magic running through her skeletal system surge with excitement. But that excitement was tempered. She had no way of knowing how Alphys would react to the news that Undine had given her one last gift. But when she arrived at Alphys' room, she found it empty. The medical cot was unmade, the sheets all bunched up at the foot of the bed. Even her books and homework were missing. Alphys, it seemed, had finally checked out. Gabrietta smiled. Sunlight beamed down on the side of the mountain, a glistening layer of rime coating the alpine trees sparkled as though they were covered in diamonds. 2B surveyed the area outside the corridor that led from behind the throne room to the surface, now no longer blocked by the impenetrable barrier that had clung to the mountain like a second skin. The ground here was covered in loose pebbles and gravel, with sparse sprouts of grass and flowers poking through intermittently. Ahead, a breathtaking vista of forest, river, and lake stretched across the ground. 60 squeezed her hand and clung more tightly to her as 2B's gaze drifted to two parked Yorha flight units left abandoned on the mountainside. This, 2B realized, had been where Chara had landed with 60 in tow. She hadn't thought of the memories seeing this place might have stirred up. She squeezed back. Couldn't have had this on any shorter notice, eh? Jerson laughed, then coughed into his wizened, scaly hand. In his other hand, he held an urn that was filled with Undine's dust. "You young UNS. Gonna make this a double funeral, old man?" Asriel asked, shivering against the bitter wind as he clutched Emil to his chest. "Asriel, apologize this instant," Toriel chided him. Behind her, the guests she'd been entertaining from the surface anemone and her entourage, and the machine Pascal watched on, flanked by Dogami and Dogaressa. "Sorry. You really found all of Undine's dust?" Nines asked Jerson, skeptically raising an eyebrow. "I couldn't see anything left of her." "Well, maybe some of it's just dirt from the site," Jerson admitted, hefting the urn. "Maybe most of it," Sens chimed in. "But, hey, it's the thought that counts," Papyrus said. "Well said, kiddo." Jerson let out another wheezing laugh, which quickly turned into another cough. "This mountain air," he gasped, "is too healthy for me. It's like eating a salad after having nothing but junk food for a week." Well, Alphys stammered, her teeth chattering as another gust of wind buffeted the mountainside. Let's get this over with." She took the urn from Jerson with trembling hands. "Anyone wanna say a few words?" Nobody didn't. "Undine was the most enthusiastic student I'd ever known," Jerson said. "Not the best, mind you, but the one with the most gumption. No one I'd ever met climbed higher than her. I'm proud of her." He sniffed and adjusted his monocle. "She was the best teacher I'd ever had." Papyrus added. "Whether it was fighting, or cooking, or anything else, no one else believed in me like she did." "No one did a better job babysitting Papyrus when I was out working," Sens said. "And no one else looked the other way when some of my jobs turned out a little less than, legal. For someone who hated the cold so much, she was pretty cool." "I didn't really know her," Emil said, "but she was always really nice to me." One time, my wheel broke, and she lifted my whole cart over her head and carried me to her house. I didn't really know her, either, Asriel said. But she was MMPH. The wind picked up, blowing his long, floppy ear into his mouth. We had our differences, Nines said, but in spite of everything that came between us, she never forgot that we were friends. She put herself through hell to protect me, said Sixo. I didn't even know her, but she fought so hard to keep me safe. I'd never met anyone like her before. 2B nodded. She was everything I'd always wished I could be, and a good friend. We were proud to serve under her, Dogami said. Dogaressa nodded in agreement. And, of course, we'll miss her. Pod 042 nodded. Statement: even though I was not assigned to her as a tactical support unit, I, too, felt a great deal of affection for Captain Undyne. Toriel stepped forward, crouching down, and resting her paw atop Alfie's head. The cold breeze ruffled her snow-white fur. Undyne was truly a remarkable person. She did not serve her kingdom blindly. Instead, she chose to let its values guide her heart, even when it pitted her against the kingdom itself. In that respect, she was its staunchest defender. She was, perhaps, the bravest person our humble realm has ever known. Everyone mumbled in agreement, even the visitors from the surface. Toriel hugged Alphys. Go on, dear. It is time. Emboldened, Alphys stepped forward into the center of the mountainside glade. Undyne. It's be beautiful, isn't it? The surface. I see. Can't he think of a better place to put you to rest? We made it, Dines. She held the urn to her cheek and closed her eyes. I don't think I'll ever love anyone as much as you, but it might be a long time before we ever see each other again. So, please, be patient and wait for me. She uncapped the urn. Well, here goes. Wait. 2B took a step forward, nearly slipping on the fine gravel. Sixo and Nines helped her keep her footing. Alphys, I have an idea. Pod, are either of these flight units operable? Scanning. Pod 042 paused. Analysis: one flight unit is operable. However, its weapons systems are non-functional. That's fine. Can you operate it remotely? Affirmative. 2B reached down and laid a hand on the urn's cold ceramic surface. Alphys. I have an idea I think Undyne would like. Do you trust me? Why yeah. Give me the urn. Alphys handed her the urn. 2B peeked inside. Its contents weren't the off-white color of monster dust, confirming 9SS concerns that it was mostly just dirt. But still, she felt that within here was at least some small amount of Undyne's essence. She put the lid back on, hobbled over to the flight unit Pod 042 had indicated as usable, and hooked the urn into its cradle, then whispered her plan to the pod. After 2B had backed away from the flight unit, it took off, leaping into the air and folding itself into its flight mode by tucking its limbs inside itself and spreading its wings. It shot straight up. Why Yuri's sending her to space? Alphys gasped. I guess, she'll CTH the most of the surface in orbit. No, 2B said. When the flight unit reaches the stratosphere, its self-destruct system will activate. What? Statement: the air currents in the stratosphere will ensure maximum dispersal of Captain Undyne's remains, Pod 042 explained. If Captain Undyne's wishes were to be spread across the Earth, this will maximize the efficiency of its implementation. Everybody craned their necks and looked skyward as the flight unit climbed higher and higher until it was just a pinprick in the cloudless blue sky. Then there was a tiny flash of light as if a star had briefly appeared in the sky. It was nearly invisible against the glare of the noonday sun. Toriel gave Alphys another hug. Excuse me, Pascal asked, raising a spindly arm. I'll admit I did not know this Captain Undyne, but may I say a few words on her behalf? If you would like, Toriel said, you may, Pascal. Pascal stepped into the clearing, his green optical sensors flickering. These are the words of a human poet. I believe his name was William Marlowe. He wrote, "The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes." Well, she may not have been a prince, said Jerson, chuckling, but she sure did set the heavens ablaze, didn't she? 2B shook her head. Undine may not have been royalty, but Ascari had loved her like a daughter. Even if not in name, she had been a princess to him. "Goodbye, Undine," she murmured, bowing her head as tears dripped down her cheeks, rolled off her chin, and speckled the gravel beneath her foot. Nines and Sixo wrapped their arms around her, steadying her and applying a soft, gentle, and tender pressure to her chest as her chassis tightened around her black box. "Become one with the earth you loved, and may your hopes and dreams at last be fulfilled. We will carry your memory and your light onward into eternity." The wind howled, buffeting the mountainside with frigid gusts, and the attendees of the funeral hastened back into the mountain. A cold autumn wind blew down the mountain and rolled through the shaggy field of golden flowers surrounding the ancient, burned-out church nestled in the foothills. Within that church, in its dilapidated basement, lay the charred, centuries-old remnants of an ancient android. None now lived who remembered the android's name or had ever heard the android's heretical proclamations. A single black flower which had sprouted in the field of wildflowers poked out from a crack in the concrete floor beside the android's body and kept watch over it like a sentry. Root F, Rain F lower. Check the description for the links to the author.